McMillian Donald Monopoly game. So during the '90s, basically none of the normal people ever won $1 million or won a house or a boat or any of that other stuff. Basically, one guy in Florida who ran, who wasn't associated with McDonald's, he was associated with this security firm that ran the game, gave those pieces to like his friends, and all his friends won all the money. And it's that story. Yeah, and so during the 90s, that's correct. And so during the '90s, McDonald's had to come out and say that that game had been rigged by someone unassociated with the company, and they had to give away like a bunch of like free French fries, free small drinks. What up, big dog? Razor, what'd you say? Examine all angles of the two grown story. Should it be one bigger or should it be I think I think one creator is probably the best way to do it. If you can really get behind someone you trust, like someone who's been shooting for a long time and they have a following and they're willing to do. Well, here's the thing: can't you can't say that no matter what the crowd says, the person has to do it. They would basically have to go to a team that says, "Hey, this is the here's the top five suggestions, and we're going to choose between them." Because you're going to get people who really push the limit, and you don't want your creator doing something which they're uncomfortable. Um, Now, if you were to say, I understand, but even there are going to be people who toe the line. So they'll be like, okay, um, you said that the person can't be naked. Okay, fine. So they'll say, all right, the person has to wear a G-string. And then you say, no, okay, that doesn't count. And then the person's going to say, okay, well, then they have to be in a speedo. If you say no, not that, then it'll be like, okay, then they have to be in a pair of huggers. They'd be like, no, you can't say that. And then they'd be like, okay, well, then they have to wear like a spandex. And they're like, no, you don't want to do it. Like, basically, you get what I'm saying? Like, people keep going. Wearing a work suit isn't that bad. Okay, but I mean, then they'll say, okay, then they have to wear a mesh wetsuit that has see-through material. That's why there's a concentration person. It's all approved by the person who's before it even goes to the vote, you have to filter out ones that are appropriate. But if you have created your audience No, that's a terrible idea. Of course, you like the idea. Did you hear that he called Duke for money today? I know, dude. And you know what? I can't blame him. I cannot blame him. One time we had him cornered in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tech email discussion. I had him in a. He was in my Discord call, or not my Discord call, my Telegram call, and he's in there. And I said to him, I was interviewing him, and I said, "All right, Bitcoin Obama, the community is giving you like $100,000 in the token, and we know your wallet address, and we know that you've sold it, and now you're asking for more money. Why would you sell something and then you say that you would never sell it, but we haven't like proof that you sold it? Like basically, we got you cornered." And he says, "That's life." And what are you going to say to that? It's the perfect answer. Oh, do you think he can be trusted? You sent him tokens, and then what did he say? Oh yeah, of course. Exactly. No, he says that he wants to buy like a 2012 Mercedes Benz. You know, that's a good question. I think that Zoo told me. Who could have told me? go with single. I just think that it allows you to focus all of your energy on one project, and you don't have to worry about people branching off. And to me, it's just logical to like build up one character and like multiple characters. But that doesn't mean that it can get big enough with an audience that you couldn't do, like a whole team, like you were saying, like the Olympics. But to start off, I would just do it as one person. And something like Bitcoin Obama would be a very good person to do it. He's extremely, well, actually, he's terrible. He would just run the project immediately, and you never hear from him. Okay, so that's an interesting. That's interesting. Um. Okay, so what happens?
Bitcoin Obama.
What, what happens to him? Let's let's say
Willing to do be funny. I think a lot of potential for like probably just all the very brains to the to that day. Oh wow! Oh wow is right. Right. What are you talking about?
it's not Jude, it's right there.
Right. Right. What you do? We're just talking about this premise of the idea of basically doing community to vote on what a certain creator has to do. And that creator will create a video content based on the ideas that the community voted on. Like to do something like, you know, much to I don't know, share, creating the giant share box. You that confused me right there. Proposal is just a make a video where a pie.
Right there. Right, you got to be able to explain this a little bit. All right, Mr. Aquarius, imagine you have someone who's a streamer, and you let the audience choose what they're going to do with their lives. So basically, you could have them travel to New York City or Los Angeles, and you would have the audience vote on it. Or you could have them eat Italian food or Chinese food, have the audience vote on it. Does that make sense? There.
Yeah.
But it's a good idea, right? Uh, and the fact that if you make it with a cryptocurrency where that's how you vote on it, that's really creative.
Okay, well, burgers or hot dogs? What is a burger or hot dog? Burgers, definitely. I mean, I do like, I have this debate. Sauce for hot dog or what else? Let me ask you a absolutely no pizza. Could you imagine? How long do you think you could go without pizza?
Maybe a week.
Maybe a week. When the cravings start to get way too strong.
Yeah. Until you smell it, that's the problem.
What do you put on your pizza? You're not a pineapple pizza person, are you?
No. I like pepperoni. What about you?
All kinds of things. I mean, not really. My favorite is probably
What is that? What is
prosciutto is like Italian meat.
Ah. Oh, I'm never tried it. What's the other one you just said?
Arugula. It's like some plants.
I'm never tried it.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I love stuff.
What do you have against pineapple pizza, guys?
It's just
You,
doesn't mesh with my palate.
you know, it was first
I
invented.
like,
You know, it was first invented in Canada, right?
and that's why they called it the Hawaiian.
Yeah, it was some guy in Toronto, or it was a Canadian guy who created the Hawaiian pizza. I'll find the Toronto city right now.
I think they did it as like a troll, and then but it wasn't troll or something. Because it's very controversial.
It is Chatham, Ontario, Canada, 1962.
I love pineapple. Like I love pineapple, but I don't think it belongs with cheese or bread.
No, it's amazing. I love it.
That's wild.
I like, I
Put
like,
chocolate on apples too, or
yo, absolutely, 100%.
you put chocolate on.
Just about anything. In fact, I one time did this Ask Me Anything. It's actually in the About Rabbi section of this Discord, and it says, "What weird food combination do you like?" And it's hot. It's hot fudge and pickles, where I put chocolate covered pickles. And the reason, like, how did you find out you like that? It's a children's book that was written basically, in, I believe, like the 80s or the 90s, and it was just like a weird food combination that I remember we tried as little kids, and we all kind of liked it.
I like pickles, but I can't. I probably hate it, but maybe.
I mean, chocolate's good with like
I
everything.
love pickles. You don't like pickles?
No, I absolutely despise pickles. I'm pretty picky eater.
Pickles are good. Oh my God. I love pickles.
Do you like Miss Aquarius dill pickles or like sweet pickles or both?
I like both. I like their pickles.
Same
I
here.
like the sliced pickles. I like them on the salad or a salad.
Same here. And I love going to a deli when they give you a pickle alongside.
Yeah.
Where's the best pastrami sandwich?
I like a place called OC Kosher, but that's just because it's kosher. In LA, the most famous is probably Cantor's Deli, which is on Fairfax, but it's not kosher, but it's very famous. It's a Jewish deli, but it's not kosher. But it's where a lot of famous um, Hollywood stars go. Now in New York City, there are two really famous delis. One's Jewish, one's not. The Jewish one's called Katz's Deli, and um, they have very famous pastrami on rye. And then there's it's called the Carnegie Deli, which is maybe one of the most famous delis in the world. And that one is uh, not a Jewish deli; it's just a regular deli. But they have a very famous pastrami on rye. But I like my local. Um, there's a market that serves an excellent pastrami on rye. So that's where I get mine. But there are some other famous ones. Now, anywhere else in the United States, um, there's something called sometimes it's called kosher style or New York style, which is not kosher, but it's like Jewish, like a Jewish deli. You'll see New York style, which is like code for Jewish deli, or it will have a lot of Jewish delicacies, but it just so happens to not be kosher. So if you ever see that, that's kind of a tip off that it at least might have a Jewish touch. If it is, and
Just pickle with it?
oh, absolutely, big old pickle,
Oh, really?
100% pickle with everything.
How do we make sexual viral use drums?
I'll give you the answer.
Tuesday night, you look
I'm the ideal candidate. There's no doubt because I stream more than anybody else. Um, but if you weren't going to choose me, you'd pick some really hot chick. I mean, it's just the old adage, sex sells. So why not pick a really attractive person, especially on the internet,
to do.
for the right price? Yeah, but I mean, for the right price, you could get anybody to do anything. Okay, but how do you make it go viral? You have to advertise it a lot because you wouldn't want the same like five people always making the decision, for the the person. I know I'm not making sense. Like you want a diverse group of answers as opposed to just the same, you know, small group of people that make decisions. But I mean, you hear people do this all the time. Influencers say, "Chat, what should I do? Chat, what should I do?" So it's just basically a poll.
Yeah, that's why I don't know if the creator is like big enough. I don't know. There's already streamers asking to do this, would just be religious and are like consistent and funded by some transaction fees. Like competition.
How is it religious?
Like I just met like in a sense that it's like very consistent thing. How far do you think it'll go if Zoot and Bitcoin above are involved? 'Cause I think if Zoot is involved, Bitcoin above is most likely.
Oh, it's doomed from the start. If it's involved,
Yeah, he's not like he's able to cast votes. It'll be hard to make a vote for something that isn't off the rails, but that's what the moderation does.
um, you said something that I think is an interesting premise, which would be allow people to, like, maybe it would be better if you had, like, not a whole bunch of people, but just two people, and that way you could have them people vote on their competition. So, like, instead of like, they could be like, who could drink the soda the fastest, or the water the fastest, or who could run to the next destination the fastest. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah,
you could just have it be one person.
I it very much reminds me of the show that is an absolute fiction of Kenny versus Sunny that's in Toronto, Canada, Ontario. The premise of the show is literally two friends that are buying tables and they do various competitions like who uh, who can piss off the more people, who can sell more Bibles, and like be the best sponsor and create the best club. And one of the guys like always cheats ruthlessly, and the other guy usually loses. And then if the loser has to do a humiliation, which is usually something extremely viral, like going in a hamster ball with dog down a giant hill, or something worse than that. And I think if you have two people that are just going against each other, it opens up a slippery slope, technically dangerous. I mean, I guess they're on opposite sides of the world, and the moderation people can make it not something that is bad. But I don't know. Maybe it can work if there's good enough ideas being submitted to keep it constantly going, I guess. Or it could be like if you've ever heard of the show, it's like called uh, uh, yeah, what's it called? Uh, Beat Bobby Flay, and it's about this. The premise of the show is there's this guy Bobby Flay.
Quit, stop, stop. Stop calling him Filet. Stop calling him Bobby Filet. It's Flay, Flay.
Hey, whatever. I've never seen the show, but in that show, it shows it's like step up and see if you can beat Bobby Flay and cooking a meal, and then usually like take time to research that Bobby Flay wins because he's the goat, and it's like energy throughout Bobby Flay. So essentially, it could be like that, and then you have like a creator that is like the goat creator, let's say, and then other people create a flux, so people try to take them down and see if they can win the vote. Was the video number or did they win the competition? That is an interesting hybrid.
Okay. So, could you do one where you had Zoot go against Bitcoin Obama?
Absolutely. It could be yeah, any single creator versus versus some style competition, particularly across the world. God knows the levels. Uh, anyone could, I guess, vote on or try to be voted on. And,
Okay. It's going to be on YouTube, not on all. Would you multi-stream it?
I don't think that it like a live stream of it, but it's like they cast an idea and then they have to film themselves fulfilling that idea. So
Dog, how isn't?
wherever it is,
How aren't you
I
gonna?
guess it could.
How aren't you gonna make this live? Like that's what people want.
It doesn't need to be synchronistically happening. It's not like a race from A to point B. It could be that, but if it's first use of something, then they'll have to submit the video, I guess, and prove that they did it before everyone else.
Now that's a really good idea. Basically, Amazing Race, but unedited. So at any given time, you could see teams racing against each other anywhere in the world, and it wouldn't be cut down to like an hour-long show.
And I agree that, like, if it was live stream, that would because you'd be able to actually tune in to whoever the hell someone that's trying to take down Obama and like biggest trampoline of non-trampoline materials or nuking first, get permission, get their virtual train operator.
Were you going to say crane operators license?
Yeah, and then I was like, I don't know, it's the biggest.
I mean, then you'd have to like take a test, which wouldn't be really that interesting.
I would love to see Bitcoin Obama taking the train fast.
I would too, but I mean, there's a written part of it that wouldn't be that interesting.
You'd be surprised if he was talking out loud and thinking like people are trying to understand Bitcoin Obama's thought process, and then he's describing his thought process, and people in the comments are like, "Oh, what are you?"
Right. Okay, that's a little bit.
Right answer.
That's a little brilliant. That's a little piece of brilliance.
I agree. I want to make that into like a story almost.
You want to make it into a SOAR prompt. What do you mean? Oh yeah, I get it. Like him talking to himself. I wonder if like
AI.
like AI knows who I am. I wonder if they know who Bitcoin Obama is.
Yeah, Schiller 690
Yeah, but I mean,
on.
oh yeah, that's right. What I meant to say is like, oh yeah, so then it does know who he is. I wonder if his little friend is on there too. I'm sure somebody's tried to get him on there.
He is driving like multiple. I mean, it was just an alien on top of the countless other real.
All right. Do you think that Bitcoin Obama? I mean, what's stopping him from saying, "I will not continue if you don't pay me money"?
I mean, I feel like, yeah, I mean, you're a core component of this project, and that's what you gain popularity and sponsorships. And of course, you get a fair share of the pie and your best to make sure that the cause is happy and sustainable for everyone.
Do you think that's going to work for Bitcoin Obama?
I mean, I don't stories of the day of this community. I think that it's getting enough traction and people see the social experiment and it catches on like that too long ago. But then maybe podcasting making waves and connecting people looking out the web. I mean, it's a lot of time character, but I think based on initial reaction, there's potential. That's sometimes what you have to do is
Okay. How are you going to fund this game show or whatever?
it doesn't really funding per se. I mean, I guess
It needs a ton of funding.
it's been a while since I've minted tokens. If there's like some website, I guess it depends how you mint it, but potentially token sales go directly into the funding.
Yeah. Okay.
Or transaction fees that I mentioned before, release. Or funding videos on whatever they need funding for,
Now that makes sense to me
sponsorships.
because you're going to need, you're going to have people with really good ideas, but you're going to need funding to be able to do those ideas.
I mean, I'd argue that sometimes there are many examples of ideas and internet trends that have come up that are very low cost. One of them is the Sway song. I don't know the name of the song. I probably could if I sing it in my head. I don't want to sing it in my head right now for a minute. It's called Black Beatles. There. That saves you some time.
That's not
Sway song.
That's not Sway Lee. That's Ray Strummer. That's Ray Strummer.
That's it.
And it's Ray Strummer. Sway Lee's only one person of it. Ray Strummer is a band. Or it's a duo.
Yeah, Sway Lee is part of that duo.
Okay, but he didn't do it on his own. You need to give credit to the other person as well.
Okay, well, if you want to do that, okay, I just find artists like you. You're more than welcome to. I think you can point those out to the audience in the future, 5 million years from now, the true world of the great German song Black Beatles. I appreciate you having
It's Sway Lee and
Sway Lee.
Slim Jimmy.
Yes. I mean, I wasn't correct. I was not technically incorrect in saying that it was Sway Lee's song because he has ownership rights of that song. Does not necessarily speak.
Okay. Okay, I can understand.
So, anyways, he has there's a very viral trend of just recording people standing like freeze recording, like he's doing like a statue. People did all these kind of like crazy, like Matrix outrageous, like action film type of poses, and it's an interesting people walking around, people freeze framing. It costs virtually $0 inside of off the cell phone. Like, it's, you keep the cell phones. And yeah, I perhaps maybe some person purchases cell phones so that they could go out and do the race rubber black beetles viral TikTok challenge or whatever, but I'm not sure. Another example is the milk crate challenge. We have another retail value of milk crates. For example, you're
It's
going
super
to
dangerous.
go to the milk crate store and purchase milk crates, then it could actually be costing a lot of money.
Dude, the milk crate challenge.
I agree. I agree. Very very viral. Someone low cost. Trend. Another one is like the bottom flipping. Another one is the ice bucket challenge. Just jumping a bucket of cold ice. That could be something to vote on. Or God knows they dream up. So,
Okay, so
you start overall point is that you start at the low cost ideas and expertise. You can start off with $1 billion budget for the practicing with yourself. That's a very common something ladder in life. So, does that answer your question?
um, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea. So I think that it has potential. It is something though that you need people who are, if you're going to do it, they already have to be established streamers, right?
I wouldn't say streaming represented. I just prefer just content creator in general. The challenges, like I said, are not necessarily synchronistic challenges, but they could be synchronized and make a live stream it. Like, I'm going to do this math test or whatever. Like, guess the multiple choice, asking questions, or whatever. Or if you're the best, or going out of the giant cardboard box or something.
What happens if while the person is doing the challenge your coin that is supporting them runs?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question here.
Oh, sure. So you said that you're basically going to crowdsource the expenses for this project through a coin, right?
Through transaction.
Yes.
Or
Okay.
you can also potentially merchandise sales. Got that.
Okay, fine. What do you do if you say to the winner, like, hey, if you win 100,000 of our coin, and then as you guys are doing the challenges, the coin ends up rugging, and the $100,000 ends up being like worth like $1, and then
That's actually a great idea that I considered rubbing the coin, literally offer, albeit inflationary reward. And generally frowned upon, but it can be justified if there's enough potential for the token to warrant inflationary rewards. If you believe that you're getting more value than you're giving out, that positive, obviously, you have to be careful and not just give someone half of the supply for winning the poke a hole in a piece of paper contest. But it could be used as a incentive for tokens. But I was initially just thinking strictly for voting and speculation. But prizes is a good thing. But again, that could be funded by transactions. So
Right, I know, but
uh,
if your coin,
and other stuff
if
that
if you're
suck.
if
So it
you're
doesn't necessarily have to take away from supply.
if your coin though, as the competitions are going, gets rugged, then that might cause the people to just be like, "Oh, I'm doing all of this for nothing," and then they just quit. So
I mean,
basically,
isn't that a risk with literally everything in existence practically goes to zero? We're going to be screwed.
no, no.
There's
You
some
could say you could
like
say you could say that
they
you
could
make
say
it.
the United States would crumble more if it dropped to zero, right? It's the thing that's kicking it down the road. It's like the fact that there's a whole bunch of value behind country and a whole bunch of manufactured and businesses that are operating inside of that country's value, and there's the value of like your buildings, basically.
Okay, sure. If you think the entire Federal Reserve System will crumble while this coin is being conducted, then yes, I'm in agreement with you. But what I'm saying is that there's far less of a chance that that happens versus somebody just doesn't like your project and rugs your coin.
I mean, like, you think like someone can flip a coin.
They could manipulate the market to be able to screw over your project, to be able to get like, to be able to get fame. Like, hey, did you know that competition's going on? Yeah, I'm gonna rug it. I'm gonna rug their project so that the people who think they're gonna win actually get nothing, and it's gonna be hilarious.
I mean, that is a very, very concern,
So
which
what?
is why I would create as crypto. It's doing it with a fair amount so that there's not any like centralized group of people that own a disproportionate amount of the supply. I feel like that's kind of the way to mitigate it. Basically, is you know they use it eventually. Yeah, you don't release the supply at once, and it will be like burned. And, I don't know whatever safeguards in place to not have it manipulated and controlled by people that project.
Well, I was just thinking that you could fundraise with your coin, having all of the proceeds of the tax or transaction fees go into a pot that becomes the collection for the winner, so that no matter, even if the coin rugs, the winner still gets what they were competing for. So, like, say you are able to collect $100,000 for this pot. At the end of the competition, the winner, still gets that $100,000. They don't get perhaps some rug coin.
And tokens that are valuable for
Exactly. Which is funny.
yeah.
I know we've talked about this before, but there's that meme of that. I mean, and like they're just like those video game competitions that happened in like 2012. That would be like the winner gets $100, second place $50, third place through 10th place gets 25 Bitcoin each.
Wow, that would be nice.
Well, that that's a real thing. That was like uh, for quite a few different competitions. They were just giving away Bitcoin to like places third through 10. And so, in the same way, watch your coin has the opposite effect. Like, I'm over here saying, oh, you don't want to give the winners the coin because if you do, there's the potential it could get rugged. But if it becomes very popular, that could be like 25 Bitcoin in the future.
right there, eventually just bank settles.
Exactly, which is really an interesting point. Um, okay, well,
Now you just want to have inflationary rewards. It seems like the whole idea basically is like banking on, okay, will the internet actually give a shit about these competitions that they get, they just narrow it down to competition, but just ideas and content that they create that's voted upon by the community, which could be competition, creating a video about a certain thing, or just making a life decision of some kind, practically anything that you want to see the person do. And yeah,
dude,
maybe
oh, dude, now that you say that, I had this idea with this guy. I gave him this idea, and um, oh, it was something that you would really like. Okay, let me think about it. I spoke with this guy like 4 months ago, and oh, this was such a good idea. Okay, imagine. Okay, let me think about how this went down. Imagine you. Have a project, and you want people to promote the project for you for a low price, and you want quality content. Basically, what this was a marketplace that you could put out jobs like Craigslist or ZipRecruiter or Indeed or something, and you say, "Hey, we've got this project. It's called the greatest cryptocurrency in the world. What we're looking for is people to make a 1 minute video, and if you make the video for us, you will um, be in the running to potentially win whatever the prize is. Let's just say $100. And then what you do is you allow people to make submissions publicly for your project, and then you can choose the winner as a company. And what this does is it's like win-win. Win for the creator because there's a chance that they can make money. To win for the company because they get a ton of social media posts and they get to choose the best one, and it would be a win for the marketplace because they get a small uh, benefit, like a small fee from the competition. So basically, for $100, you might get 1,000 people who make submissions, 1 minute videos. And all you have to do is choose the one that you like, and you um, get the winner $100. But you're going to have maybe 1,000 people who have posted about your project on their social media. It's like this extreme.
or did you come up with
Isn't it amazing an idea? Yeah, it is an
that's
amazing.
fucking amazing. Did you come up with that?
Yeah, so this guy he was in a yeah, it even gets better than that. But yeah, it is really good. Okay. So there's this guy who was in a Twitter space. He had an idea for a marketplace that was like um it maybe wasn't even a market. I don't know. He just came into my Discord and I was like, all right, well that's a great idea. Here's a better idea though that you should do instead of that idea. And he's like, that is an amazing idea. He was saying what he was like, I have to tell my partners about this. And
Was he from Nigeria?
No. It was an American project. North
When
America,
was this?
like 4 months ago. No, I haven't heard from. Not only have I heard him from him, but he hasn't been on Twitch Spaces at all. So I don't know. Like, so this was his idea. He was gonna launch a coin, and like so. This is a really good. He was gonna launch a coin. Basically, the coin is gonna be something like he was gonna have a website where basically people could upvote or like vote on different submissions of people, something like that. I don't even think he had. I think that's something that we came up with, and I was like, okay, well, like that's a good idea or whatever. I was just like multitasking. You know what a really good idea is if you take your website, which you already have, and you have the LLC and everything, and you just have like you could go to brands, you could go to like Procter and Gamble or Honda, and you could say, look, oh yeah, this is what this is a really good idea. Like basically, you guys already have like media teams or like social media teams. You won't need them anymore. This would all of your social media could essentially be grassroots. You just put out a request that hey, we want an hour long. You get what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
It is. It's a really good idea. And then on top of that, one of the things you have to do to win is post it to your social media. So then it's a free advertisement for your company on all of these grassroots um, influencers. And I thought to myself, that's how advertising is going to be in the future. It won't be like, hey, we're going to come up with like our video editor at Honda came up with this really good idea. No, it would be like we took the top 1,000 entries and picked the one that we liked the best. We paid the top winner, and then all of the other people posted to their social media. So we already got uh, influence, all of the impressions that we wanted out of those. We paid the winner. We only had to pay them like $100 or $1,000 instead of paying a full time design crew, $1.5, $2.5 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a win for the company.
It was a win.
Advertising except for everyone that's dog shit.
No. That's the thing. If they do, then you raise the price, and you'll get quality people. That was the thing. We were trying to give jobs to small time artists who were very creative, and this would give them an outlet. Basically, like you could say, like let's say, um, your local, you like that juice place, right? And it's smoothie for you.
Because on the
Okay, well, it wouldn't have with this idea. So a place like that doesn't have that much money to be able to put out like huge Instagram campaigns and things like that. What they do is they just say for $100, just make a nice little video for us, and they'll get 20, 30 submissions on it. It's like a contest, and that gets people motivated because it's a competition, and they choose the best one, and they're going to post it on their social media. But that also means that 20 or 30 people who have made submissions do the same. And the other cool thing about it was none of the videos have to be hosted on the website. It's just the links. The the overhead is very small in comparison to all of this data that you would need to post video and pictures and things. It's just on Meta's servers and on Amazon servers and on Google servers. All you get is a link, and then you can also have people vote on it as well. You can say this is the fan favorite, but if the fan favorite isn't what the person wants, then they don't have to choose that one. I remember saying
right,
it.
or they could split, or they could like like first guys gets the whole thing, and like the first top five, like we pick, and
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I, when I told this to this guy, he was like, "That is the best idea." That like basically took his idea. He already had a website and like a small team, and he had like two programmers.
What was his initial concept?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
It was shilling.
Yeah, it
Was
had
it a shilling marketplace?
no. It was a coin. It was a coin, and it wasn't a marketplace to my knowledge. Like I brought that into it, but basically he wanted to have a thing where, uh, like basically people could vote on content, something like this. People could vote on content, and then a winner could be given his cryptocurrency. And I was like, okay, well that's cool and everything, but why not just pay them in cash? And instead of going to small time creators, why don't you do this for big businesses that have deep pockets and major advertising budgets? And it's going to save them money. I mean, can you imagine how good an advertising campaign would be if you are on 100 different influencers, like artist influencers pages that it's just there organically because they made a submission to you 2 months ago and it's still on your page, even though you didn't get picked, you're still proud of the work that you did, so you're going to keep it up on your page.
Same thing. I mean, it can be very like obviously the application is endless. Activity, but things like so arts wise, they're like okay, make your video and you but like 1,000 submissions and they're like, oh, this one's gonna share those
Exactly.
for the free advertising. So no matter
Exactly. Exactly.
and
And
when any one of those posts being like, oh, submitting this or advertising content, even more potentially just branch that also attempt to create their own submission.
well, that's exactly right.
It's basically a lottery.
It's a contest website, and that's what we talked about. It's basically a place where people, individuals, or corporations could go to get organic art and basically use uh,
Yeah.
crowdsourcing and marketing. But the thing is, how much cheaper that route is, and how much better the quality will be, versus if they just keep it in house. I know that people might say, "Oh, well, like a marketing firm is going to do a really good job for someone." Yeah, they are, and they can charge millions of dollars to do that. Or you get some really creative individual who puts a little bit of time into their project, and their thing's actually funnier than what the marketing team came up with. And the thing is, the fact that you're
Free shilling your project for
exactly the fact that you're crowdsourcing this means that you're going to have so many different choices that like one of them is going to be better than what you would have gotten if you go with your advertising company, and that means that you are going to be able to reward a small time creator, and then additionally use their content in your advertising campaign, and and then on top of that, you get all the other people who make submissions and keep their submission on their social media, perhaps for years. There are going to be some people who are just like, I'm really proud of that video that I made. Yeah, it didn't win, but I wanted other people to see how creative I am, and they're just going to keep it up there. Basically, what I'm saying is, you can turn influencers or even just small time creators, their timelines into your advertising organically. Instead of paying for clicks, you just basically use this. Um, you use this guerrilla like advertising model where you are you run a contest, give people the opportunity to win, and that rewards small time creators. And then also it means you don't have to spend too much in advertising. When I thought of it, I was like, that's a fucking brilliant idea. And it wasn't this guy's idea, but I was like, you can take that, and take it. I'm not doing anything with it. It's like no, but I didn't ask him to come back or anything like that. What I did say is, um, you. No, I didn't say that. No, anything even. No. Um, I told him, you should, uh, like, this is a really good idea. Like, his idea was, like, hey, we're gonna launch a coin, we're gonna put people with a coin.
Even ironically, to even like market this platform to itself is hilarious and such and shit. But
I get you.
it's like the question of how do we launch the thing? It's like, okay, we go to the platform, $10,000 to invest in a video that's promoting our platform.
That's exactly
Boom, you're now on every fucking social media. And then he takes the money from them and then he's just cycling it and that's like 2 days. You're literally like, I mean, clearly the guy that comes to the second this is like a Spotify level. Like,
I know it.
and if it's popular, I'll work on it and I will give you your 51.
That's what I want. That's what I want. 100%.
Your $50 only.
51.49, baby. 51. Oh, and it's undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yes. I'll get the motto from this goddamn thing.
Well, it's a.
Because I've heard a lot of ideas from you, and I feel like great ideas. This is possibly the greatest one. I honestly, like, as you're saying, I feel like Matrix, like, kind of like, you can, like, turn the show or something. But you're just like, how does this not even exist right now? And that's like, it makes total sense. And also, one of the point about it is like, as a student, like, you could, I'm assuming, like, content, like, not want to waste time reviewing podcasts, stuff where you can charge some money and just easily down to the top 15 right off the partner company.
Well, the idea with that is that's where you have people vote on them, so that they don't have to vote on the top. They just have to look at the top 10 and choose whatever one they.
Oh yeah, very good.
And then on top of that, that gets people to say, "Hey, vote for me." And they're going to tweet about it and be like, like getting your friends to come to your website. And it's just think about how cheap. Think about how cheap it is to advertise this way. Okay, imagine you had a coin and you just say, "Man, we need people to find out about our coin and nobody knows about it." Hey, guess what? We're just going to offer $1,000 of our coin or $100 of our coin, which is basically nothing to us, and we're going to get a bunch of really good videos from independent creators. And the thing that I really like about this idea is it helps artists because there are a lot of artists out there who are really talented but don't have a way of making money. So literally, you could be an artist on there, and all you do all day is to make little YouTube shorts that are attractive and cool, and you could literally make a lot of money doing it. Because you're going to get some companies that really want a lot of submissions, and they're going to offer $25,000. And you know why they're going to do that? Because it is such a cheaper way to advertise than it is to do an Instagram campaign or a Google AdWords campaign. A Google AdWords campaign, if you don't have that's assuming that the end user doesn't have a pop-up blocker. Let's say you're able to get just an Instagram campaign and they get eyes on it. They just scroll right past it. They don't look at it. But if somebody's posting something organically, voluntarily, of their own volition, not only are people going to be interested in it, but it's going to stay on their page for long periods of time.
Yeah, I you hit the nail on the head. People are definitely going through like pay way more attention if it's coming from a creator that they actually follow and somewhat care about.
That's exactly.
Like forced advertisement.
That's exactly right.
You did raise like a point that seems like almost potentially double-edged sword, where it's like, do people want to invest the time creating a very good video, which potentially wouldn't take a lot of time and potentially money to create such a video, or just a lottery thing? There's like there's 2,000 entries. Like, I can invest 5 hours of my life for this lottery chance of winning.
Well, so here's the beauty of it.
ROI or
Here's the beauty of it. No, we talked about this. You can have a company, Honda, but you can have McDonald's or whatever, and they're going to get, I don't know, 2,000 people or some entry. But then your little Shake Shack or wherever you get your smoothie, they might only get 15 entries. So basically, if you want to make a lot of money, go for one of the big ones. But if you're just looking to pick up a small job and you know that you're a good creator, go pick up one of the small jobs. And then you could get like, you would have like a thing like you came in third in Honda's like fan poll while you didn't win. Got like you get some kind of reputation points for that, so that people know that you're a good creator. And then the next time that you apply, or the next time you send in a submission, it's going to get a lot of eyes on.
because there'd be like some algorithm feed I get that will show you other people's submissions to various ratings. I guess we would call it.
Look, you would just
It's almost like what do you think it's most comparable to?
Reddit.
It's almost
It's like Reddit. Because like Reddit doesn't host a lot of the content that's on it. It just has links that are embedded that you can see what's on the other side, and you can click through and go to Instagram or go to Facebook or go to TikTok. But Reddit doesn't have to host all of that stuff. And then additionally, there are options in Reddit where you can just scroll. There are going to be people who just scroll and just look at different entries, get different ideas for potentially other brands. The beautiful thing about the brand is
it's kind of like an arena where folks will post their smart contract with a bounty of like whatever $25,000 if you find a bug that's code, and then there's like or like one in the world something and like all of these eyes on it, and then the results that you get because you opened up the aperture to a bunch of different participants, and you get like a secure based open source power product highly secure because so many people have gone over and checked it. Okay, it's like with this, it's like you use the power of numbers, like it's saying like new grades are smart than one or whatever, and then you're getting a high quality product.
excellent. Okay.
Monetization methods.
And, okay, so yeah, it's similar to that. And a beautiful aspect of this is my whole conversation is recorded. So, I mean, let's say it just blew up and became the biggest thing ever. I could literally say, hey, I gave you that idea. Here's our conversation. And if you don't share the proceeds with me, world is just going to see that.
terrible.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to look like shit. You screwed me over. I have the protection of my streams. Like basically, it would be like saying, like you came up with the idea of eBay. Exactly, exactly. So it's weird. Like, um, that's that I could, and I'm not saying I would hold this guy hostage um or extort him. I would just say, look, people are going to see our conversation. They're going to see that you had an idea that was okay, but was just like everybody else's idea. I gave you this idea, and yeah, you ran with it and blew it up. But people are going to see I'm the originator of that idea, and so it's in your best interest.
Take it. Did you say take the idea?
I did, but I'm fine with saying that because when he goes to his origin story, it's going to be I'm going to be the person who came up with that idea, and people would demand, "Hey, you got to share with this." Like the lady who made the Nike symbol,
Right, just out of good human will.
exactly. The lady who made the Nike symbol, I think originally did it for like $26, but then because it became so popular, Phil Knight was forced to give her like at the time like $100,000 in stock, which made her a multimillionaire by now, like easily. So she got taken care of. And basically, I would expect the same thing for me. Like, look, I came up with this idea. I said you can run with it,
Right.
but I didn't say I fully signed this over. I mean, I don't own the idea. It's a good idea. But if anything, I can say it would be like saying eBay started or whatever, and it would be like PayPal. PayPal started with, let's say, Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Well, imagine if there was a conversation of those guys at a table with some unknown third party, and the unknown third party was like, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool if you could do your banking online with like something? I don't know, let's just call it PayPal." And they would be like, "Yeah, that sounds like a great idea." And then if you could go back to that conversation and have it on video, it would be like, "Dude, you guys owe this guy," and he might even have an argument to be made that he should be considered, at least to some extent, a co-founder of the organization.
I mean, I'm not sure if the law necessarily would back you up on that.
Oh, wait. That's exactly. Exactly. So you could easily say to them, okay, I'm not going to sue you over it. It's your company. But just know that you're going to look like a bunch of assholes. And I have it on video on 20 different streams that I gave you this idea. So give me a cut of it, or you're going to look bad. I'm not saying that I'm going to publicize it. It's already publicized. But if you don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, you will cut me into this.
Interesting.
Well, it only,
It's just the right thing.
well, and I'm not extorting it. And I'm, well,
I would not.
well, exactly. Well, no. I understand it, but even these guys, it's in their best interest to take care of me. Because if they didn't, my video is out there. They're founding stories out there. When they're writing their books in the future about how did you come up with this idea, they can't lie about it. It's literally on video. I have the video as my evidence.
Also, how Satoshi's battle where it's like, okay, you don't want to comply with my chain, then I'm going to just launch my own chain, and we can take it out and see what we'll decide is the root of Bitcoin. That was going to be like, you know, the risk of that is that battle where it's like, the guy who's fucking the idea is just going to stuff. That's not the point of people realize that.
Um, the lady who made Nike, how much is she worth for Nike? How much did she do it for? This lady, Nike paid $35 to for this, and Um, and so they did this in 1971. But in 1983, Nike gave her a gold swoosh ring with a diamond and 500 shares of Nike stock. So that's estimated to be like worth $3 million. So they made her a million. Basically, they took care of her. Did they have to? No, but they knew it would be a public. Uh, there would be public outcry if they didn't take care of her. Now that's a lot different. They had already started the company, and this lady just did a good logo. With mine, they had some other company that was different than this. And my idea was like, hey, you guys should just marketplace this. It was like all these ideas were coming to me at once, and all of that's on video. So there's an argument to be made that if you guys don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, then you better do what Nike did and cut this person into it. And if you're really smart, you'll give him 51% because it was his idea, and just recognize that he'll take care of you because his his video is worth more than your marketplace.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Absolutely.
And that's why I love live streaming my life.
Oh yeah.
That's why I love live streaming my life because it's the biggest insurance policy that I have. That if you accuse me of anything, go to the video. If you, um, if I have a good idea, like it's all trash. I, like the truth is on my side, and then I can use that against people, not in a malicious way, just in a no. This is how it really happened, and I'm going to give you the evidence for it. It's powerful, an incredibly powerful medium that I have dedicated to. Like basically, under 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 other circumstances, that guy could take that idea and run and be like, I don't know who Rabbi Rothschild is, I never heard of him. And that's fine. But under these conditions, he knows he's live on 20 different streets, and this is not his idea. This is my idea. And I gave it to him. And if he doesn't want to have huge public backlash of this, he will give me my $3 million in Nike stock like they did for this lady who made the push. Now I recognize that Nike is worth millions of dollars, and that $3 million isn't that much. But also, this would be like me saying these guys who were like making, I don't know, which is kind of like the origin story of Nike, making like the original Nikes were made with like waffle iron. They were thinking, hey, we're a waffle iron company, and I come in and say, hey, you guys could use those waffle irons to make the soles of shoes, and I bet you can sell those shoes to athletes all over the world and make like one of the top running shoes in the world and go through all of it, and then they'd be like, oh yeah, okay, that's what this lady would have been doing. Like basically, she would have been at the founding of the company, but she was not. It was already established. So I don't know. I don't really care, frankly. If we get to the point where that company gets big, I am far bigger than that company is. I've had a lot of conversations with people who have helped their businesses in those kind of ways. But over all of it, I am my data, my video is going to be worth more than all of it. It's like I'm in my own way.
Especially when people start getting like business guy before what's like nice to every fucking major startup.
That's exactly right. Especially the crypto world. I mean, I was in SPX 69,000 when it was like a nothing coin. There's Harry Potter Obama Sonic Caninu, there's the Doodle Genic, there's the Doginal dogs. Like I'm the epicenter of all the cryptos in the world, and
You're only that's what is Harry Potter.
I am.
You endorse other.
No. I've just been live streaming my life in their Discord.
Okay.
So they all know who I am. So I'm like the epicenter. I'm the central spoke of like the wheel that is cryptocurrency. So So you're absolutely right. Like there's a thing, it's called a coaching tree. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's the idea that like all the coaches like eventually work for another coach and they get connected. So like I don't know, in hockey it would be like the manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Maybe he was the assistant manager of the Edmonton Oilers, and then before that he was just like I don't know how the hockey works that well, but basically like everybody worked under somebody, and there it becomes a coaching tree, and then you have one coach who like spawns all of these different coaches, and I would just be like that central coach who spawns a bunch
Isn't
of
it like
different businesses.
kind of like the paradox of like who teaches the teacher that teaches the teacher how to teach teachers? Type of deal.
Well, at the heart of any teacher, you have to be a learner. So we're all learners. It would the best teachers are the people who learn the best and can communicate that to others. Who
The
then
idea is that each kid is like kind of going down like family tree to trace the origin of coaching who and how to coach versus teaching who to teach.
yeah,
So
I
I
mean
guess it's like
and it goes back to like the original founders of the sport. Like basically that's how it works.
right, founders of teaching.
Well that would be for teaching. So but
Do you
yeah,
think if you're going to describe nicely, would you say
it is a
Greg, would you say crowdfunding advertisement?
yeah. I was going to say
Crowdsourcing advertisement?
it is a grassroots crowdsourced advertising marketplace.
Yeah. Uh, do you mind if I
Take it,
roll this
take it,
and
and
make us all millionaires?
take it. And I'll say to that,
Genius
that
of
I'll say to that other company that they may be successful as well. And let's say Riser's company becomes extremely successful. Riser's going to give them a cut of whatever it is he feels, the $3 million in Nike stock. Because frankly, they came in here and sparked that conversation with me. I wouldn't have had that conversation prior to that. But basically,
right.
you're gonna take care of them. You might not give them 50% of your stock, like you're giving 51%, but you will share with them. And in the same way, they don't owe you anything. So I don't know if they necessarily have to make sure you're taken care of, but they would certainly have to take care of you. But in your own way, let's say your business blows up, then people are going to go to this conversation and be like, wait, where did you get the idea, right? So you're like, well, I was talking to Rabbi. And then they'd be like, okay, well, where did Rabbi get the idea? And he's like, well, he thought it up. But he's having a conversation with someone similar with a different idea. And so, in order for you to avoid any kind of public blowback,
Tracing a bad number. That guy his life group the idea of his idea originally.
well,
Just keep paying it forward indefinitely back.
and that's what I want to do. I mean, when I tell people I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent, I want you to be able to have generational wealth if you don't have it. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. That's what I'm talking about. I would help every single person who's helped me along the way and give back to them. And I want them to do the same to the people who did that to them. That's exactly right.
Hallelujah.
There, dog. But yeah, okay. So if you want to know how to do this, it is very inception-esque where you crowdsource somebody to come up with a really good advertisement for you, and this is the beauty of it. You're going to get people who use AI. You're going to get people who make little skits. You're going to get people who make cartoons. And you know what I mean? You're going to have a ton of different things. And on top of
I
that,
was just gonna say, like with AI nowadays, it's like a perfect tool for this to enable anyone. I mean, it might also kind of in a way take from it. I mean, not really.
It's going to enhance it
But
because you'll
be like AI.
no, not necessarily because then you wouldn't choose that. You would you're going to choose what you think your audience wants and what best expresses your brand. So if somebody comes in and makes an AI song, you're not going to choose that. You'll choose something organic. That's the beauty of this idea is that the person who chooses is what fits the company the best.
Okay, well, let's go down hypothetical here. Does this company cure what they take as potentially consumers?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Supplement company saying, yeah, okay, this supplement is super great, but it's in reality not what it claims to be.
Right.
It's still a real company and it's paying the platform money. So we're accepting that, or we have our own filtration process to feel that potentially. You mentioned crypto. So as you know, crypto is full of bug holes, so we now in Mississippi, so we're going to potentially like gain a lot of traction with some people and rub them. That seems like a SEC nightmare.
No, but
More regulation.
not for you. Not for you. All you are is an advertising marketplace. You're not even hosting the data. You're literally just connecting all the links together. And just like eBay, you can't sell.
The guy at the road was just connecting a few wires.
That's true.
Drug dealers, so heroin over the internet.
That's true. Or the Pirate Bay.
It's fine, but I mean, there's still
Wait.
Like,
That's absolutely true. Same with the Pirate Bay. So that's why, just like eBay says, you can't sell, I don't know, firearms or explosives or they have a lot of things yeah, there you go. They have a lot of things that say you can't sell. So the same way you would say you can't sell, this can't be for anything illegal. It can't be for anything that is whatever you want to deem to be immoral or aiding a dangerous cause, or you can make it whatever you want. And then you have moderation, but the moderation wouldn't have to be that big. Literally, it's just going to be like a mom and pop restaurant who doesn't have the money to be able to do a huge campaign that says, "Look, we'll give the winner $50 gift cards to our restaurant."
Eastside Mario's for life.
There you go. I mean, literally, and there was another aspect of it. You could pay in anything that you wanted. So we talked about cash, but then I said as well, why wouldn't you take Bitcoin or why wouldn't you take any type of cryptocurrency? And with my discussion with the guy, he's like, yeah, we were going to only make it so that you could only take our coin, but that makes sense. Like nobody wants our coin; it's not worth anything. Why wouldn't you say, hey, if it's basically a contest site, and the uh, but it's more than that because it's a crowd funded and the idea is that like imagine let's just scale it out. If you are let's and you go to some advertising, firstly, your in-house marketing team is huge and it's very expensive, and you then have to outsource commercials and things to marketing agencies. That's tens of millions of dollars. And let's say the advertisement that you get out of that costs, or on a scale of 0 to 100, let's say it's really good, it's a 92. Like that's a good ad. 92 out of 100, that's great. If you offer not tens of $1,000,000, but if you offer $10,000, not even a lot of money, you're going to get somebody out there because the crowdsourced audience is so large who comes up with something that's just outside the box. It's going to knock your socks off,
and it's going to be a 97 out of 100. So it's going to allow.
Here's another point. Sorry, let me just ruin your train of thought.
You're okay.
Super Bowl ads, like $30 billion for like 1 second.
Yeah.
So you outsource it, you go like but I just feel like that filter of the fans being able to vote is already telling you from a standard sample size what the best is, how we can react to it. We are already seeding the full expense of testing out in real time for people. Like you already have feedback.
That's it. You have focus groups.
Donating 100,000 people already.
Exactly. 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 There you go. There you go. You have built-in focus groups. You have built-in focus groups with this website, and on top of that, you're going to get people who really get into advertising and marketing, and they are going to be on this website all day just looking at new commercials that they like.
Why is that a benefit?
Oh, because it's more impressions on your brand for your brand. So basically, like you're trying to get the word out about what you're doing on social media, but the fact is, you're just going to get people who like your website enough that they're just going to be taking in all kinds, absorbing all kinds of commercials all day. And if they like something, they're going to take that link and they're going to put it on their social media. They're going to share it.
Yeah, the viral potential. So it also got like the network effects of this. It's also just like believable. Like it's probably 10 times greater than trying to ambush podcast people. You know,
Absolutely. Wait,
ambush.
hold on. Hold on.
I don't like it.
Hold on.
Because the amount of social media is just insane.
Hold on. Ambush podcasting.
Greatest media possible.
Ambush podcasting is still an excellent genre, and I still am the founder of that. But I agree. I agree. So I remember talking to this guy, and I said, "This isn't $1 million idea. This isn't $1 billion idea, but this is literally $1 trillion idea. It essentially will kill all. It won't necessarily kill, but it will significantly reduce the marketing uh, departments of the Fortune 500, but it gives them more opportunity to be able to spend more, and their advertising will be more on point. And so that's what they want. They're going to save, like, it's going to be really easy to go to McDonald's and say, look, you spend, I don't know, $500 million a year on marketing, and your marketing team costs you $50 million a year. We're going to say that you only need a marketing team of $5 million a year, and you're going to be able to reduce your marketing budget. If you want, you can even just use the money that you save to add to your marketing budget. But what you do is you're going to have more focused advertising, which is what you want. And they're going to say, that's exactly what we want. We want better advertising. And really, at a certain point, like if you know how these marketing agencies work, and I've worked alongside them, it's basically creative people. They're called creatives in a room, and they come up with really good ideas. But frankly, that's only like 5 or 10 people. Why not use 500 to 1,000 people to do the same work? It's $1 trillion idea.
I agree. It's funny that you live up to your slogan. By Rothschild will make you a trillionaire.
100%, dog.
Most people can't really say that about you. The proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely, baby. Now, what would I say to this guy who came in here and he'd be like, "Hey, you took my idea and gave it to Riser." He was not going to be able to say that. He knows this was my idea, I said he could run with it, but that doesn't mean that I can't help other people with it. And ideally, there's enough here that you both could start companies that could do this effectively. Who's to say that you can't have a buy me a coffee and a GoFundMe or um, an Uber and a Lyft? There's nothing that says that there can't be competition in this realm.
Yeah, the moment it gets any traction at all, big players of mine that are like, what the fuck is this? But it's going to be a question of is your growth of community that's going to compete with the lions of the world?
Well,
Which,
here's the
because
thing.
it's self-marketing, it's a pretty cheap. We already have like the network effect of the marketing too.
And it's just
Which is like the foundation of like anything successful whatsoever.
and it's just a website. It's not like you need a bunch of server space or anything like that. I have another really excellent
Farms are
nothing like that. Yeah. The one thing that you might have to do, or like I'm sure that there are things, but you have to protect yourself against botting because people will bot this like crazy, especially when money's
you
involved.
bought it yourself.
Absolutely. But
The only person allowed to buy it.
exactly. But here's the thing with it. Even if somebody bought something, at the end of the day, it's the company that's going to choose what they like. And I remember talking about this with that other guy. Is there will be something in the terms and conditions that says the company can do with your creation anything that they want. They just have to, uh, like, that's part of it. You're submitting this, and if a company likes it, they can take that idea and use it for something else. Like basically, that's art. It's like if you come up with a really good idea, but you don't win, and that company uses it on something else, they're allowed to do that. It's you don't own you don't you don't own anything in this world. So the idea would be that, but if you did win and the company wanted to, let's say they liked your 30-second commercial, but they had to get it down to a 15-second commercial, they can edit it down any way they want. So long as they pay you, then they can do with it what they wish.
And obviously the platform takes the money first as a deposit for
Yeah. So wait, this was the brilliant part of this. So Matt, you know how I said that you could take this guy wanted it, you had to take his cryptocurrency. And I was like, I wouldn't do that because like basically now you're competing with Bitcoin and all that other shit. Why not just accept Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency out there? Here's the beautiful thing. You know how I gave that story about first place for that video game competition got $100, second place got $50, and third through 10th got 25 Bitcoin. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, in the same way, you could, as the platform, say, we're going to take 10%. That's what I think I said. The you as a platform would make a lot of money doing this too because you take 10% of whatever um, the contest is. So let's say the contest is going to be $100,000 giveaway. Well, then to post it on your website, it's $110,000, and then you take $10,000. But what you could do is for someone who says, "Look, we have a cryptocurrency project. We don't know how much this is going to be. If it's going to be successful or whatever." You can say, what's the grand prize? And they can say the grand prize is going to be $1,000 in our coin. Okay, if you want as a platform, you can say, all right, we'll take $100, the 10% in your coin, and then you can run the contest any way you want. What that does for you is it diversifies your um, the your revenue streams, and you might have one of these coins become the next Ethereum or the next SPX 69,000 or whatever, and that makes you more money than everything else combined.
I mean, I know don't disagree with that necessarily. I think that there should be at least a brightly colored picture. And obviously, like, the website itself has to curate and have an algorithm that feeds like different advertising opportunities. So it can be filtered by category.
Doug, of course.
Crypto
You,
coins.
of course, filters would be so key in this. You can do it. You can buy newest, but the filter aspect is like a given. By newest, by largest to smallest, smallest to largest, newest to most to oldest.
Category.
Yeah, certainly categories.
Expiring soon.
Exactly, all that shit. I mean, but really good filters and searches, and like whether somebody's looking for a video or just a meme or a picture or whatever. But you got to imagine, like from the meme verse, like imagine you're I don't know, Burger King, and you say we just want a really good meme. Do you know how good people would come up with memes for Burger King if they were going to be paid $10,000? Do you know how creative people would get? Even though like it's just a picture, do you recognize that like this would be, and then Burger King is going to have this all over?
That's amazing.
It is, and then it's going to go viral because
Not even like video advertising, picture.
exactly, and then people are just going to post this, and then the meme becomes like a type of advertising for the company. Like okay, so on the radio, uh, okay, there's this thing, it's an unwritten rule, but basically, like, once you become a big enough company, or in the news in the United States as well, the company does not want to have to pay for advertising anymore. Basically, it feels that it's so big that it should just have organic advertising. So they'll come up with like I don't know, just something in the news, like Tesla. Tesla. How many Tesla ads have you ever seen in your entire life on television? Zero. But Tesla's a big enough name that they just make things that are newsworthy that become organic advertising for them on both television and radio. And what you're doing is the same thing. Basically, you're saying that your meme is so good that people don't even consider it advertising anymore. It's just become part of the nomenclature or part of the collective consciousness of the internet. So that it is subconsciously telling people go to Burger King or buy Burger King or whatever, but people are using it in text threads as jokes. That's what you want to do. Like basically not have to pay for advertising clicks. Have the people do that for you. I don't know. The thing is, it needs a really good. I covered it. That's all right. All right, right. Now I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to say something. He gone. Here he is. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Oh, you got? Did you change your microphone?
I'm walking on this like for a while now.
Okay.
A tree or something.
No, don't. Um. Okay, so I was saying that.
I heard your organic conversations naturally and because it's funny or relevant
Exactly.
is a
Exactly.
AI summary with
Exactly. Do you remember? This was like a year or two ago. McDonald's. I don't know. I don't eat there, but I did notice they had some kind of campaign that was like for some kind of I think it was some kind of anime thing, but they took the golden arches, which are usually like an M, and they flipped them upside down, and they were a W. Do you remember seeing this?
Uh, but
Okay, well,
I
even
mean, there's been a lot of McDonald's uh, like basically in just barely twisting where McDonald's or the logo to make it a burger or whatever, but it's really upside down.
okay, right, but okay, so they had this campaign where they were doing something, and they took the M and made it upside down. And then what they did is they partnered with like YouTube or Twitch or Kick or all three or something. And whenever you type the W in, like when you're like W for win, you know how people do that in the chat. It did the upside down McDonald's, or it could, and so people would do that, and so subconsciously they're getting all these advertisements for McDonald's, but they're not even recognizing it, and McDonald's isn't paying for that. Maybe initially they had some kind of partnership, but basically they were able to become part of the collective consciousness of these chats by just flipping their logo upside down to go from M to W for win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that was, I was just gonna say that like whether just advertisements for McDonald's, I heard that was natural was possibly the movie Supersize Me, which just I mean McDonald's probably had a lot of internet attention or just media attention. Supersize Me, and that's like completely McDonald's defense for everything for everything that it is. It's still just like organically attracted a lot of animals to McDonald's. Probably never really horrible.
Yeah, I
It's like the
disagree.
worst way
I,
possible.
I disagree.
To illustrate like that.
I disagree with that
How
take.
the power of the influence of brand
I disagree.
across their content.
I disagree with that take. It was not a good thing for McDonald's. When that movie came out, McDonald's lawyers fired.
That's what I was saying. Like, it's the worst way.
So here's the way. Okay, did you see the movie The Founder?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, dude, it's like my favorite movie of the last 10 years. It's amazing. So it's the story of Ray Kroc. Yeah, it's the story of Ray Kroc, and the entire thing is one big McDonald's advertisement. Yet people literally paid money to go watch an hour and a half long McDonald's advertisement, and they make McDonald's look better than the food. There's this fucking woman in this video or in this movie, and when she eats this fucking hamburger, she looks so beautiful. Like I've gone onto her IMDb to see like who is this woman. She's the way, and I remember like seeing like they made her like eat like this hamburger like 50 times, and she kept having to spit it out to get the right take. But man, when they got it, they got it. And that's just like perfect organic advertising. Okay, so have you ever seen? Well, they to make it look organic, I guess they. Uh, no, it's not a documentary. It's a motion picture, but it's amazing. I love it, and I think you would really like it. Well, it is, but it's manipulated. It's it's from it's how Ray Kroc stole McDonald's from the McDonald's brothers, and it shows Ray Kroc in a really good light, but does not show the true story of what really happened. Basically, the McDonald's brothers were supposed to have 1% of McDonald's equity in perpetuity, and it was a handshake deal, and but there was like no proof of it. So that's a perfect example. If that conversation had been on camera, those McDonald's brothers could be like, "Hey, you fucked us out of 1% of ownership of all of McDonald's, but they didn't have it on camera. With that being said, I mean, this isn't a wonderful example of this, but it is a pretty good example. Have you seen The Office before? I know you're not in love with it, but there's one scene where,
I love the author.
oh, you do? Oh, apologies. I did not know that. Maybe it was somebody else. Okay, because we don't talk about it a lot, and I love that show. I've seen it like a billion times, and I've listened to the podcast, all kinds of shit. Okay, so there's an episode where everybody in the office is, you're cutting out. Can you repeat that? Are you cutting out or am I cutting out? You're cutting out because I can hear my other device. Can you repeat that? I can't hear you if you're talking. Roger. Okay, what'd you say? Roger.
I said American, the UK version of the Office, or the American?
I like the American one, but I also like the UK one. Okay, but the American one. Okay, so all of the people in the office were trying to set up Michael with a like a potential girlfriend. And Kevin, the fat accountant guy, um,
Yes.
writes on a piece of paper or something, a telephone number with the name Wendy. And Michael calls and says, "Hello, is Wendy available?" And they're like, "This is a Wendy's, the restaurant." Okay, the idea. Have you heard the phrase? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Have you heard that? Okay, well, it's become like in the lexicon of the internet. When somebody just goes crazy on somebody, they'll just be like, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Basically, like, calm your jets. Like, there's no reason to overreact. Well, guess what? Every time somebody says that, Wendy's is subconsciously in the consciousness of whatever person does this. So, what does this all get back to? To this website, basically, you're going to be able to crowdsource a lot of these ideas much easier and not have to pay some giant marketing company that's going to get you an 85 out of 100 or 89 out of 100 or a 92 out of 100. It's going to get you a 99 out of 100 or a 98 out of 100 or a 100 out of 100. You're going to hit home runs. Basically, you're going to be able to say to the Fortune 500, we're going to be able to have you be able to be marketed in a much better way. And you're going to be able to test market this. You're going to be able to have a really great story as well. Hey, we changed somebody's life. We had our Super Bowl commercial. We had it was created by a, a 19-year-old college student, and they won $100,000 for their education.
They're a millionaire now. So they spend $10 million or $8 million. I don't know how much it is.
But exactly,
Maybe, yeah.
exactly. So
There's a lot of money.
they could. So you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Yeah, it's an excellent idea.
I know I waited this many years to tell me about this idea. I appreciate that it's coming to the surface now.
Yeah, it was 4 months ago.
Having
Look, I've come.
it's like the easiest thing, but it's not like technologically like complex to build. It's not an AI model that needs all this exclusive data. You know, it's like custom
That's it.
with links,
With
like 9-year-old could probably.
it just needs basically embedded links that allow you to see what like what what the what that link consists of, and you could vote on it, you could filter it, you can click on somebody's profile and see their previous, just like you have with Reddit, their previous posts. You can see what else they've posted on. Um, it's
It could potentially. Well, let me pose this question first. I was going to say, potentially people will see someone do an advertisement, and I just skip the whole first thing and just say, hey, you did a really great job with the Pepsi ad. Do my ad or do this. It's like nothing. But that's just one little thing. But potentially it would be. I mean, say no.
wait, wait,
Um,
wait. Can we take on that idea of Pepsi saying, "Hey, I saw what you did for McDonald's. We just want you to do ours." They can do that already on Instagram, so it's not like they don't already have that competition. But here's the thing: who's to say that the person who Pepsi chooses, who did the original McDonald's ad, is going to be better than if they just crowdsource it? Again, it's going to be the one person versus 1,000 other people, and there's a very good chance that one of those 1,000 other people builds an ad better than the person who they stole from the McDonald's ad. Does that make sense?
yeah, no, I agree. I just like that they could select them to control content. That's
Okay,
what somebody else.
and if
From
they
a mathematical standpoint, it's in their best to not do that.
exactly, if they do that, if they steal the person from McDonald's, they might get a 94 out of 100 on the commercial that the person does, which is really great. But guess what? It's not going to be a 99 like they will if they crowdsource it.
The 99 is going to be the these memes of grade culture forgotten about.
Exactly.
So the,
I can tell you. I can tell you when I was a kid, I, there are a lot of people like I get emotional about marketing. I really do. So there's an advertisement. American United Airlines used to play the song. Was um, it was George Gershwin. Uh, uh, this one, George
I
Gershwin
asked you about
Blue
advertising before. I was like, are you
Rhapsody in Blue.
advertising? And they're like, yeah,
No, I didn't say that. I'm the best marketer in the world. It's the thing. The thing is, there's not a lot of money in it. Well, there's not a lot of money in being a creative. There's a lot of money if you can utilize it to your for a company. There's a lot of money in that. Okay, so what I want you to do, if you would, uh, go to. I'm not even going to look at the 1980s airline Rhapsody in Blue. All right. So the United Airlines is to um, advertise with this song, and it was like it's George Gershwin, which is in like the public domain. And when you read the comments on what this is, it's like it's very powerful. And I remember like 3 or 4 years ago, I was on my street, and I had tears rolling down my face of what this commercial meant to me and what it meant to America and the world. A plane could get you anywhere in the world, and I mean, I hate to say it, like I get emotional when I think about it, how marketing can really affect you or affect a person. I'm going to send it to you and just read the comments. Like I'm moved. There are people who are just bawling because of this commercial, and what I'm saying is, or an airline, not even an aircraft, an airline. Just watch what I say.
at you, and it's literally just planes and music in the background. But it makes me want to cry right now. It's because I get all these emotions of what it was like to be on a plane as a child, and to think like what the future would be of the world, and just it makes me want to cry now.
Just ain't the scary food.
Exactly. I think that people will eat my phone if it's watched properly. Um, so go to yeah, you have to finish this. Um, okay, so go to your Discord messages and just watch this. It's 69 seconds. It's nothing. It's nothing special. But here we are, 40 years later, and I'm talking about this advertisement, and you think I'm passionate about it? Read the comments.
I think, like, I don't think I'll be able to.
That's okay.
Start with it. What is on that?
What are you talking
Oh my God, I was looking for
about? Just watch them. Watch it.
thing at in my comments. I don't understand like that I could sometimes on a scale of like to like final moments, but in my opinion,
I
I
understand.
think that's not saying that like it was in some things that had a lot of meaning.
So, I'm crying right now. There are a couple other versions of it, but they all. The thing that makes it brilliant is there are no words. You can show this ad anywhere in the world, and people understand it. It's about flying in a plane. So the one that sticks out with me is I believe 1980. And you're going to be like, I don't get it. That's okay. You didn't live. But when you recognize that, like, to fly in the sky is such an amazing gift that we have that we really like we take advantage of. We don't give it a second thought. But like the generations before us did not have this ability to be able to. You have to risk your entire life to be able to travel, and now it's just so easy. But especially in 1988. Okay, go to the one I just sent you in 1988, and I'm not even looking at the comments, but I'm sure they're going to be the same thing. They've like, here's comments are turned off, of course. But the thing, yeah, just go to it.
Children.
So that's how you used to be able to just send your kids. I can remember we would be on a flight to like the East Coast, and people would just have like 7-year-old kids on the flight, and they were going to see their grandparents. Like things pre 9/11 were much different.
So people actually
It used to be pre 9/11. Pre 9/11, parents would buy a ticket for their kid and just get them on the plane, and then the grandparents would be on the other side. But I can remember my parents would like just keep an eye on these kids, to make sure that like nothing happened. So you're gonna be like, I don't get it. I don't get that commercial. I understand you don't get it. You didn't live through it. If you lived through it, there are those of us who are passionate about advertising and it brings a tear to our eyes. And I'm saying that commercial happened 40 years ago. It even doesn't even have words in some of it. Yet I'm talking about it. That's the kind of advertising that you can be able to get if you crowdsource.
Yeah, but you agree. My next business, which I have an answer for,
I don't know, baby.
and I can already I think perhaps that this could be because I'm very biased about social media, like on my Instagram account. I don't want to post pictures that are and on my cryptocurrency Twitter account, I don't post non-currency or crypto, non-crypto posts. And this contest method would perhaps uh, deter big creators from doing it. And I understand that they may have totally different viewpoints on that they put on, especially for contests where nothing is guaranteed. Some of them could be like, yeah, I don't want to put anything out there that I'm not going to do. Or other people can be open minded, like, contest, here's my advertisement, this job people deli sandwich. It's the greatest thing ever. You should go check it out. And did a really good job. So I'm curious how you think bigger bigger creators are. And I do like the platform. It's kind of like just Robin Hood platform of giving back to anyone in the world potentially. And so maybe it's a good thing that large creators don't change their feed with lottery contests that makes them look like perhaps cheap or something, even though they're just exercising their.
Yeah. So
But
just create a burner account. Your question is like 14 minutes long. So just create a burner account. It's fine. No one says it has to be on your main account.
okay, someone famous like Johnny Depp creates a burner account to start doing these like little contests. People are gonna see that it's not Johnny Depp either way. I guess if your primary goal is just structure, you just get no.
Exactly.
But that was really the question. The question was like how large creators are going to how receptive large creators are to this kind of platform, given the participate will be incentivized to not paid or same rules basically for any person.
Yeah, they're gonna love it. It's gonna be free money to them. So basically, they're gonna be able to say, "All right,
Oh wait, this could be bad though because someone with 1 million followers could go to the video and they say, "Oh, fan base, go upload it, like get a prize," and then how are you
no." So here's the thing.
going to deal with that?
Here's the thing. No matter how many votes your project gets, no matter how many votes, that doesn't mean that it necessarily wins. It's the company that chooses. So they can have 100,000 people vote on their thing, and they will only win the fan contest element, which doesn't have the grand prize. It's just basically a feather in their cap, which is great. It's like Reddit karma. Okay, so you've got a lot of Reddit karma. It doesn't necessarily do anything for you. But the little guy who comes up with a better idea, and the company chooses that as their choice, that person's going to win the money. That's what matters.
But you think that it's better to have multiple prizes of the top. I guess you basically it would really kind of
You can do whatever you want.
away
You can do whatever you
the voting
you can,
system if your rewarding prize is what you vote on. Vote have to be elected by whoever has the company. And that way it's just the best advertisement. So no fan of vote.
that's the beauty of it. But
Be big too easily.
wait, that's the beauty of it. But it's in the best interest of the company to also give a smaller prize to fans input, so that you do have a marketer or you do have an influencer who has 100,000 followers push their uh, audience to your website. So let's say, how would it break?
Right.
How would
Yeah,
it
it would be positive and free going
exactly?
next to nothing.
Exactly. So how could you do it? You could say, "Hey, our grand prize is going to be a $10,000 grand prize. That's to the winner. We're also going to get $1,000 in cash to the fan vote, which is a serious contest. And what is your platform going to make? $1,100. So you're going to get 10% of everything that the company runs for the contest. So, you know, they're going to have $11,000 in prizes, $10,000 for the grand prize, and $1,000 for the vote, and you get 10% of that. So all in all, to the company, it's going to cost them $12,100, and they're going to get 99 out of 100 advertisement that people are going to be talking about 40 years from now. It's win-win, and on top of that, they're going to have huge influencers who are going to be sending their audiences to your website to vote for them in a popularity contest. It's great.
And one of the things that really shit and that's there now on the internet
You can always
is advertising technically.
no, no, no. You can no. You can. Well, there's that idea. You can always hide it. You're the one running the contest. You just like with like a tweet. If you tweet something and somebody sits in there and bashes you, you can say hide this tweet or hide this response. See, the thing is, you want to make
You
it.
say it's kind of like pay to win and it's like if you submit it might disincentivize people from submitting if there's only a first prize on the other prize just goes up. It's nothing they can do with it. Never gonna get the small prize, so it's like why that
Wait, you're thinking of going only for the big contest. They're going to be small mom and pop contests that if somebody puts some work into it, they're going to win. And then that means that their profile is going to get more badges and recent wins. And if they have a quality ad,
there's social media like will grow as it appears like the company is gonna promote their social media as well. So there's a there. You get a
that's exactly right.
I go viral, so there's
That's exactly right. And and imagine you're watching the Super Bowl, and in the corner it says courtesy of at Riser on X. Like, do you know how big a deal that would be? Wait, do you know how big of a deal that would be? You know that you'd get every creator on the internet basically who would be like, dude, I could be in a Super Bowl commercial.
in my it's like the commercial.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need to. If Coca Cola said, look, we're not going to pay anything for anybody's content, but we will put your handle in one of our commercials. You get 100,000 people who came up with really good Coca-Cola ads.
And how in the fuck do you zero those? Like, I guess there's a cost about that Coca-Cola.
No, you don't. You have the audience sift through them. So people will upvote and say, I like this one or whatever. And then you have a marketing person who just looks at the top 100 and it's like, okay, these are really good. And then they bring them to their team and say, these are the top 10 that we like. Let's choose one. And then that's the winner. It's really not hard. I mean, truthfully, you don't have to look at 3,000 submissions. You're going to let the audience do the work for you. They're going to upvote, and sure, maybe somebody's going to manipulate some things, and that's cool. But you are going to basically have your marketing person look at the top 100. So that's like there's a good chance that you can get some small organic creators in there, and if they have a good ad, that thing's going to take off, and it's going to be really upvoted highly. And it's like the top comment of Reddit. Sometimes somebody's got such a good top comment that people write at below it thread closed. Nobody can come up with something better than this. And you're gonna have somebody who does that with their social media post. And on top of that, um, you may have someone who's like, let's say they come up with a really good idea, like whatever you said. Coca-Cola girl, big boobs, Lamborghini. Okay, cool. And they submit that on a Monday. And then somebody comes in on a Thursday and just takes their idea. The crowdsourcing of this can say, look, the one that came up on Thursday just stole Monday's idea, and we have proof of it because it's on this website. So don't upvote Thursdays, upvote Monday. Exactly. And currently on social media, there isn't like a system that allows you to do that. Basically, if somebody gets traction with a reel or an Instagram reel or a post or something in TikTok or a YouTube short, other people just take that and make their own thing out of it. With your system or whatever this is, you can literally say, "Yo, dog, you stole this idea from this person. They put the submission in on this time, but if it's different enough, then other people are going to say, no, it's different and it's a better ad anyway. Vote for Thursday." And that's part of the dynamic of this. And at the end of the day, their vote doesn't fucking matter at all. It's what the corporation likes. And that's the beauty of it. This guy who I talked to like 4 months ago, he's like, um, and whatever it is, the winner we would have it so that the company has to use whatever they choose, whatever the people choose. And I said, that's not a good idea because you get people in there who upvote really stupid stuff. I even told them the story. I said, "Do you know about Bodie McBoatface?" He's like, "No, what's that?" And I'm like, basically, there was a governmental organization that said we're going to allow people to name the boat of our like Coast Guard ship or whatever it was, like England or something, and you can name it whatever you want. So they put the vote out to the people, and the people voted Bodie McBoatface, and that was not something that they wanted on the government vote. So they call it something else, but it's like affectionately known as that. So what's the Bodie McBoatface story? And he's like, no, I never heard of that, but that makes a lot of sense. So Bodie McBoatface is the internet famous nickname that emerged from a 2016 UK public gaming contest for a new polar research vessel. The National Environmental Research Council launched a poll to engage the public, expecting serious suggestions of Shackleton or Discovery.
voting in vote rates again. And that's like the thing, like Elon Musk says, like the most ironic answer is the one that potentially each other. The day quickly went viral, fueled by social media, and surged to the top of the poll with 124,000 votes, far ahead of any other entry. You're going to get that. Well, what if Coca-Cola doesn't? Yeah, I remember that. Right, exactly. So that's what you're going to run into. You don't want Coca-Cola having to deal with voting and vote fee. But if you allow Coca-Cola to choose the winner, they don't have to go voting and vote fee. Maybe voting and vote fee is really popular, and Coca-Cola wants to use it later. They can do that, but they can give the winner out to the serious entry that they want.
Okay. Oh, there's also like, but it's like unrelated. Okay, let me say it this way. Yeah.
Say whatever you want, baby.
Like, like have like this joke in my mind where it's like, is the website for this going to look like a course where class looks everywhere? And then also like a exception marketing thing is like whatever the name of the thing is, whatever is that like the concept of that is like paradoxical that you have of like a company who advertise other companies like circular over there.
We have multiple questions. What's the layout gonna look like? Um, it'll probably
Just some silly observation.
It'll probably look like uh yes.
This car with just logos everywhere.
No,
As on the
well, I mean, if you want to consider it that, it'll probably look like Imager. Do you know what Imager looks like?
in there.
Okay, so maybe they've changed it. 'Cause I used to go there all the time. It used to be my favorite website, but they changed it. So I like never go there anymore. But basically, if you go to their webpage, their like homepage, it's just a bunch of squares, and you can choose on anything that you want. And the squares change their like with popularity, and then you can filter stuff. But the filters have to be really good. So it would have to be like by submission, by submitter, people who have a certain amount of karma, people like big contests, small contests, different categories, how many times a company has posted, all that shit. Like more filters than anything. So you'd be able to just find whatever you want. And if you're a small time creator, I mean, I even said this to this guy, I even said this to this guy, if you wanted to and you were talented, you could make a living just doing these contests if you were good. If you're like a video editor, if you wanted to, you could make a living out of just doing this because you win two or three $10,000 contests over the course of a year. That's a pretty good salary for just
Yeah, I mean,
for just
for
sitting at home.
substantial size, yeah. I mean, if there's just so many entries, odds go down, the more the price goes up.
Then there's the idea: get good, then see what's been winning, and then start moving in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. It's like it's not entirely the market decides, but market influences the that's idea of the rise.
I'm in agreement with.
Even like
We're,
that's very funny. Much funding is needed even for this $0 basically.
um, So the beautiful thing
I
is
always,
you're not putting up any money for the content. The other
and also the interest that you get from like these contests last for say 30 days, a week, 10 years or whatever. Like you're holding money in that interest,
yeah, that's great.
free interest of just holding money. I guess it'd be like it's in the website most interests you have, and not just possibly you may not to be interested in possibly. I mean, if there's a line of a 3 month competition, like I'm gonna say those for last. I lose engagement in this too.
No, I mean you get people who say who will want to have the longest account on there or the longest contest on there.
Which companies do you approach first to interest to in particular? Like, do you go straight? I mean, the thing is, like, before you even approach a company, like, next scenario, user goes just like the user base for people to even like be aware that they exist. So how do you actually get the ball rolling with the thing?
Yeah, I mean you can just start with small startups and say, hey, we want you
Local restaurants.
yeah, we want you to just host a contest and you don't even have to pay any money for this. Just give away $100 gift certificate, and we're going to have local artists who come up with social media posts for you, and you choose the best one. And it's no, you don't even have to give out money. You just have to give out like a little food or something like that, and you're going to get people from all over the community who come up with really great advertising, and it's going to be grassroots.
Yeah, you only moderation to moderate the company that they submitted.
Not really. Not, I mean, a little bit, but here's the thing: if it's going to be okay for Instagram, because that's where the link's going to come from, or Reddit, or TikTok, it will
Yeah,
likely
which submit the video?
just your major social media platform.
So broad spectrum be hosted.
Exactly, and that gives people that's going to allow you to dominate the internet because you're going to have like a bunch of different places from which to choose, and um, it's going to help Instagram and YouTube and all those places because it's going to get them a lot of clicks. People, you may just be able to embed the video on your website, but people would be able to click through and go to YouTube and see what the comments say and go to the person's profile on YouTube. It's win-win.
I'd imagine that most of those major platforms have conflict because that's otherwise.
Yeah, and if not, then there could be a way to just take a screenshot, and so you have to host some images. No big deal. That's not that expensive.
And if you're like viral instantly, came out with a contest, like yeah, this advertisement for Twitch was like 30 grand.
That's
I
right.
literally one little like click and like a big company, and I just like it's so bad. We do need users uh, to begin with before it happens. So I'm just wondering the fastest way to get there. And yeah, contact. Okay, so maybe I feel like food is like ideal. Just because the menu item would be difficult to actually like showcase something, but there's a billion different types of stuff. Taxis or whatever. Um, yeah.
All right, big dog. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, we gotta grab five.
Yeah, dog. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but what were you gonna ask?
Yeah, or
No, it's a fucking $1 trillion idea. It's first to market. It's whatever, But even for anybody who comes up with it, just like FanDuel has DraftKings and Coca Cola has Pepsi and uh, you TikTok has like everybody's got
it's not a
company.
patentable idea. It's patentable.
You know, and it's just a website, so it is
I
like
mean, it's Facebook.
oh, all you have to do is just add a feature and then it's a different patent. So it doesn't make sense really to patent software.
Right before this main talk, which I appreciate you pouring your ideas out. I just I'm super stoked about this one because I know a working idea what
Yeah, and ambush
it's like
interviewing, ambush interviewing is big. All right, so next time we speak, let's come up with a really good idea for the name. Here's the thing, though. I'll tell you this, Racer. You try a lot of different things, and you've got to see it through. So if you really think that this is the idea that's going to change your life, you've got to pour yourself into it and see it through. Excellent.
I
That's very big of you to say. That,
I don't even
that's very big of you to say. Oh, I want to commend you for recognizing that.
like what I suck at committing.
Um, no, both. That you recognize that you suck at committing, but the thing is, you've got a good head on your shoulders, so you can commit to something and become successful with it. You just cut her out, and I think that you sound motivated.
It's not necessarily I think belief drives a lot of my behavior, and the belief starts to fizzle.
I,
The belief is like I didn't really know you back then, but literally for like arguably like since 2017 to like 2023, like 6 years of my life, all I was doing was paying my door for chain insurance and like different applications for blockchain insurance, and just like accessible like on a daily basis, like forest fire transmission insurance, different insurance, all these insurance. I was just deconstructing about it. I was figuring out, oh hey, instead of basing it on the wind, we should base it on the like the computer consequences of this applied to all sorts of renewable things. And I basically decided to stop saying that because the nature of the insurance industry is very loaded and like very difficult to treat, and it's just complex
I get it. I'm saying that you have a $1 billion idea with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time as well. All that took from you is to literally go into X spaces and promote it, and that's just, like, but that's $1 billion idea too.
I appreciate that. It hasn't designed that it was published an article today, but the belief in it, like now that I out of that mindset, I'm motivated to keep looking at it. And also, like, I didn't tell you this, but literally today, like 2 hours ago, I checked my followers. Guy with like 7,000 followers who followed me. Another guy with like 30,000 followers, 30,000 followers.
That's
I
great.
see that, like these are not like small people that are following me. They're following me because there's people that are healing, basically. Somehow they construct in their mind and together of what the premise is that they are at least serious enough to
That's great.
little shit like that kind of like I'm on the right track. And if you're not getting any signal back to continue to log into the reality, you have like the I don't know, you just have like very thick skin and something. You're not like on the surface ever, like obsessed that you're not gone viral or whatever, but you're just like it's all I'm heard of it, universal work and stuff. But I bet you there could you fucking have a million people lined up, and it was just like a competition of who starts streaming your life 24/7, and then just like who's gonna outlast. Like I don't know how many people would be standing. Out of a million people would be standing up for like 4 years, like you are.
Well, thank you. Thank
I know
you.
a lot of people would just give up after like day 3, week fucking 1, week fucking 2. It's like the Mr. Beast position, just axes and fucking into the fire. All these people, right here, like 98% of the people are gone after like, and then it's just like the insanely like dedicated people.
You're exactly right. Well, thank you for your high praise. I can tell you, it would be one thing to say, "Oh, I've made it 4+ years. Oh, like I can't wait for it to be over." Fuck no, I'm the opposite. I get stronger every day. I love it more and more with each day. I appreciate it even more than when I first started doing it, and have committed to this for life. The other guy in here, the spirit man, he wants to do it for the rest of his life. But he's kind of like, we only have 6 months to be able to go viral. Like, we have to do it. Like, he's got a lot of other things that why he thinks he should go viral and stuff. And I recognize that there are those kind of people who feel like they need to push it, but I don't. I feel as if the world or like the universe has a divine plan, and I'm part of it. And I know it'll come. I know that. I mean, I'm 40 years old right now. If I continue to do this, and I'm a little old man, somebody out there is going to be like, "Oh yeah, I saw this motherfucker 30 years ago, and they're still going." I mean, I still get that from people who are like in my YouTube chat, like, "I can't believe you're still going." You're absolutely correct. I am still going. And when I say that this is what I've dedicated my life to, I mean it. But I also know that the benefit of this is so huge. In addition to like, oh, I have like an archive of my life, it has the possibility to make me the richest person ever, the most desirable bachelor of all time, and the most famous person ever, and the most memorable person in history. Why wouldn't I try it?
but it is true. I find like an absurd amount of fame and fortune, like really like twist people into going down very disability rabbit holes, like Britney Spears or Macaulay Culkin or reels of Shia LaBeouf acting like a complete maniac jackass and not really being sane. And it's almost like a curse in a way. That's like people and Justin Bieber. I don't think Justin Bieber is not. He probably has had a breakdown from the fame. They're just like at the very least, his fame is like seems like it really annoys him. He's not how he treats the people in us thinking like he's just bleeding with us. He could just leave him alone. But they're just like stalking him and God doesn't make me
I'm not too worried about it. Their fame depended upon people, depended on them doing concerts and like being in the public. Like, and I do have quite a bit of footage with me, live streaming IRL. But generally, I could do this for the rest of my life, just hotel room. Um, like I could, basically remain as anonymous as I want. I just, basically go outside with a mask and people might not necessarily know. It's like I don't have to perform at concerts. I don't have to make myself that to the public if I don't want to. But I would. I feel it on my shoulders. And I think I'd be able to handle it. But anytime that I don't want to be on camera, I can just turn them off. Like there's nothing that I say that I have the longest streak in global history. That I don't. I eventually want it, but that's a lot of stress. I don't want that. I want the most amount of data. That's what I
society. But snowboarder and Olympic athlete, like a cartel member and have like a huge FBI connection. Some guy on YouTube was like, and the police are very patient and they're like, we don't think that this guy is gonna like pass in like a bunker in Mexico, but he stands out like a sore himself. Like he's a 6'4" white guy living in Mexico. He's gonna just like slip up and we're gonna catch him. And I think he didn't just get caught like 3 weeks ago or like a month ago. Inside or something. Yeah, I think most people. I mean, it's also an interesting conundrum. And me personally, I feel like digital threat on the internet, like, or people not to better those parts to me. Like, I find for relationships over the internet to just like be like incredibly but some people that are socially isolated and have like internet have like very social skills that it seems like it's like their life potentially more than someone who is interacting with people in real life. It's not that kind of thing. Do you have any? Sorry if you want to go sleep.
No, you're okay. I have, yeah, I mean, I have generally been a popular person IRL. Um, Growing up in school, I always had a lot of friends. As a young adult, I had lots and lots of friends. Social media started, and I had more friends than my friends on Facebook when it first started. And so I've been able to see the growth of social media, but also within my community, I have religious friends, I have non religious friends. and then having dedicated myself to the live stream, I can use the skills that I've built from my IRL social uh, uh, behavior and be able to utilize that in on the internet. And I mean, it's just like I am in agreement with you. I get an immense uh, amount of benefit from the people with whom I'm around, and it's certainly a unique relationship that I've built with many of these people. But I I basically see when I was born as a really unique time. I mean, I was born in 1985. I was able to see the world without any internet, without any computers, and then I mean, we had computers, but it wasn't like everybody had computers, and the personal computer was still new, uh, and wasn't that popular. But then the growth of the beginning of the internet, and so I mean, like I remember a time when there was pre-computer, at least pre-personal computer, and then to move through to where we are today, where we're literally connected 24/7. Um, I think it's a beautiful time to have had the best of both worlds, or at least had um, the ability to witness the changeover. I know that, like, in terms of data, something like the year 2003 or something like that, digital data, the amount of digital data in the world overtook analog data. And I was there for that. Like basically, all of the films of the past and all of the video cassettes of the past, everything were overtaken in about the year 2002, 2003 or so, in terms of the digital formation and digital data. And I then have been able to see the birth of the internet, the birth of social media, the birth of the smartphone, um, and I've I've seen how people react, and I mean, it's one of the reasons why I don't want to talk to children in these discords. Uh, Firstly, I don't think it's appropriate for adults to be talking about children. Secondly, they're just not on, we're not on the same maturity level. And while there are some, young people who are mature, they just don't have the social skills to be able to hang with me. And I frankly would find them to be somewhat of an annoyance. Um, there are some people, though, I don't want to put down all adolescents, but generally, there's like no respect for elders. There's like certainly the I the online anonymity allows them to feel like they can say anything to anyone that they want. Um, in my day, that just was not something that existed. You respected your elders, you respected your mother and your father. There were many two parent families. I mean, mostly two parent families, and you had good role models in your media generally. There wasn't a breakdown of the nuclear family, and now I see what society is, and I can't blame these people, the youth of today. It's just the only thing that they've ever known. But like in 1991, you wouldn't go up to a random stranger and just yell 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", but people will do that in 2026, um, whether they feel like they're
Yeah,
being rude or not.
it's it's crazy that like you went from your parents, your generation, you went from your parents parenting you, but now in this generation, it's like the internet is parenting you.
That's a
I think parents have to do like a very, we should be wary of words that are lurking on the internet. There's have to be paranoid about it. But they should be, you know, there should be some like basic safety in place that just seems like they're made to unfiltered almost to be safe. And there's like a lot of crap on, yeah, there's a lot of great things, like whole giant garbage content too that they're training data. my AI model is just gathering information from, coming into a whole variable groups and actions, mine, and it's kind of dangerous.
You said something very insightful. Yes, the internet has become the parent of children today, and in previous generations, people made the argument that the television had become the parent of uh, previous generations. Perhaps in my generation, the computer, not necessarily the internet. Um, Basically, like, and then you get screen time. Like a generation prior to me, screen time wasn't a phrase that was used. My generation, it wasn't used until recently. But in today's generation, the youth of today, they're being asked at the doctor, like, when you take a little, like a 3 or 4 year old child, the doctor asks the parents, what kind of time are they spending on the screen? That seems bizarre to me, but that's a serious question that's asked by pediatricians today. Um, and like, how can we limit that? And uh, I personally think that the youth of today is very disrespectful, but the people prior to me felt my generation was that way, and the generation prior to them felt that it's societal. Um, but there there's certainly a breakdown in when I was reading or I was listening to something on Roblox today. Like, I've never played Roblox. I don't really know anything about it. I think I really don't. I want to say it's like Lego, but that's Minecraft, which I really don't know too much about either. But Roblox has its own currency. I know that. I know that as microtransactions. I know that, and I know that the average player of it, I think like 40% of all Roblox players are under 13. And um, to me, there's a major issue to allow a child under 13 to be able to be on the internet in like chat rooms and in like groups. Like, do you know how manipulative people can be in these things, especially if there aren't safeguards that say you have to be like this is only a chat for 14, like people under age 13. It would almost be like imagine kids on the playground who are talking in circles, and then all of a sudden a 40-year-old person can come up and just talk in that circle and use any language that they want. And then an 18-year-old kid can come in there and just, or 18-year-old adult comes in there and just starts yelling, the N word or using the term bitch or something like that. Like, it's absolutely the Wild West. Um, and that's why, like, if I had to advocate for it, I would not change the internet at all. I would allow the internet to continue to be free, but I would offer parents software that limits the internet for their children. So, for instance, like, you just it would use optical character recognition software so that you would just never see the term fuck anywhere if you were a child, or the term, any of the cuss words. Um, you it would
Honestly, that seems like pretty basic software I haven't really heard of them, but like really whitelist the websites that they're allowed to go to, or have some filter. I mean, it's like YouTube Kids, but like that of like approved websites.
yes, but even with YouTube Kids, I could go in and use and be like the username. There are ways around things. Like I could make my username like uh like fuck me 69. You know what I mean? Like, and YouTube still allows
You
that.
shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Right. No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is people will come up with things instead of being fuck me 69, they might make it FUKME 69. So with optical character recognition, you could just limit all of these things. And they do offer there are companies that offer this software. It's just not highly purchased or utilized because it's an extra, it's an extra cost for parents. Exactly. And it doesn't always work that well. And I understand that, but I personally would say if I were president, I would say that every household in America should be able to get this software either at a reduced rate or for free if you don't meet the minimum requirements. If you have a child in the household under age 18 or certainly under age 13, I want children to be able to use tablets and do all that kind of stuff, and that's cool. But we would force software to be able to block them from all of the things that they should be on. Well, what does that mean? That
So
be
yeah,
that
like the same thing of just like having just like an open world. Anyone can go on Roblox basically. Like most people are fine or whatever, but like a handful of strangers that are predators that have access to children that can do harmful things. Like, if they're coming in for being by the law, like, or if they're just saying like, hey, it's the parents that need to not let their kid access game that allows chats. Like, uh,
I
what the perfect solution is.
well, it's a software that limits it. Now, how does that stop some kid from getting on his parents' cell phone or computer or whatever? That's why you'd have to have like um, there are passwords that you can put on things. But if you want to give a child a tablet, YouTube Kids is not good enough. It really needs to be software that takes over the whole system so that nothing that they see is going to be uh,
I thought YouTube Kids is curated just like
oh, it is. It is. But what I'm saying is, if you give a kid an iPad with YouTube Kids on it, but it still has the App Store available, all they have to do is click on the App Store. They're going to see games with women with giant cleavage and even just cartoon characters, and it's going to open up their minds to things. Basically, I'm saying you should have the entire device locked down for people who are under age 13. Um, YouTube Kids, though,
yeah.
even in itself, I know when I first started streaming, there's a thing when you create a YouTube stream that says, "Is this for kids?" And I would write yes, not thinking that it's going to put me on the YouTube Kids app. It wasn't not okay for kids. It was like just me sitting in my room. So what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
It
I mean,
should
you
have.
should tell you that either.
It
Like,
doesn't.
tell the truth.
It doesn't. And so I got these parents who would come into my chat and they're like, "What are you doing, cussing on the stream?" And I was like, "For I don't know if it was that, but it was just like, how is this kids content?" And I'm like, and that was only for like the first couple weeks that I did that. But I was like, "Well, it's not for kids." Um, and so then I had to change it. So I remember thinking to myself, is this that's not the right question to ask. Is this for kids? It should be uh basically the question I think I rephrased it as something like um uh does this content or does this content feature anything that should not be seen by anyone under age 18 or something like that. It was like more specific, just not is this for kids? Um well it's not for kids. I mean anyway. Um uh I just I don't think that even YouTube. I mean, if you watch YouTube Kids stuff, they put some really weird stuff on there. Like on, it's like creepy. If you watch YouTube children's channels, there are some really creepy channels. And they say that they're for kids, but they'll like do weird things with cartoon do weird things with cartoon characters. So again, I just think that there should be software that takes over the whole system that blocks children from being able to use it.
Have you heard of AlphaGate?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. That kind of shit. Exactly. All right. I'm gonna leave it at that, my friend. I've got to Yeah, right. I'll look it up.
Are you actually going to be up? Because I was just setting it. I might set like 5:30. I think I ought to get up exactly.
I'm not even. It's like I know if I did, I would just go. But you never know. I might awake at like 4 in the morning and then I might end up watching it. So you never know. If you do watch it,
With the discussion.
absolutely. And the $1 trillion idea, I just give out like fucking candy.
Publicly shaming the company on its success.
Well, isn't that funny?
Verifiable data.
Hey, isn't that a funny like backup? I mean, it would be like somebody going on Shark Tank and all of the sharks are like, no, we're not going to buy your thing, and then they came out 6 months later with the same idea. The person could just be like, dude, I was just on Shark Tank 6 months ago. You stole my idea. That's essentially what I'm doing right
I'm sure. Yeah, a lot of ideas. That's crazy, but it doesn't exist.
now. I agree.
Which is astounding to me after I digested the idea. Like, why?
I don't know. I do not know. All right, Biggie. Take care, sweet dreams,
Later.
and USA.
Later.
Peace. Shout out to Riser, everybody.
Like, uh, yeah, I did it like really. So, this is the point of it. You have to go for an hour, 5 minutes. I was loving it. Great. I was going back. That's a lot of guys. That's all. Some guys. Yeah. But when I went out, because they keep this energy for hours. You have to pace. It has to be hills and valleys. You have to. Yeah. And then they also don't really have material because they're basically just past 15 minutes all the time. Yeah, true. I wasn't really stand up podcast. I was podcast more, and then it was pretty funny. I was like, yeah, so I started doing that. So I for how long? Months and months. I went. I was like, I would go and try stuff. My first one, I for like 2 months, 2.5 somewhere else. It was the most insane thing. Like really sort of fun. Did you ever listen to audio and I would listen to John Down. It was the most back into it. That was the experience after COVID. There was a about 4 or 5 months. It was so weird. Just hadn't done stand up like space people out. So ridiculous. We were doing shows inside, and we did one weekend, and then I got super paranoid. I'm like, I can't just film. First up, shows stuff. So I had this whole podcast, and my first thought was I was so freaked out, and by the end, it wasn't remotely sick. It was crazy. It was just it was a book. It wasn't like I'm coughing, maybe I should come to work. And I was like, I feel great, but what happened? And I'll give it this. I had my first kid. Just we got out of the hospital like a week later. I was like, my face what the yeah, that was cool. That was crazy. luckily, he was the first. That was like still kind of in the mix. We were going together, but like she was like, I don't care. Getting like just like 2 weeks after we were there, like, my wife's never. But it was like, just navigating that was crazy. It was like, my wife was like, whatever. So I remember just at one point being like, then we're all gonna fucking get it, dude. I don't know. Time was this? Try to do stuff. I was really confident people could get really fucked up by it until like I didn't. I thought that was crazy because I tried to get it. Like I didn't. I hugged my kids. They were laughing. I was like, yeah. I never got. I didn't. So let me just go through the places that I worked on the next day. So I don't feel so good. So I just do like my count. Team with like 35 pounds, just easy. Just a couple sets. So there 2 days out. Third day, I went to the gym. How do I feel? Like I had a full workout. All right, I guess I did it. I went and got tested. See if I had antibodies. Like if I recovered from there. I thought she was such a fucking beast. I was just like, I like to match, but I remember like how late it is. It was like 20 and one something. It was like, it was so much. It's like the thing was, we were podcasting on the show up as it does in all the security guards. Everybody got tested every day. Yeah, they would show up, rated, nurse would come and mask on, test everybody. Once we were results, on the show to go on. So I was like, I can't fuck this up. So I fucked this up. I fucked this up for everybody. It's really be careful. That's one of the guests. Like the guests were flying, taking chance. Older, professors, they're flying in to do this podcast. I make sure that someone had it. So I helped them show up at the and put us out of bag of masks, like right in the water. So we had to put a bag of masks right there. We had to put a hand sanitizer right there. And then there's something that says like you're supposed to do 6 foot distance. That shit. They were saying that social distancing, we hug people outside the front door. It's really just we're just like, we all hung outside. I know my parents were like, bro, this sucks. We're just coming inside. We're not doing this. And I was like, no, my parents were terrible. Everybody else, my parents really, yeah, they were. Yeah, you know, that's why I love these people. Like, guns, externs, always really freaked out about it. They're old people. Yeah, so they're looking at, they might be that 1% of the time. It's like you're healthy, work out, your life's healthy, you'll be fine. You're a person. Ready? Yeah. You wake up, you're like, oh, barely get out of bed. Yeah, it's crazy. So, like, you know, they're all just like, fuck that, you know, it's bullshit. Whatever. Bullshit. Yeah, if you were cough. Yeah. I remember I finally got it in. The first day, he told me so much shit. I was like, bro, my eyes is so bad. It's like, got it. I'm going to do kids, man. Switched off like that. Coming off here. friends at the time. See that? Yeah. I would think not so much. Yeah, I don't think she did as much. I was around it. To me, I have like relative new situation going on. That's hard. So it's going to be zeros. Yeah. It's like watching TV. So I do that. Or getting things done right now, or not getting emphasis. It's not. It does. Because when if I do a podcast, I'm sleeping. It's so it's not. I don't need to do it. Yes, it's my job. Talk to you. Sleep like a toddler. It's embarrassing. I'm just drinking coffee and taking couches and just and especially for shows. I try to travel and one thing I started some of the I would go in on Thursday and have a show on Friday. And I would get in and instead of flying because he always it's hard. It was on two bases be on the road. But now I do. I can't. I just got really mad. I didn't feel like it was last weekend. Now, like, it's time. God, I'm finished. Nap woke up and, like, it's time. The moment you land, in the hotel room, hands were butts about it. Got me to work on it. Like, really sweat. Just really get it. Do some push-ups, whatever the fuck you want to do, but just really sweat. That's your system. Yeah, that would be down. Yeah. Whatever the fuck happens, when you get off, you just like, I feel like I've been Michael. Yeah. I smell weird, just like oh, fuck. The other day, it's like, it's just like restricting my blood vessels. And they like, well, I was in Denver, recently I was like running. Probably altered. I did work out. I'm like, totally different now. But I lived older. Yeah. And I lived in Philly. So I was living up there for a couple of months. I was living in England. Where I was, so like down, there's like 55, 57 up there, and that's what I would 85. Yeah, 500 feet up, so that's like, so then I didn't get, I was in the gym, I worked in some, so I'm able to athletes, big beer, and tree up there. I got sprints, and just to like see where I was at, because I was like, just stop, and then like I would eat. But then there's a lot of hills, like I didn't fucking know it's really. So I was like, I was like, under class. Now I wrote. I remember this. I was like, bro, you like this work. Um, you do it. You do it. $6 and I'm on feet. It's like you were talking about. It's like down here. Feel like I started studying recently about explosive exercise. That's been what like stop how beneficial that is. Crashing. I was like, hey, this is my second. She's like, I get on it. That's weird. Now, fun energy. That was a big one. I don't know what's like. Just like you just beans and capillaries. Like, you would get like food when you want your heart is fucking pounding at your chest. Yeah. Dude, it's like forcing all this shit. I have so much respect. Just so I was talking to him. Look how crazy that and we did the whole team. What I have for last year, 3 years. Shit, eating clean food, and just I don't know, yeah, it's gotta be amazing. I'm just like, it's like, it's like this, it's kind of eat, and like voices. That's actually probably I'm sure. Well, I don't know. Like they're looking out for something that you're in certain age change if you can do diaphragm. I used to lost a lot of weight. Didn't like stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think just growing with my head is great. Significant awesome change versus like it's out higher you know that chest. These changes increase what's in reducing quality of sound better. Does it though? Because like opposite something like that, I think that I don't know. Are there really thin, like handsome? Like I like to just make fun of it. I just that lady with Viking helmet. Yeah, it's always. What's a clearer, higher pitch? That's our that cardio. Yeah. I mean, his voice is songwriting, not just singing about. It's like, yeah, these things. I haven't like a comedy. I'm like, this guy. That's not stuff. Right. I don't think it makes. I would never. Rich Voss used to do that all the time. No. I'm on social media. I'm on social media, but if you're really not on now, read that out. Feed and like, I try to head into some clear, equipped. Yeah. So it's Kid Rock. Oh, Jesus Christ. This must be Kid Rock's house. Yeah, rock out, work out. Keep doing your work out. Gene. Look, Jesus is great. This is Kid Rock's house. Kid Rock's house. Insane house. Looks like the White House. Like the outside looks like the White House. But the inside is 225,000 square feet. It's a enormous house with 2 bedrooms. And it's all like hot tub. It's doing the air dine in the summer. Room. It's cool. Every time all 7 a.m. Like, that's what it looks like. His house is so dope. It's pretty fucking dope. His house I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. It's such a Kid Rock house. The outside of it looks exactly like it's just like yeah. That's about I got a video. I want to hear myself. Uncle Mama's bed. And you have 9. So aliens are. Opinion. I never. A lot of people. The person now. They get about it. I'm doing class. That's hilarious. My name trouble. Yeah. Good. President for saying. I don't think so. I don't think. You say then? What was that? I'm getting. Yeah. George Bush and them were handing out candy. realized that Bush and so Trump does. It's true. It's and especially when you see the videos, like now, comparison to the yeah, he was like, oh, what? It's like, well, Cheney was shooting. That thing is like, they're like that. Trump's gonna be like that. He get the last one. He was classified for his cat on the eggs. He's like, I'm classified. It's like, that's that. It's real. Even about classified information. It's real. If you that's a conclusion from that. Right? And I think I would like try to come up with a reason. Say, you shouldn't say that it's classified. Yeah, that means it's real. This is crazy. Trump was trying to keep it classified. You think you're like, I'm like, well, yeah, but I can't say it. I'm in trouble now. So I've talked to him. Oh, yeah. Got dinner with him. In LA. Doing. I listen. Dinner. The guy that used to. One goes, yes. Bob. So I did the podcast. So, 7 years now. I'm gonna run down. Yeah, I've had a couple times. It doesn't seem like a buyer. Obviously. Like, why? He never saw it. He never saw that. Jess was back. Look like it. That's what it's based on. Nice. By Perry and Bree, he makes these. In the like, then tell him what he was doing. Labs expert on the back of a hunt. He built the hunt. So yeah, just a genius. Yeah. He just loved doing things. And he had contacted this guy, okay, working in laboratories or whatever. He said, I might have something for you. Set up a meeting for you. And so he sets up this meeting for you. No idea what the meeting's about. No idea what they're doing. So, interesting. He tells this whole story. This now. Like out to where you're going. So about these airplanes, but with this bunch of airplanes, they're not they fly employees that work in the area. And they out. How do you know about this? He was talking about it. Yeah. So they fly them out. You know, show them how everything works. In terms of that, how these have access to this guy that is a worker that was showing those. And then and as the American flag still goes, under this is something that they tell him. What is this, a test? They're no one's telling him where it came from. No one's telling him anything. It doesn't make sense because there's no. It's like 3D printed, and you have to crawl in it. It's designed for and there's no control. So what is this? There's this generator in the center that has this triangle. This bucket. They explained bombard radiation. Works foam on it, gets bombarded with radiation. That causes around. So they do a demonstration. He's outside by this thing. When he's he can't see it. He has to stand where he is. So he can see it. And he's like, what the fuck is this thing? It's not making noise. It moves around. It gives off this like light. And whatever that is generator inside of it is operational. It gives off this these things flying around, and it can go from one point to another. Very, you can go. It looked like it just disappeared because it would move so fast, just appear. I do understand. They he knows how these great beam projectors on the line, and the way it passed, it would turn sideways, gravity projectors or whatever they call it, into a certain direction and create this way around this craft, which is instantaneously. That's crazy. Right. So he's working on this months, and then his wife he doesn't tell her what top secret. It's super top secret. You can't tell anybody what where you have to work. So he would just jet off. She was like, well, I'm gonna go fuck my flight instructor. All recorded because because they were wondering if he's going to. So what? He takes his friends. He's like, I gotta tell people something's going on. I can tell these people. Schedule every Wednesday they fly this fucking things. That's what he's doing. So he takes his wife. He takes him. Caught. Grill him. And the checks done, and they do life and the affair and all this shit. So then he goes up. So he gets this guy George Neck, but he was like Las Vegas, and he tells him you have to show my face. Him, they goes outside, goes to the gym, goes outside, so like and the car was locked. So he has no idea. They were talking, and he's really someone shoots his tire out on him. He lives or whatever. But he's like, yeah, he's right. It was a long time ago. It's credited. They tried to discredit. They said he never worked up his labs, but then some so there at the time said I roster from whatever it was. There's also an article that was printed about being a physicist at Alamos Labs. He made this crazy powered Honda. So they said Honda, it's listed in this lab, the physicist in this lab. Dude, that shit's so weird. And then when I just you're not supposed to say that, Like, yeah. Well, I always wanted to try to space with like in the Middle East. Now, like, yeah, now we get to do space. Shit. But it's also like your defense thing in outer space. My own China. It's like, I think there probably are aliens for them. It's like, I imagine there's something. Like, whenever they start floating things, like I always assume there's like dropped aliens on us out of nowhere. Really started in 2017. That's when it started legitimized because there was times go about it. We talked about experiences. Had no heat signature, ridiculous speeds over the ocean. I remember them just coming out and like they started doing the UMP thing and all that stuff. They were like identified craft. What are they up to? Yeah, it's weird. It's up to it's hard to know. It's not real, but starting to look into heights and living experience. You know, you just go, wow, what's this guy saying? Yeah, and I get it. Yeah, see that stuff. I don't know. You know, it's kind of stuff where they're like, we want to use it for our military. Spy on each other, so I would have made it. Said that Russia and China crashes. Really? Yeah, it's not just America. It's other countries that happen to it. So there's one that's that they move it, so they built a building. It's supposed to be visible. That's what I read. Yeah, this is but this thing is so big that they could move it. They had to put a building on it. That's the thing I was thinking about. They come in and say, yeah, there's definitely aliens. Do. The giant building is how free was off the inside. No storage. Doesn't imagine they just it's so like a square building. I don't know. That was heavily just who's that guy? It's the existence of it. Proof. Showed you the other day. He's going to go look at that. This is the Congress. So scroll. So there it is. It's my facility. Hindsight. Plays. That's it. I that's fun. How was all that deep fakes come out like the isolation? Deep fake for everyone. I'm just, or being fake about there was a fake video. People were sharing. So I don't know. I'm trying to do that. I'm like, what is the official story of the where they had here? Versions. I'm here one version. Yes. All government knows somehow they're worried about this Tallarico. This is very California, Texas. They're really like. And then the other hearing is FCC equal time. We had Tallarico on, which Rocket. I don't even know whoever his opponent is. So I think there's rules like that for FCC for podcasts. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Like have somebody that was I didn't know they had that. So he was on the Bear show. Yeah, so they, it was government censoring this guy because they weren't saying the word that they conflict Texas. I just want to know if that's true. I thought this. Word of my script was players. Everything. It's not about the script. Or yeah, here it is. The show provided legal guidance that the broadcast contributor the FCC equal time to other candidates, including Rep. Jasper, presented options for how equal time for other candidates could be filmed. So you would have to have equal time on versus at the statement during the Tuesday show. No damn well everyone was supposed to come in and do the script. So no damn well everyone was last night. So everyone was guess what you do right. That was good. Those are the that's not the subject. Okay. I got the last page. My notes from these lawyers. Something that had never ever happened before. They told us the language they wanted me to use to describe that equal time exception. And I used that language where I said, so I don't know what this is about. What I'm saying wasn't bad, but the network does not want that percent of ownership. He's not playing. So it's doing it, I think, until like, come on, you're Paramount, more than that, you're Paramount Plus, you're correct. Years to release this. Talking to these really surprised me. Also, the very famous exception, and that exception included talk shows, interviews, politicians. Interesting. So that means look, we couldn't find one example. This first talk show interview, not only for my entire career, but that's late night career, 60s and 70s. Where Cindy Clark has not gotten rid of that exception for talk show hosts yet. CBS was worried that this is a real government conflict that in the past. This is a different kind of government. Obviously, it's a very adversarial relationship. CBS has already. I've ever read Democrats, oh, they're right. He said, he said, yeah, okay, it's the Democrats way. He said, okay. So it's very interesting. Okay. His point was that he's very troubled in his class. He's receiving counseling. But he's not contact counseling is concerned. Acting out on them getting kicked out of school. And it really grew. So it was like this kid had like real potential, and he is a teacher. And so, and he decided to work on this to try to remedy these problems. Gosh. So I think do you have something now? Or like, one claim they were in his office and that he said, everything happened to the black guy. I agree. Right? When it was like, but there was nothing competition. All he said was like, I didn't know what's going on. You know, it's like, I don't know, I guess like, whatever you use it. Yeah, black guy. Black man. He's now engaged in the conversation. A comment from television was denied. He's causing I'll tell her. It sounds like he's a sweet guy who's like trying to help you out. Killer's name. I can't say that. It's like, what's your son like? Yeah, it's pretty genius that you want to do that politics. What if he said, I thought I was going up against this mediocre guy, I'm going up against this problem. That's what it sounded that. I think he is a black man, so he's a good guy. That person says, but, yeah, it's not that. All he has to do is just not say black guy. Just talking about leadership. That happens to be black people. But as soon as you describe it accurately, yeah, so actually, especially it's not that they just get it's putting the tent. Like, now, shut up. It's like, yeah. Like, they kind of like made it Sarah got the way he wasn't like, you're not getting experienced people. Getting something. Kid, he was talking about this great. It's not about this kid. It's like a good kid. Just keep on fucking the house. He wanted to, and these people around him were giving positive answers that he had ever had. He was starting to get better. And then he took it away. Dude, also, like, you forget, like, like, your kids, when you, like, start bringing a city, the kids are telling you, like, their lives, and it's like, kids are fucking hard. There's shit, like, things that I'm like, you fucking foolish. And then there's looking at you, like, yeah, it's like, you gotta hang in there. There's nothing like, and sad. It was sort of like my favorite day. If I had just known about that, it was something. Yeah. It's like cancer sitting there. Somebody is like everything you're saying, like guidance. Like, all right, well, maybe this, maybe that. It's like, I know, I feel really obviously a lot. But then, like, after the school, I it's so funny. I went to the show because staying up, this guy keeping around on podcast. So, I'm watching Jordan Peters. It's crazy right now. I'm wondering, like, how is it? Whatever. I'm kind of curious, like, how bad they are. I went to my master's program, so I worked just like around here for all these stuff he's talking about. And he was saying he made it out to be it was literally like, yeah, you're not to school, like, yeah, to be a therapist, social work. You can be a therapist fast, for psychology, just like, don't need it. So it's really, so you can be a therapist, but it's like, sure, kind of. But it would be like, it was just like, even if we like those together, and they would like, be talking about whatever. Like, let's talk about like clinical approaches here and there, and just find a way to turn the whole therapy. It was It was just one time. Guy said that it was literally like nothing. It's just like I would get terrified if I was getting and again, it's like not everybody, but there's a people in class. They'll be like talking and like just bursting out tears. I don't feel safe. That person's saying, I'm like, dude, you're talking to the world like you just like all about things like me from your figure out like going to great place files or something dealing with. What do you think about this? It's like not to feel his whole life. It's like I was just shocked when he talked about women. It's kind of weird. Like, these fucking 70-year-old dudes. I'm just a child. College school. That's my whole point. It's like, if you're with me, it's like, life is so hard to show people that you're going to be like, sit with me or politics. I was like, you got to get a job for shit, and just like, meet with people where they're at. Just points. Okay, dude, that's exactly what it was. Guys, I was affected with dude. So I couldn't stand this guy's then they tried to show me over and said, no, my name popped up in the body because I had no clue I would have been the life I would social. I don't think I'm going to see you on the podcast or social media. So I had been my plan was to go, don't say anything. One time, we're not college. Like, well, it was a problem. It was like, oh, I would never personally do 1,000 that person. I was sitting around the room, and I'm like, what the court's going to say this is the craziest thing I would work for this week or what? So it's like, wow, I was like, non-fucking stop. I would start seeing stuff. And I was like, putting my tongue on the individual. They found once they already kind of had enough once that news came out of the podcast. Like, God, that was. So then they went to student council. They all of them, they didn't like, did a motion to get kicked out. And so the teacher came and were like, the dean or whatever, who actually was like, so I liked her a lot. She was like, she was like, yeah, it was like unsafe for them to talk to. I'm like, they were like, they had a meeting with the board, basically. She was like, serious about getting like tickets or something. I got to do that, and I got to hit with like, about whether or not they actually did the code of ethics. It was kind of just gray areas. It was like, it was awesome. Wow. I never listened to it. Like, just in case they jam me up. The lady was like, like, what would you do if we kick you out? And I was like, dude, like, well, I'll make the most of it for sure. Like, I don't want to do it. I would just, like, if you kick me out, I'm already, like, pissed at him. So, like, they sort of go on. I just got to finish on my class. I remember the day that was specific thing that was your association. It was just like, wow. And then it's something like, other stuff, but they're like, so he's making this place on stage. We're not also, like, I feel like having masters on your own teams is like, it's not that smart. A place to masters and groups, you have to talk to like, I've never heard of that. And they show you like Netflix. They're paying $60,000 for this. Netflix stocks, like, this is $8 a month. Netflix stocks, yeah. Watch the Netflix stock, what the class is like 30 minutes. Man, it's that like, no, I mean, Peterson's asked about this, just doing it right. Liberal arts, I couldn't have thought of it in terms of like, what did I actually, why am I talking about that? That's something schools that people want to care about this. This is happening in college. get into corporations. You know, somebody like your kids have problems, and you go to a therapist, and they're just like, talk about modalities of therapy. Someone floated it, and the teacher was like, "Oh, yeah, for sure." It was like active therapy, like be active, their lives. Like, you can't do that. You can't do like executive session, person and be like, hey, "This is what you need to do politically." It was like really creepy stuff going on there. It was all just like you said anything outside of like acceptable. You were just getting like the teachers kind of like some of them would try to like support you or be like, yeah. It's like it's a lot. You can see it why it would break people. I would like like conflict like that. Yeah. There was some like doing some of stuff like it's just insane. Never talked about this on stage. No, never really talked about being social. Oh my god, it's like just gold. It was fun. At that time of the podcast, I would leave school. I would then expect the podcast to be over. It just seems like it's like gold. And yeah, it's you experience. True. As a window, how crazy people are in school. It was terrifying. And the players were like, PhD. I was like, you know, after COVID, after all, this one. Exactly. That's something I was there. What the hell is it? I used to be colors, Dr. Math. Doctors were but my honest doctors are the smartest people in the world. I went to like higher education. I'm like, this is fucking insane. Anyone can be a doctor, dude. Anyone can be honest. Like, anyone can be a fucking doctor. Exactly. That's the thing. Hearts. So, to be a doctor, even though it's like, whatever, no problem. They can't see shit. Anything. What did you ever see with Peter Boghossian and Ellen proposed? No. They made this yeah, I saw that. Informative something dog parks. They were talking about like gay experiences dogs have. And it was like and these people they would go 100% with them. Like the critical you're like they would I remember saying this, I was very like it reminded me because I'd been outside of Walmart. They had literature. When you read that stuff, you read the first sentences, you go, okay, it sounds like there's a huge leap in reason, but a lot of that's very similar. No one can disagree. Just complete groupthink. Yeah. Yeah. It becomes scary. People are going to be like, people are therapists working with kids. It was just like supposedly like, you know, gotta get people through life and like lost or suffering. And yes, the person who like this would help very severe. The funniest part was I was in that like it was like 90% black, the rest Latino. They're like, how would your students feel about this? I'm like, they don't give a fuck. Like, what did you say about this? Literally high schoolers and fighting for their lives. That was the big disconnect. Don't you guys I don't know, man. Like, they would even teach about this the other day, where they tell you a client, and you know, say your client's I should believe by going like, how do you feel about the fact that you're black? To a black person, that's fucking weird. I would just talk to them, and you can tackle it. Right. Like, you're uncomfortable. Black person, how do you feel that I'm white? No, you can't do that. That's crazy. Real justice. exhibiting jerks. A lot of them, I'm social. I'm like, where's your and they're like, oh man, I'm like the main lines. Really, it's like, oh, I'm doing the high school line. It's like, okay, like, listen, take that back somewhere else. Like, those kids don't hear any of this shit. I would like to talk to them. Like, Grace comes up, but like, that would have been so crazy. A black here being like, how do you feel about that? It would be so crazy. Isn't it crazy that you have an obligation to discuss it? So, like, fucking no. You can see me. I'm clearly white. No, I'm. It's like, and if that, you talk, and then you can bring it up as a thing. With that, it's the least of the problems. And just probably happens to someone takes interest in this content. Dude, and that was the thing, too, of like, you get him out of class, they'd be like, I'm fucking talking to this guy, so and I would just chill and be like, helping with it. And he'd build rapport. I'm like, teachers, like, I walk away like a psychology. It's just a complete horseshit. The argument about therapy, in terms of like study up there and applying to people, there's a lot of bad place. I think some people just want to talk to somebody, and that can help. It's like, what is that do for the tools and techniques? Just being and talking to you and things and perspective and some things to work on. It's like, it's not science, and it varies so much. Yeah, there's the individuals, then there's 40 million. So it's like you just like that's like the most scientific. It's like it's kind of right. Stuff. Let's draw like a basement. Just be like this person who's right and let them kind of open up and like. I took giant differences, like who was getting what result. It is a skill. It's a skill. It's a hard job. Yeah, I think you're totally right. Where it's like, are they in touch with what's fucked up? Like what's fucked up with them? Like, right? Because you can like, I don't know. And it's like, I think like, being stuck in it just becomes. Well, I feel like you have to. Yeah. I remember I didn't do it when I went to school for therapy. Go to therapy so that like you know what you walked in there being this lady's body. I met a guy, so I went in kind of like fuck, I'm gonna fuck up. That's for real. Was like this lady's about to play bro. Just telling you I like that. It was a joke. It's like like locked in that somebody in the system has ever he's good. It's like, at a certain point, it's like I feel like you should. I'm kind of like, all right, here's. It's like there's like good. It's like there's like but it's like, dude, and the money. That's the thing, like so expensive, right? And for most, some network. If you prescribed. It's like, adjustment disorders, where it's like, here's a guy just like, and he just like, to put you. There's like, I don't think you swear by it. Yeah, I would. Immediately, first, this guy's trying to. Yeah, I don't think but I'm not. I'm just not. Yeah, it's that. First meeting's crazy. It's like, let's see what you're like about. He's like, let's get you on this. Yeah. Well, some of those guys are like, housekeeping. Yeah, I think his last book. Yeah, and this loading it. I didn't read it. Is it hard? Yeah, we just all have different brains, and if you're, if you're like, workload, just your genes suck, and you never punish anybody. You just kind of keep people's lives. Basically saying you have no free will is complete. Determinism argument. Yeah. I don't know about that. I mean, obviously, free will is real. Obviously, you are affected by your genes, your life circumstances, your past behavior, your. To say that will. Why is inspiration so important? Why do people love inspiration? Why do people have talk? Why do people love like a good video that gets you out of the house? Like, obviously, there's will involved. Yeah. Will is the thing that turns you into a jelly roll. 500 pounds to jelly roll into 200 pounds. That's what it does. Yeah. That's a real thing, man. It's not a fake thing. It's not determinism. Like jelly roll to decide or will. Yeah. I don't know. I like a lot of stuff. I don't even bother. It's the idea of will. It's with like this nebulous, like isotope. You're able to just there's no yes, man. But then you apparently acting a certain way. I just it's weird. There's political perspectives, validity perspective that, but also especially if you're a terrible, ridden your house, moms on crack, chaos, out of this breaking poetry is that's insane. You're art to an extent, and usually finds something that they love as an outlet, and they can have incredible with determinism stuff. I do. It's like yeah, you kill people. Yeah, like my dad with me, maybe treat everyone punish people. It's like I'm gonna hold that if stops the pedophiles, and it's like someone else just like go to a pedophile. It's like fucking fry them guys. Where it's like that's one of the craziest things. What's going on in bullshit academia? So it's like legitimate academics are just pedophiles. That's and that doesn't mean it's like that's the problem. It's like I don't know anybody else. No, you did. You're just saying fuck, but you think that it's just a minor attractive person. That's the whole thing too. It's like bags, isn't where the does something sometimes. It's like why would you fucking squash his head? It's like lady that we first started meeting about that was saying that it just so when he was doing his residency, the guy who surgeons would test for toxoplasmosis. He said a giant percentage of them is cat parasite. This cat parasite alters behavior, it's reckless, it makes you erratic mood swings. It's interesting that this proportion out of successful soccer teams develops toxoplasmosis in countries with higher countries with higher toxoplasmosis to win money. It's here to get a soccer ball, out of that. Also, it affects animals. Yeah, it makes cats. What's inside cats' guts? It's the only way that it reproduces. So what it does is it rewires the central system of rodents, like mice and rats, get turned on by the smell of cat piss. So they go to seek out cat piss, like all their fear of cats, so that the cats devour them. And so when the cats devour them, and the parasites now inside the cat's gut, which is where so that's never touch cat. Yeah. They think it does. Yeah. You're saying that's more of a country, like well, like areas, some places with like outdoor cats. Yeah. But 50% that talks out. And you gotta think countertop. It is kind of gross. Get a box. A box of shit. Yeah, shit. Good on the box. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of people like cats and I with boxes of cats too. Austin is like shit. So bad. I'm dry. Stray cats come in my house. My house when I was house. House. Street. House. They were broke homes. I had a standalone room. They just knocked on the houses. I will let the drink. But I'd be like, get my bed. I'm like, 3 days. I got a fucking life. Young shit. Dude, we're 6 months after up. My eyes my eyes what's happening? Go out. I would just I can't shingles. Saying shingles and shit. Is that what it is? I know it's like that. Don't you like it? That's what it's about. Stir up. Rash. Stems from the rest of most common. Antibiotics. Like, I'm like, I'm playing. Okay. Um, hear about it. Somebody. I found out about it from my friend Tate. Shout out to Tate Fletcher, my homie. We were once. That's anonymously regardless is what I'm doing. It's gone. That's part of the world. Everybody. Take like training. This is the one. It was on. It was ringworms. It was like earth care. It got fucking. that shit. Emotionally, dry. And it was like, it was disgusting. But I had to go to another urgent care. And the second or third time, I felt like a little flash with that penis. This poor nurse. I was like, I don't know. I'm losing another nurse. And I'm like, oh, I got it. She goes, I don't know what that is. It's someone else. And I'm Johnny Black. And I'm like, no, it's not. Finally, I went to Germany. I Tennessee dermatologist. I just like, he's on the website. Yeah, on there. My friend, I was talking to one time. Like, bro, I know exactly what you're talking about. She comes and she she's like, that, you know, that was regular. And she gets I just know, like, my dad's dude. So I'm going to work. She was leprosy. And eventually she was like, you take me to the commercial clear. I know people that have had some board. For a while, next time on that, it's like, I'll get don't think it's actually how they finish the crops with plants. It kind of makes sense. Like, I always intolerant. Nobody ever heard about those in the 70s. Tolerant. It was that weird thing. My mom, so much person, she got this book because she had my aunt's in there reading this book. My mom is still diagnosed with eligibility. Everyone's like, you're out of your mind. Like, nobody has it. Yeah, like, when I was in college, I was too. I feel like I swallowed it. I was on my throat, my head, like, was like, burnt. Sleeping. I was having, like, greasy balls and shit. And she was like, oh, that's crazy. I wonder if that's the stuff. It's like, you can Europe. There isn't any glyphosate. Apparently, you can go eat in Europe. I remember I took a test from him, and it was like one of those like blood tests that came up like subject to it's like Idian, which is like a protein. I don't know if it's the same. It's just like an allergy. Shame you. It was like moderate. Why did I shoot? Everyone's like fake. It's in your shit. I finally have proof. Like, what do you think about that? I goes moderate pussy. It's one of the worst intolerances to have because the food is so good. I think about it. Spaghetti, lasagna, bread, sandwiches. I eat free bread. It's not. At that point, you still eat bread. It's not good. In order to make that, so much shit. I've been on teams since I was like, like backslide where they cook with it and stuff. It would, So if I get enough sunlight, I can tolerate it. I guarantee that. Every time I go, I'm just like, bro, I don't know. System. I couldn't eat. And I couldn't eat. How nuts is the sun? So going, no. That's not right. People are so angry. They're so angry at our so much. This is we're supposed to be eating. It's like vegetables, fish. Like that's like the people have been eating for thousands of years. That's good stuff. That's the stuff that she has. And I'm like, it's like getting like the weird shit food that they don't really for like schools and stuff. But no preservatives. I look like because I have all these allergies. So that's the only place I can eat from. So I'm like, I know you guys like getting rid of like RFK Jr. is a part of this party. Part of this administration. So it became so silly. They'd rather commit suicide. They'd rather poison them. Right. It's insane. Like, you know, like, all right, that's actually that resistance to recognizing maybe this person I don't agree with because he's connected to this other person. Maybe he's got some good points. Yeah, maybe a person that was like someone that I agree with ideologically points, I would be like, yes, these proposals are terrible. Yes, these dyes are terrible. Yes, this is bad. Yes, yes, countries have these products. Dude, especially like if you have kids, dude, worry more about that. Bullshit. Yeah, it's like, dude, go. You can be like, all right, I don't like this, but that's fine. I like that. Let's cook on that. And it's our religion. They don't do their life. They worship science. They treat it as if this is like dogma, and if you support it, you're it's like, all those people, a lot of them are fucking severely compromised. Compromised by financial incentives. They're compromised by academic incentives. They're trapped in these systems where you're forced to have this top-down control. The people that are at the top are controlled and connected to these pharmaceutical companies. Hanging with Epstein too, and I know, crazy science, man. Scientists. It's so weird. That's fucking creepy. Yeah. And the science, dude, the science shit is like, I do know this. I know you need to understand statistics. You need like a very serious understanding of statistics to really make sense of those studies. I never was able to do that. It's like, look at this, it's a graph, everything's going up. What was like the percentage? And it's like statistics is for real like magic to me, where it's like, it's so slippery and weird, and like you can range the data in a different way. And you're like, oh, fucking thing went up. Well, that's the drug companies for sure. Run multiple studies, bring out all the ones that show no efficacy. Mm-hmm. Dangerous side effects. They're like, I remember, and show what they wanted to do, which wasn't even good. It was going 50%. We had crazy. He found out that the pharmaceutical drug companies you have to give the data to the scientists. They can get a review of the data to the scientists. Yes, it's like it's so crazy. One glass of wine, that was five scientists five big alcohol companies. It was completely we were like, dude, it's good for me. The alcohol, they were also saying, it's also like you fucking grapes that. Also, take resveratrol. The amount you get in supplements is like seeds a glass. Drink the whole bottle. Yeah, and then that shit always threw me. There's no fucking way. More, you're less lonely. I think relaxation of alcohol that feeling better is like having a better life and having a better life. Because there's something about people just anxiety, thinking about things all the time. There's a lot of people don't have the tools to navigate this fucked up world. A little just juice, like the course. Relaxation. A lot of people like things keep them hanging on is night. Just a little drink, just nothing crazy, nothing killing yourself. Yeah, I would like to take that with somebody. Yeah, I'll take that one. I would take that, but it's just nuts. Like, well, it's lesser. Were they trying to say like were healthy for you? And beef wasn't that one of the studies? Really, definitely. Persons like where things fit on the healthy versus not healthy. The pyramid was the best. It was like that was what you're supposed to eat. Like listen to food. You're supposed to be charged on this fucking elbow man. It's like really growing up. That's I remember eating people in France that eat loaves of bread and they don't get fat and they're healthy. I know it's one. See, from other countries, like, I feel horrible. I know. I'm not all right, dog. Let's wrap this up. Yeah, this is going around Mexico. The position. The context. It's on the screen right now. Okay. Another question with. He's joking. I get what I want to read. It's very short. Saying you're not allowed to couch definition. That makes sense. It's another question. That's fucked up. So, like, are they around like that? Yeah. It's hard to say what that is. It's kind of charming. That's good. Sweet. It's so weird. Like, stealing money from me every 8 years. Crazy. I didn't know they were stealing. That's what he's saying. Nothing happens from this. It's interesting. He just gets a slap on the wrist. He's completely useless. He's not going to see like fucking matches. He's like, he's like doing burpees and shit. Like, you're protective, Gus. I know. They offer a technically. Right. Well, the thing is, like, I thought he was arrested. I thought, like, stripping shit. That's it. Banishing. And then they keep doing the state. Yeah. So, that's fuck. Alright, let's wrap this up. Dude, it's been a lot of fun. Good times, dude. It's fun watching your act, Rothschild. Thank you. Really great. Hey, everywhere this weekend. This weekend, Salt Lake City. Get some tickets, folks. Let's go fucking. What are you doing? I have yeah. A lick. He's the you know the picture. Pull it up. It's a comic book. The artist. Like, get back to no. We step on it. That's the same thing I know. I love YouTube. The dots. I was on. I was. I was on Jordan's show last night. Russian. Peterson had to stay for 3 hours. Patient. Like this. But for anyone tuning in, it's just it's a Duncan. It's like, why is interest like Australia? Isn't it saying like there's one that's talented people like balance? I think he's doing better. I just talked to Kayla a couple of days ago. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say. I don't really know. I think you have to talk about it. This is really something I don't know. How much people seem to have with this. It's like darkness. I think it's like a sneaky piece of I think when AI starts coming, about the near future. So many people are so easily led, so to whatever the ideology is of them. Just I was on Gutfeld and they were talking about how ChatGPT have let's make jokes. I said, not that long ago, Johnny anyone, he shot President. Johnny Foster was going to follow up. And I said, what happened? ChatGPT paid Trump, Joe Rogan, or Kamala Harris, is ginning you up. Like, if there's 350 people, you're saying there's 350 ChatGPT talking to themselves. Whether it's ChatGPT or whatever, AI, right, language model. I don't think this, and it's happening. The whole point of paleo diet, the whole point of paleo lifestyle, our biology has not kept up. It kind of makes sense to me. Push comes to shove, process natural food is my benefit. But when you're talking, you are human beings basically good, human beings basically bad, human beings are basically animals. And we enormously collect work together. Even across species, you see videos, hours to whatever it is. I need to tell you, there's that in all of us. Yeah. And it's fun, like, yeah, most powerful reinforcement from other people to tell you you're doing the right thing. So, and if you, the thing with the Epstein stuff online is just really, I don't know, I think it's about right. Blue pill people care about good as much as I do. And if you aren't informed as much as I am, you want to keep it. This explicit. It should be taken. It should be down from society. Right? But if you don't have COVID, you just right. But that was the mindset. And now, so much. There's what 300 million sleep docs. If you are not as invested, so people touch you, covered for them. You want this to set up somehow. And I can't make details that I had in my show. So I say negative way. There was a guy who used to know Alex, had Michael Tracy on my show. He said, look, a lot of this is I don't know who is right, who is wrong. I have kind of skepticism. I am somehow wanting children to be abused. Well, it's also it's like so much of it. Australia, talking about jerky. It's not just that and if you're denying it's obviously kids, wheelchair. I'm just saying, you know, I haven't done all the things. It's like I want to see something. Yeah, but certainly is code to indicates to me that they're doing something they want to know. Stuff like that. So that's what I'm talking about. Don't you want to? Well, it's like people just want to know. You know, I've been doing it for a long time. The tax out of just for a gigantic was exposed where there really was a sex trafficker who was compromising people. Really was doing it. At least men intelligence mixed with its hours, Israelis, or whoever it is. Or the Russians. CIA from nobody's job. It's a good working with other countries. Right. No, that's bullshit. That's why. Now, the Russian thing is right. That makes sense to me. So, Justice Department documents mention Russia thousands of times. Vladimir Putin both times. Instances of Russia related communications had contacts in Epstein's network. Emails from Trump were physically. So that's what it was on top. Epstein made multiple trips to Russia, obtained business visas, and scouts there recruiting young of course, similar to his operations elsewhere. Files describe Epstein cultivating ties with Russian police. This is unique, being a facilitator in deals, introductions, not just sexual encounters. So he went back to President Rabbi. Time suggested he had advice or insight to offer about dealing with Donald Trump. He documented ties to his one former Russian official with a background in the FSB, who he used to gather information on what he was trying to extort his business partners. First, that has a bunch of Russian hookers that you bring over there, so try to extort you. This KGB for decades, for like almost a century, was black. This one, there were researchers trying to get be like, look, we're gonna have play ball. Right. And in those situations, you're gonna play ball. There's a lot. The large percentage, I don't know what the population is of these undercover politicians, some stuff. FDR. They would have like, so easy to get us. God, must be hard to get around. I didn't trick them. Talking to some guy that should. If a woman has an affair with her husband, has sex with some hot guy on an island, everybody's like, you go, bro. Yeah, just sell it. Still better. How would you, if I wanted, okay, let's do this. And I flip her. Right. to fall in love with her. Nope, we gotta get her. That's a different thing. For her to do something that she's done. Yeah. That's probably why a lot of women are in trouble. Like, it's just different. Because, like, I would imagine you want them too. There's plenty of women politicians who are compromised. Stacey Plaskett, she is cooperating with Epstein, went back and forth during Trump's administration. Did you see the sickness? That lawsuit? Oh, no, no. She just so she was centrist. Right. She wrote South Carolina where he's fighting for damages for exactly. Oh, lawsuit. That's a crazy law. That's a big house. I'm so excited. PTSD, so she's which I'm sure she did. And they just started a relationship with the wife, and it's like, this is unfortunate. Happens, but she's facing damages. That's so wild that that's law. You know, like, what if the person was on the way up? Well, that's his argument. Yeah. I'm sure it comes out. No, we're a loving couple. Never had any problems. Shows up right now. What's going on the wings? I think it's both. I know it's just I don't know. What's fucking wrong? I don't know. How is that a law? People have to be together. People change their minds on time. They don't want to meet someone anymore. You meet someone you really like. So I can't imagine the rest of my life without this person. I've been trapped in a fucking horrible marriage. I'm out. And then that person gets sick. She gets some other one. The guy texted her, like, he's from the military, and she was like, what's that's funny. It's funny. It's a joke. I also, I think it's stop kidding. I think there's a oh, yeah. I know the lawsuit. That's crazy. Such a ridiculous lawsuit. North Carolina is one of a handful of offenses to seek damages from a third party responsible for the breakup of their marriage. You should only be able to get the tissue. Just crazy tissue. Oh, you get $500,000. Spray on fucking semi, still with tissue. So it's new issue. But I'll even do the law itself is fucking preposterous. Alienation of affection. People decide they don't like people all the time. That's what divorce exists. Yes, one of the reasons divorce exists is people find someone they like more. And they go, oh, I'm fucked up. I have to get out of this marriage. I'm in love with this other person. You don't always have to divorce someone. There's plenty of things. That's true. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, you like the counter. Fucking you're a bitch. You feel like he doesn't like you anymore. But those lawsuit things, could you get money for that? That's the difference. I just think that guy's it's really just come on. Well, you go. I don't know what the scene is. I think it's a whole sister of the hospital. She's basically paying me $1,000. Oh my god. It's real money. Yeah, it's no joke. This is insane. That's it. Well, if it's 75 grand, you would have paid the show. Principle. I think it's got 70. There's no because most people are reaction that we're having. Like, no one's out. No one's angry. I think I just said, other guys, alienation of affection. $75,000 in damages for you complained that cinema unlawful acts from their ex-husband, including numbing it to, having conversations with him. That's unlawful. Meeting him under emotional, physically romantic, and sexual circumstances, having sexual intercourse with him, encouraging him to leave his wife. She took this together. So they went to romantic and sexual encounters. The lawsuit alleges that the fall in 2023, when his then head of security resigned, goes to Matthew and Al, sexual relation with a bitch and security guard. Sexual relations with other security members. Security encouraged Matthew to go to leave, but deciding the job. She's fucking her security guard. She's a bitch. While on the job, Matthew Hamlin at one point informed his ex-wife, according to the complaint, that he and Sam would be together on a work trip to Napa Valley, California. It would have appeared as if we were on a romantic getaway. 2024, Heather Hamlin discovered that Simple message her on Signal, which included a picture of the former senator wrapped in a towel, and it suggested that he was DMA. Yeah, let's go. The drug only known as ecstasy to a trip, so that cinema could guide him through a psychedelic experience. In March of 2024, Matthew informed then ex-wife that he was serving as cinema security at the former senator was having getting cancer, and that she held his hand and touched him. According to the complaint, Matthew expressed that he didn't know how to handle the situation without offending cinema. She was also the first bisexual member. What a good insight. Lovely towels, pictures. Got my phone. Forget you should run for president. Let's go, cinema. Come on, she's American president. Let's get a freak in the office. To admit the complaint says, but expressed that he wanted a divorce. Fair, expressed that he wanted a divorce. After November, Heather her complete life ex-husband remained romantic. At a funeral in October, are they still together? Those don't last. So it's 16 chicks on board. What's their wedding to get you? Who's next? We all know she's a simple. This episode is brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer is a game changer. The first time you try it, you're like, wait, who is this non-alcoholic? Won 185 global taste awards, and you can turn different styles. The ritual is to get the taste out of the flavor. Got everything. Groups, equals to lime and salt, to something refreshing. Whatever you calls for, they come. You can find Athletic Brewing at over 75,000 grocery stores or liquor stores, bars, and restaurants nationwide. Or you can grab some of their limited release from their website. Go to athleticbrewing.com/Rogan, find stores near you, or get brews shipped right to your door. Use code Rogan, get 15% off your first order. Terms and conditions and certain limitations apply. Athletic Brewing Company for all times. This year got sent. She's a freak. We don't have any problem. Well, we do now. This is there's two types of people that want to be leaders: warmongers and parents. Don't leave your wife alone. I prefer them because at least they're just trying to get sex. They're not trying to blow up the world, and conquer. They're Lindsey Graham. Yeah. Remember they asked him president, he's single. Yeah, but he's single. Yeah. And first, I'm like, things. was something. It was in women. Also, this I remember like for many years. We're like, disrespect to her. She was asking about. She turns the guy next to her and take it. It was something like that. It was so strange and awkward. What did Graham say about having personally? As someone. Oh, okay. Because I really thought this was a good one. And then wrote to me. What was this? 15. Remember the thing I remember about his campaign? Had a rally. And he left his phone number. Right? He did? Oh, you don't remember this? Or no, this is. I was like, you guys are and Lindsay. Look at his face. What is this wrong? It gets better. So Lindsay, like, how do I narrative that? Lindsay, hammer, and I'm like, you set this thing up. You just broke your own. I could have gone to Verizon. I'm not trolling. Because no one realizes it doesn't make any sense. It was so crazy. Everyone's so performative. Is there something that's a warmonger? What's happening? Is he though? Did you see it? He's a powerful warmonger, but he's did you not see the topless girls? Oh, really? He was here. Blender. Hitting it with a hammer. Oh, let me see that. Red Bull in with a bubble. Guess Mike's going. Oh, this one. Red Bull. Like, this is so cringe. But it doesn't put it in a fucking. Oh my god, what's wrong with this dude? What a silly bitch. Wow. It was no iPhone. I think the house all these times. But I think it's time to yes, that is a healthy option. Do you know how many of your thoughts on this? So during COVID, there was a huge amount of time it's constantly agitated. My concern is Zuckerberg's job is to do Facebook as much as possible, right? That data they had during COVID is there, right? And I think we social media companies are us getting agitation. So here's stuck watching this is great. And it's really hard. And it's okay. Yeah. Testifying, they're testifying to they set up their algorithms to harm children. Set up their algorithms to adapt children to their social media. Else, yeah. But else, I still don't think we have an answer. People made these bizarre YouTube videos with millions of views. Like the whole like else just do it, but put it in cage, like bizarre things that these kindness that you not really, and you don't know what the purpose is because they were giving the algorithm to this trouble with this. Someone was sharing that video that went to Lion King from the Democrats because of one second of the Obama's right. They cut there. It looked like he was sharing. It was just the next video that was queued up, and it looks like he was sharing from the Obama's. Well, they're all in it. They're all in the video. Hogg, Obama. was also in aid. Was eating a banana. Fritz was the lie, and Trump came out as a lie. The point is, I think I don't think he posted it yesterday. I thought it was in. I guess it was account. Someone posted it. It's what it was. It posted somebody else. I think so. Yes. You're right, but the point is, that he's not watching. You know, and after that's yeah, whatever later they're watching. They also there's a lot of those cartoons. Well, people were saying that child and it comes from one, you know, price that you suggest lumped on it. I'm like, someone we can over their heads, everywhere. It was really weird. Right? And it's like a Mickey Mouse cartoon. There was still, I don't know, continued, but it's switched to like whatever's popular. What are they doing now? Why would they have cartoon characters get models? Remember that one? Like a lot of them could fall, break their head on a countertop or something. I think this is another one. Not like a bad kid. Real. Just like what is going on? They're eating weird stuff. So move those videos because there's plenty of violent videos on YouTube. Because because what's the restriction is nothing sexual, it's nothing violence. Yeah. There's lots of shots. It was a lot of ones where kids got left alone with creeps. Yeah. Cartoons. Very strange. It was also like kid stuff. Oh, yes. It's just like, where does I saw another one. It was this channel, and it's like fish like actually fish coming from the ground is I don't understand. Do you remember there guys trying to play the attack video? That was the propaganda was that there was some right. Like some terrible video, some really the Muslims riled up and that's why the attack. It was also blaming the 2016 election. I was like, how many people talking about dark web? I was like, whatever. That's insane. Cells, right? She says this all the time. She just says it. Like, she doesn't have to be credible anymore. It's like we just know that kind of community. Like, if you're having a one-on-one conversation with her, just privately, she started talking like that. What are you talking about? She's like, sad. She got clowned in here. I did. Czechoslovakian guy. Yeah. It was funny. It was very funny. She was interrupting too. You know, we want women to have their rights. That's not what he said. He's literally talking about all this crazy shit, gender transitions, and people were really like they've had enough of the information. What are you? That's not real. It's way forward. But Democrats way forward with they connect with people. You got there's no reason why people respond to a fucking to men playing sports, to gender transitions of children. And people were freaked out. Not just fucking Republicans. A lot of people. Karen doesn't look enough. I'm just closing the retirement. Laugh. This is probably the smartest politician in Washington. It's a big crafty. She has had a fucking credibility list. She doesn't want the blank. She's retiring from she has 10 minute long video about 7 minutes. Right? You see what doesn't mention the word gay in the context of aid. Doesn't mention black people. Let's go to church. So top I'm like, she knows what we're saying. Talking about politics, you know, he backtracked, which he's just but Was he really? I just don't know. How does he think it's going to work that way? I think he thinks he's got to get that work. But he not know people. No, because I'm sure he's going to be right. Sure. Maybe I'm just naive about it. It's not California. It's not California. It's he's also killed his mom. What? Yes, this is you know, this is I'm sure it was something awful, but I don't think a politician talk about something that publicly. I'm not going to look at it. I think it's hate stuff. You know, this yeah. So, for sure, I'm talking about this. Because it's always the 55 residents who personal benefits not complex experience with assistance suicide. Washington Post report his memoir expressed deep grief over the person regarding her versus an act of feelings. He was 34 and the San Francisco supervisor at the time. It was his mom's decision. Sure, it was dying of terminal cancer. He was rotting out. I feel like, just like you put a dog in there, numerous times, assisted suicide is probably a good option. And this time, for him. That's it. That's not like, why put the agenda for him? It's unbelievable. Just that, I think it's later. It's like, just puts on a right. So the point is, it's just and it is. Now we don't have to put it past for anybody who works here. And we'll talk these things out. And I'm sure everybody here are extremely expensive for the system. But if you have socialized health care, the number is a huge number towards that your life. It's a huge expense for that company to get you off of there. So, you know, having this movement where it's all get together. And we're all going to work on that. 5 minutes ago, if you don't want to go fast, you want to jump out with that person. Now, if you don't want to jump out with that person, you don't want to listen to it, you're such a sin. I would think that blah, blah, blah. It's not always criminal stuff. And in Europe, teenagers who are depressed, it's, you know, it's not a simple stuff. This is the big door. It's a financial certainty. And no one's talking to this. So, I mean, so I'm just trying to budget. His budget is higher than the entire budget of the state of Florida, which has that's not exist. The budget for the state of Florida. I'm pretty sure this is true. I was reading an article about it today. The article should saying that it's $7 billion more for New York City than it is for the entire state of Florida, which has roughly 3 times as many people living here. I just gotta go back. It's a month ago. I, as a former New Yorker, I'm popping out inside of insanity. Is around 127 billion budget proposal for Tuesday. The socialist leader city leaders plan includes a whopping 9.5% tax on the workers, which claims to be a last resort, while allocating another $1.2 billion for migrants. So it's not 3 times more. It's more, 3 times more people. So that is triple. Per capita budget of Florida, Florida House is 113.6 billion to 115 billion, and total is 27 Florida. So our city, their budget is more than our state of California. This would be a lot. Sure. It's crazy. $0. Because they're going to be there. They're going to have to feed them. After something like that. Really, even though they're going to be robbed, staff and do jobs. How can you get about your job? Can't just my feet. Right. I remember with have it. Okay, you already have it. The Secretary of State never Democrat. She was their secretary was doing election. I never know when next election. The idea of amnesty. Tory system was the shit. Right. It was illegal. It was just this amazing thing, circular. I was trying to give to poor workers. Was fine. What is it? So, probably taxes are high. I understand that simulation brings in because that's probably this idea that consolation, which is property. It's not a thing. The idea that treatment is going to be, and this is what they're going to push. All people it's like they've done in other countries. But that's Costco. There's the steps. $120,000. How can you live in a condo with steps to $120,000? That's like now you can cut right from 15 different stuff. That's 12% on 120,000. Now it's $200 condo. A large percentage. I think 1%. Not 1%. That's responsible. That's something brings like that. See what the actual so that actually up for the so multiple properties in New York City and it's a tax and it might be big system. paid 80% of city's personal tax liability. Most recently, it's recently in 5 years. The PRT share, I believe, roughly 11% of PRT's total tax revenue. PRT accounts for 43% of overall city tax collections, so it's a lot of money. 48% of the city's personal income tax liability is an enormous amount of money. Taxes for 45%, that's what the other money is. What's the shares may be wide, something I like. It's like never kept it open like this. To make it easier to build. Because they're understanding if the limits are high, and like increases in lots of so maybe right. So it's definitely good. Still people are just like that kind of leadership and spooky. I'm much more concerned about someone who is incarceration. The principle is that you go to jail. Now, maybe that might be true on the speaking, or kind of unless because I don't think this is going to have that much, at least in jail. And certainly not in New York City. When I was on a grand jury and these weak cases came along, people would be conducted just like we're not taking part. This is interesting. So, you get to what's the guy who so that's the arrests. Much like what yes. So, you can be in jail for it's not nothing. Right. Yeah. Why would you want to do this? Because the principle is making people who are marginalized and marginalized. So they had some stuff to know what the documentation, which systemically to normalize and understand. And what's their plan for that? You have welfare programs, training programs, stuff like that. And here's the thing, I can understand that argument. Maybe if someone's doing breathing, I never understood how I would record stuff when I'm talking down. It's not a thing, punch a friend, punch me, so it's or throw people in front of trains. That's right. It's like that's not because you're like taking your job and right. That you shove somebody in front of you to see straight. Right. Yeah. It's dark, man. It's very dark. LA is not as dark as I think in LA there is still a sense of hope. Because people I talk to in LA, everyone I know knows something they feel like the just perfect up here to I'm just comparing two different places. And I'm saying the cancer in LA better than cancer in New York. Because I remember growing up in another one, you flex the neighborhood, and they ice cream stores and socks or whatever it was for flat rules and spots. And you just walk around and just walk into a place. And that's not a little store. Or the rent through the roof. Like, the crime is through the roof. So what's the solution for New York after this guy's out? Do you believe that New York turns around? It's going in the same general direction. How is it wanting to go in this general direction? John Lennon was here, like, he's during some rough stuff. Sexual assault was going back to the Gerald was president at Fort. I think the New York Post was costing himself on this policy. The presidency. But New York has this with the cycle. But you really aren't relating it. You would have a bush. At some point, here's the other one. There's two issues. One is a lot of people who could left. There were two of them. New York was its own thing. It's there. And because who are bringing culture, innovation, artists, not just little painters, but artists. It was Williamsburg, it was Bowery, there were copies of Magic. And I remember there was a bar called that all of that was this this hard, there was this amazing theaters. Street art, but that's a friend of mine's girlfriend used to go to thieves. There's no sign. You go to so cool, but you can't. So, yeah, I don't think like this return. So do you think he's just appealing to this base of disenfranchised people who've been told that the reason why they have all these problems is people are greedy, they run everything, and we should tax the rich and the poor? Is speaking to a lot of some people on the right. And I think a lot of leftists who think the Democratic Party is an effective mechanism to resolve it. And he's not. It's like Trump wasn't a Republican. It's a Republican Party. All out with these guys did go. I think 34 Hopkins Clinton ran for governor of California after years. As a socialist, he goes. He's a Democrat. Hack. He's like, Obama, no wait. Do you want to go? Some guy who's got a position, and he doesn't have any positions. This isn't about Hillary or something else. You want to think to go to Israel. You think that's a big 100%. That was an enormous shift. I 50% absolutely huge. I think the polls were shit. So I think it's who are those people? I think there was a giant cultural shift where people like paying attention. Why are they saying you're not going to Israel? Why are they saying that? Paying them. Why are they saying that's an odd thing to say? No one's saying the first thing I'm going to do is visit Hilton. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we're going to go to Israel. Sure, but there's also a huge Jewish population. There's no way what's happening to that. I don't think it's done. Some politicians, like the percentage of people who are Jewish in New York City is small in comparison to people that think that New York City should be the focus of attention about Israel. And I think you have all these politicians that are doing things that don't make sense to most people, like saying the first thing to do is visit Israel. The city's a mess. This comes along this New York City. That never happened. I think that was part of his professors. That was because you see one guy. This is the solution. This system that can place in the heads of the people who are in charge of the cities out. So that's what I said earlier. Get rid of the cold, whatever, passive capitalism, the embrace, but to say things like this. So, how do you know they are New Yorkers? So, I would not like to take what they I don't advise that. This New York City real estate. It's like first term. It's like just it doesn't right. So most it's not just New York City, Seattle, but Seattle they had a job. Well, this is also a big concern. you have and you have the it's an alternative. What you do with your next where let kids but shit. What do you tell them? He was like focused for 10 years. Like charts, your candidate, you have this democratic socialization, which they're not to live after you, she'll tell you that's her. So I think that's the thing it's used to. He's trying to do. And I don't see. I think he's a great tag dog. He doesn't have to worry about. I've heard that too. He was Jerry Brooks. I was not. Yeah, but he was Jerry Brown. On the show. I'm just like people he wants a lot of wants to run San Francisco, California, we're gonna be the president. You don't think he'd have a good shot? Be the president? I think that's yeah. Before that, I don't think it's that done. I think either that when you put party line or one is just a speaker who's a culture artist. Sort of Thomas position and just fudge data on stuff. Nick Shirley is in California right now doing this. Yeah, and fucking billions of dollars at the time. And he knows about it. I was kind of gave through the roof and walking through it. I mean, I don't know. Minnesota stuff. I took that to scouts fucking outside. I can do it. They got some overcharged frankly, just depending on how much fraud gets exposed, gets connected to that fraud. There's no fraud in Florida and Texas. What it said, one targeting Somalis. So, at the end of the day, I think people expect government to have. It's in Minnesota, you're not really going to. If I'm a Democrat in Minnesota, I'm voting for Democrat. And if I'm a Republican in Minnesota, how many votes is this going to sway? Amazing job in Minnesota. Somali fraud by organizing protests inside Somalia. And that's people need to understand. But yes, people are upset about ICE. Just right people and all stuff protesting. But that protest was not just organized, organized. They had sleep chats with Democratic congressmen or Democratic politicians rather involved in this. There's because they wanted to distract from the fact that this project is shifted. Yes, nobody's talking about fraud anymore. Everybody's talking about ICE being murderers. It depends on how the trials lay out. Wind up going to trial over this. People wind up getting indicted. That would get more interesting because then you remove it from Minnesota and it becomes this federal court thing. So then it becomes mainstream public news if they do this correctly. If there is something that the things the judges the prosecutors say like I go to the bush, get small. Like I'm so glad he's got right. As president, if you want to talk corrupt, how about worse? At least like Trump's into that. Let's have this conversation. Right. Filed thousands of times because he is the guy that was in contact with the FBI about New York State. He contact the FBI after Epstein was arrested and thank them for arresting him. That was a real problem. It did kick him out of Mar-a-Lago in 2005, which is actual. It's factual that his name is Bugs. Yes, I can believe it for the person listening. That's all you have to say. We were talking to Donnell Rawlings. Because Epstein went to his show, watch his show. He was I like how when I looked back that's it. It's right down. Wants to know the fabric. There's a lot of references to, you know, there's thousands of references to Turkey. So it's grape. It's like discussing grape. He grape. But this is right. Epstein is a boomer. It's not an algorithm thing. It's just a code thing. It's a black grape soda. But then he's really just a bring something to that effect. Something to that effect. That he would girls. I there's enough education on. We're all going to have these. I don't see that happening. I don't think you can do anything to force them to release the really bad stuff. So, what else is left? There's 3 million other files, right? They said that released everything. But what said there wasn't anything. You know, when Cash Patel was on videos, he said, I got the release. And I said to myself, I talked to my friends, and like, I know he had like stuff. That's have a literal list. When I said I meant right, well, they had those binders. They were all like performatively those binders, files. They go through one, the heads are going to roll, nothing happened. And then last question, what did you say today? Man, he was. I've been seeing files from right, and then people are connecting that to yeah. Yeah, I had 3 posts 9/11. So it's like 9/11. I'm not saying it's impossible. Well, there's a lot of people right? But I don't think Epstein was high up in Israeli decision making process. They're just looking for a financial record. I found out. I might have just started just like that. That would really change my wow. Coincidence. You know this stuff every day. Oh my god. Scroll down. This is fascinating. Fucking cryptic. Photos, if you look something like yes, done it before, done it on there's thousands of videos. Yeah, I'm trying to watch all those videos. Okay. Found any of those videos? I'm going to go to them individually. Again, the accuracy I don't know. I've seen the video. Someone said this is from the video. Do your job. And those videos. Holy crap. Oh my god. It's got out. I was just thinking this. Like, let's get ready to show. of about looking the house and stuff really just past his ex-wife Sherry. You take care of the partners, which I always treasure and kind of had in my house. There were two lines I couldn't say anything about because I didn't get something, which is um, I, it's just weird how much he still resonates. I think with me, um, have anything else for you? I just felt it was important to kind of raise message because he's really helped me out by thinking. Yeah, it's a bummer, man, because it happened to his kid got terrible cancer. Well, he had it in Chuck. He said, I can't make my stepdaughter married. She's to get married. And then Katie jumped in, Trump jumped in, like, this medicine. And I thought it was 4 months. And he got 6 more months with you. Just because someone's terminal doesn't mean they don't have months. Yeah. Months. Another great his work once. He like he's just like he's in your brain is a complete masterpiece. Yes. Sense and calibrate like before is she did great and his great is my job is to prepare for another job. Having a job is off. Just like I put something out there. Possible because the framework is we're having a more interesting life. But the reframe is we're having a part that's really late. Right? So if you think about after hey, where's this asking? Because he always was fun. So I just thought, Eddie, I just sister got you. I told you so. It's just, I wouldn't be surprised if it was looking for just the chicks and everything. With the shit. Yeah. 6 kids. Seems very sweet. I the person super nice. Not one person said which is a lot from them. So, but that's scary. There's an unprecedented number of people dying of cancer. I say, kind of cover because it's proposing what is causing these things. It's all happening because no one knows. I can debate this. Some fucking mystery. Yeah. You guys know what it is. I just want to look it up. But it was the taste of the articles. That article made me point to most of what now play as the cost. Those are the right. What did they say in that article? Possibly be like everything I have on my face, and every Baja person says, you can feel off my face because it's covered in donuts. That's legit. I I switched to and my thinking changed. And I'm like, this is, and I go online, this is good. Right. Thinking changed how? I was prepared my feet. I was having Glial activation, oxidative stress in the brain lead to internal damage and potential neurodegeneration. Push that through, right? Rothschild. Yeah. Search that. Right? Like, one out of 10 things there. I thought, just like, Rothschild serial in the 1970s and 80s played a pivotal role in the FDA approval of aspirin, artificial sweetener, honestly, just sweet. So there was studies back then showing due to potential carcinogenicity, after expanded just by next day. There was studies on that. There was studies of Alzheimer's. So I just want to be as much as I can. 10 or less. It's fine. Just kind of 2 days, lay off after see what happens to you. Sense, there's no biological pretty much. Something it does something positive as well as doing something negative. So you know, potion that you want to be about is probably something negative aspect that I was this where's it rats? I have to empty it just that's what it is. Brain to fucking rats. Highlighted high like it's causing cognition. It's not like everything that you drink on it's fun that I think that's what a lot of people this 10 fake baker died of brain cancer. Okay. What's that? Oh, that's not that's the house. There was a she like coach. She was. But then like it's like sugar, it's not sugar. I like these drinks called Stevians. They're Stevia drinks. It's zero calories. It doesn't like taste like sugar, but it tastes like butter. So it is kind of my daughters also find each other in sugar. I think that there's anything bad at all. It's like coming out of carnival bars. I think it's pretty natural. I don't like so yeah, there's just some things that's not well, I was like 18 those numbers. That's not bad. It's different too. So more snacks. That's great. This is something that I do all the time. This is my go-to snack. When I go to the UFC, that's the stuff I buy. I bring that. They don't have for you. I bring it because that's where my discount is. This stuff. Purest meal on earth, 2 ingredients. 20 grams of protein, 5 grams of fat, 20 calories, finished beef, shelf stable, refrigerated. That's right. Okay, send me something. I have some. I'll send you some. I'm not after that. Here, I eat those. I turn from my car. It's fun. Eat some. protein. It's got grass-finished beef tallow. Some people don't like it. Taste it. I like it. But if it's become my older plant, that's fine. I'm just cooking it. Yeah, but it doesn't make me feel bad at all. It feels like I've tried some other stuff. I tried those David bars. God, I got a hard time having. So David bars, they have some weird fat in it. Your body doesn't digest. I don't know if you chips and something like that, but a new version of it. And so the company purchased not that kind of whatever this ingredient is, and all these other companies, these companies that were using it because it's anymore. So a lot of people probably gave it most, but and they have like a lot of protein. It's like 30 protein for like 100 calories. It's because your body's like, what is this? That's the thing with teaching is what cheering. It wasn't fat. Oh my god. Yeah. Fuck are you? So those carnivore snacks are delicious. It's just salt. That's all those carnivore those snacks are. It's like a pastry. It's not even like crab engineer. That's substitute manufactured by a Lisbonese company that became after tinkering with product formulation. Website 2024 became promoting bars and local bodybuilding shows and farmers markets. So what does it say that stuff does? So I don't know what that stuff does, but it does something where your body doesn't digest the fat, it doesn't do anything else. It's just like everything that way. This is making sense. Let's do it. Essentially, time fat was the big culprit for heart disease, which is undigestible. Lester was undigestible. Its key attribute in pathways in the digestive tract therefore result in body fat. The problem was it's a low melting point in the body, which led to famously light freeze printing on the this may cause stools. Yeah, shit, this guy's in like that people actually use, but do you know what it is? It's falling out of my asshole. That's the best fun. Parts, I'm kind of like, I'm just like, I still got it. This was just like, for me, it was a morning time. I thought it was like, tonight. I mean, it's the one side about the YouTube channel. Right. So, what is the problem with that stuff? Problems. So that was the thing that we were trying to block. That was because bloating, gas, diarrhea, sugar, alcohol, the non-digestible fat substitute that's in it, which really absorb laxative effect, especially a larger amount of intake 2 hours daily to minimize we have this stuff. So it is. I'm sure people know. Like half of the funds what's this station? There's some people who why they would choose them like this is 150 calories. They'll just take it. Yeah, but that's a multi-base connection. That's the standard protein. Yeah, but a lot of people. For a lot of people. Yeah, I have zero problem. I get what I was getting great from a little bit interesting. Maybe I was something wrong with my brain. Like some sort of a milk outage or something. It's possible. I switched to the whole. Yeah, that's such a thing like carnivore snacks or those carnivores. That's the solution. You have those, and that way you don't have to. It's just food. When your body treats it like food, it feels like food. hard for me to get back to I'm doing lean gains. Slowly putting it. So you're involved in that. I'm activities. I'm trying to get jacked. I think I'm trying to get jacked. I'm just taking why you do that. I'm just asking. Trying to get jacked. Okay. That's like a question. Normal thing. Swole. Trying to get like big muscles. I am trying to learn as much as I can about making someone build. What are you doing? I go to 22 weeks. What kind of workout I do? Fun. Nothing wrong with it. What I like to jeans. Get stretchy jeans. I have 30 pairs of jeans. I don't need to get my jeans. But I have regular jeans that I made out of cotton. Jeans that are flexible. I have 30 pairs. With me, my legs are made. How much? DNA. So you don't work out your legs. Your balance. And also, your legs, your whole body. That's true. On a scale, the point being, the point you're not skinny. I'm going to show you my stand up. Legs of your jeans. Those are not too big. That's ridiculous. I will send you a photo of my they don't look like chicken legs. You need to be concerned about them getting bigger. It takes a lot to get your legs much larger. It's a lot. Like, severe discomfort. I think I just get ready to watch it. I think getting good clothes. You get balance. That's why you should do legs. You should never just do upper body. I'm where my upper body is doing for my legs. So it's not that. You should it's like one body that works together. Something up and your legs and all that stuff, I mean your hips, all that stuff, all the surrounding tissue stuff is not getting the exercise it deserves. My legs are perfectly fine. Okay. And it's hard to make calories. That's all. How many calories each day? I think okay. Yeah. That's a good meal for me. That's a lot of calories. Yeah. I guess. But even if you're eating so 32 calories. So when you try to stick and when you want testosterone replacement or anything like that, peptides. I tried. Yes. I tried. What's going on? Well. Skip leg day. On his face. Is this peptide is combination of things that is low because it's so it's blue. Interesting. Combined with 500 and sequencing first. It determines whether first. So it's a combination of all those. Interesting. I don't know what happened. No one has. I look. Okay. That's wait, but I'm gaining weight. Or anything. Do bench press. Yeah, because shoulders. That's slightly better. Okay. That activity here, it's not that much. It's all okay. All that weight back here, when you're right here, it's tremendous, much protein. You can do dips. Dips are fantastic. Don't go past 90 degrees. You can use on your shoulders. Dips are good. Dips are really good. There's stuff like just kettlebells. I don't do chest exercises or dips. Really? Yeah, I do a lot of kettlebells. Most of my exercises are full body. So I do a lot of snatches, a lot of a lot of renegade rows. Everything. All I do is stuff like that's what it does. My concern is always functional movement. My concern I see things. I think like incline down the hole. You have shoulder problems and you're benching. So a lot of people I know that just completely benching. Especially benching. But you know what? Like kettlebells, that's not what I think about kettlebells. Increases the strength of activity. I found that people snatches increase their VO2 max and increase their ability to achieve ups. I had a lift like workout and I let my back so fierce. It was, but it was scary. Exercise well. Yeah, I was doing them when you're bending over. That is warm ups. And especially as you get older, you things that I do for I was doing 10 minutes on, get everything slight sweaty, jumping, get everything fired up. I do a lot of mobility exercises. I do like body twists. I do these things like if I get down to the bottom, bend back, I do a lot of twists. I get everything. And I start with push-ups and I do 100 push-ups, 100 that's my warm-up stuff. But I'm done with all this stuff. Now everything's warm. Now I can start working out. So like, I work out on this every day. Occasionally, and then almost every day. If I'm hitting the bag, generally, I do weights the days I hit the bag. So that's like maybe 2 days a week. I alternate stuff like body weight stuff, like pull-ups, chin-ups, dips. I do pull-ups, legs out, working at the same time. I do a bunch of different things, back stuff, a lot of back extensions, stuff, sit-ups on that G, going down. Yeah, I'm just happy with the results. Let the paper fix it. That's good. I would just avoid a lot of heavy lifting with bench press. I think bench press is so many people really fuck their shoulders up to bench press. I don't know a lot of those. Here's the thing. We did this thing where got this stupid fast movies, and then after someone took us over, we got drunk. So then we went out to my gym, and Murray and Tom were trying to bench 225. I don't bench at all. I did it 13 times. Like, I don't. I can start 2 plates. No, they was a pit. Everyone got pressed. Vern can do it now. Back then, it was casual. Benching. I never saw it Saturday or Friday. If you're no, you can do it. I mean, what's just but the point is, like, doing about benching. I've been dumb about benches. You guys are probably about benching. I just there's other ways to look at chest. On the press. There's a lot of people who don't even agree with this. I orthopedic surgeon that told me shoulder operation 10 years ago. He was like, just up to hips. Like, why? Like, does everybody have another put their shoulder up to hips? That doesn't mean like, I'm looking at him. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. Look at all these gymnasts. Yeah. Just don't do too much. All of it is like working your body. You have to progression is the I do love when you're flying. When you're just but that's a good test exercise. So, yeah, along with the push-ups, do 100 push-ups a day, 50 dips. You're the okay. This also, I'll tell you what you said to me. Brother, you said you're funny. That like at a certain point, chat is a cost. There's definitely a cost to the way you look. Like you look, it's not that funny for me, but like Roseanne was telling me when she was starting out, she was people stop. There's plenty of funny, not in the. That's what it was. I've seen people lose weight and still be hilarious. It's like the mentality that people have with Kevin James. It's like I'm furious. Kevin was losing weight. He was really conscious about his weight. Kevin was weight. He could fucking do anything. He's a talented guy. What's that? He's weight. He's funny, but it's funny. I'm not disrespecting Kevin James in any way. Mad respect. This guy is funny. Right. So Kevin James, a lot of movies come up with family to different paradigms. That's what I'm saying. It would be a challenge, but he'd still be hilarious. Do not think that he is. If you look there, I think he has the same roles, but not necessarily the same roles he was doing. Yes, but well, this looks weird. It's going to be super jacked. You got the rock jacked. People get that stuff. Still not looking out for Kevin's health. It was yeah, okay, that's yeah, but you don't have to go swim or you don't have to go running Kevin. Right, to get jacked. You can. What's that guy who played that? He was in oh yeah, special exercises. He really he doesn't testosterone plays. Just do lateral raises. Yes, he did a fun about people for getting in shape. He did recent stand-up special. Does he natural? So weird. Stand-up. He started out stand-up. He started out stand-up. I doing stand-up. He just released a special. What's his name? That's what I did for. They have to. Fuck out of here. That guy. Muscle. Yes. I've been on testosterone. How long? Since I was like almost 40. I started, and then Well, I noticed I was training a lot. Back then, I was doing 5 days a week. I was lifting. Of course, and you're always doing it right now. Well, I had a doctor that specialized in stuff. A lot of it had injuries. Because people had injuries. But CTE and a lot of damage to the territory. A lot of times your brain is not using testosterone at the level it's supposed to. Okay. That gland gets damaged from testosterone, but it's one of the things that causes depression. And a lot of people that have had a head trauma, it's like your body's not making it anymore. So you just like fucking lethargic all the time. His state is a year-long process, professional training, funded by daily workouts for science and fried sugar and fitness. It's 2019 Instagram resources are provided, but never mention these steroids or deny them. So you have a good. Okay. This is a softer build. Testosterone. Me shit about well, there's nothing wrong with that. I just said I never like or silly. And they're just mad that he didn't look like he looked like that. He was doughy. Now all of a sudden he looks like a pro. I think that's kind of crazy. It's not that he's like a big fat pro. So you're just some stuff. And also if you're I'm having a few minutes ago. Well, it's not just that. It's like it kills your dick. It kills your a bunch of exogenous testosterone. Body stops making testosterone. So say if you're on a cycle, like a month, 2 months, it will take you for your body to back to normal. So I think that's the ratio. You're not these other things where CG actually ramps up your testosterone. The number is like double the time that you exercise and so on. 100% because your body starts relying on the endocrine system shuts down. So we have to make testosterone. This guy's more than normal we never have. And so just stop. We don't want to be like too jacked. And it's just like you don't understand what you're doing to your body. And so it's the kind of thing where it's just like you should compare yourself to the guy from the gym, compare yourself to the guy on the plane. Instead, therefore, that's why people trying to help me. I don't like position my age. The other thing is, there's plenty of stuff that's natural, super beneficial, and not dangerous like creatine. Creatine is tremendous. Right? That's the thing. That's so sad. It's very sad. It's certainly. I think some of these guys look like Schwarzenegger in the 70s. It's like the same. But it's just like, what's the future? Well, you're not going to have kids, right? You're going to be stupid. You're not going to have sperm. Right? That, 20 years ago, she got one piece of head. She's like, yeah, she lies the hell out like a couple. So I decided to compete and then shatter a leg with a top compound fracture. Oh, you didn't know about that? Oh, yeah, she did. That surgery, she's been on for a long time. Like, two places. She's got a lot of stuff in it. Like, he doesn't necessarily always need. Sometimes the blood flow not appropriate, not what you need. People who don't use it, those actually put soccer pads, those plastic soccer instant pads. That was kind of fun. But this is a Taekwondo tournament, so I had pants on. And so I put soccer pads to my crown. And then I put paint. I won the states. Decision. But the time that I was getting ready to win the national championships in '88, the problem was I had already been so started boxing and already started to realize there's a lot of holes in Taekwondo. It is if you know all the other right. It's so devastating, right? I was a really good kicker, like a Michael Venom Page. It's a specialist. Having takedowns that are really dangerous. The ability to cover distance. Not a good third. That's what's kind of doing. I think I'm lucky about that. But there's just like holes in Taekwondo. It's like punching. Anybody connects. I didn't realize like the people when I started liking boxing. I was and I was already starting to stand up. So it was like my life. Oh, I got chairman. Totally. The Trump that I said funny for me, and I tell you, like, next me, but first of all, I don't think that. She said, it's fine. Just thank you very much. Okay. Thanks, Vincent. Hey, you stand up. Sure. I have my what? What? Yeah. What do you mean? Figure it out. You know, I want to like, I told you, figure it out. It's training. Cannabis is too hard for me to help someone. You're not actually going to do it. It's just my body's going to use it. They can review it. Okay. So you're doing it. I'm all the time. It's like, smart. What to do? I guess they don't. Let you realize how different it is. They just work really hard. That's great. Yeah. That's why I'm saying just okay. Yeah, that's on my street. I mean, you understand this is the fucking place. I don't know. So there now, it's like 5 o'clock. It's 2 nights. Training Sunday, Monday night. Okay. Yeah, we'll go. It's like to make it so that we have enough. That motivates all the people. We're going to do things well. It's like always work hard. Everybody excited about working hard. Jobs and these young guys are really good. start getting special rules. And Patterson just got an exit now. And these things are happening for people from the club, so it's like, yeah, that's fine. That's next year. It's not something that you can kind of cash into every now and then. That's not something to just weekends. Yeah, you can't like run around the block once a month and think you can go do a marathon. Right? Yeah. You gotta get into it. The thing about stand up is like it's not a quick process to honestly most people. It's not very fast rules. It's not how much actual time you do. It's general rules take years. Really. General rules take years. But people don't really think of it as legit for 10 years. I don't know that I have to. I don't know anybody. I don't know. I'm not since 10 years. I have seen robots in China that do it from Kung Fu. They already just this demonstration, this martial arts demonstration. Robots on stage. I mean, it's crazy how fucking how they move. I'm worried about if anybody's hacked engineered yeah, yeah, that's real. Because there's a piece, like a guy after apologized where he was using big AI, and he goes, if you use the paid for AI, he goes, I can tell that it also knows like use the private preferences. So it's better than hiring a person, and that's so what's gonna happen in 2 years, 3 years? I don't think you can. And a lot of people are sorry from a lot of these companies that are saying we're doing it. I'm not doing kind of guy, but I think it's a much faster path toward something well, there's also automated weapons systems that are totally autonomous. That's the government's working on that, and I believe there was an issue. So you find that one of the AI companies to not willing to do something with autonomous weapons programs. They just said, yeah, I think Anthropic was like, we don't think that's good, and all the others like, let's go. Yeah. Yeah, well, the thing is, it's China. They probably are. Anthropic is clashing with Pentagon. Here's what each one wants. Anthropic's relationship with the Department of Defense is under review as the Startup wants assurance that its models will not be used for autonomous weapons or massive. Wants to use Anthropic models for all use cases without limitation. According to Google, Michael, the Undersecretary of War for Research and Engineering. Yeah, so this is what they're doing. What is it? It's a massive reality. It's over from what that was both of them are terrible. I mean, did you see Alex Carter that did? He was talking about Palantir, and he's like, you know, kill people and used to kill people. That's what he said. Like, but he was like, he's saying, kill people. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, did you see that? Like, Palantir, which I don't know if it's verified or not, where Kim.com was the one who right to drop this. Yes, I did see that Kim.com tweeted about it, but I didn't see it verified. What did he say exactly? If you could put him with some law. How did you guys act? He said he doesn't have. It's verified that this is legitimate. The points he laid. It's not surprising that a government at implementing what the government wants. A lot of the things are wasn't these corporations impose these kind of don't seem so-called exactly yeah. What they were happy to do. Yeah, exactly. Right, it's fucking crazy. But the thing about this is something no one realizes except for the engineers that are deeply invested in this is that it's accelerating at this tremendous rapid pace that they can't really control. ChatGPT 5 is released. ChatGPT made ChatGPT 5 essentially tasked the AI to make a better version of itself. Make sure it's I'm pretty sure that's if you imagine it animates realistic. Yeah, like there's a video of me and Keanu Reeves doing kung fu in this room. That's something John Wick. Sure. It looks very it's like from John Wick. It's like movie style kung fu in this room. The average person is outside their window. They're going to perceive something that they've seen before. Right. It's a very scary thing. Something that clicked in my head survived season 1. So it was ridiculous. There, the second last episode, 4 contestants left. Next week on Survivor, and Sue turns to Kelly. She goes, "We have another Richard." Zombie doesn't do it every time. Well, I think they're going to Richard. She was saying, this wasn't eavesdropping. This was a sound thing. There was nothing else to hear. In fact, you could only hear what Sue said to Kelly. And that was such a big moment for me. Like, holy shit. People were on that beach. And they heard something they weren't supposed to hear. But you laugh. People tell you right now this face. And I think the past lifetime contestants that Trump said, you should check the beach. Trump said, I'm saying, you find people with questions. Right. You play the tape. They're not lying. That's a big 11%. People honestly perceive things that are not. That's true. They're also only looking at headlines. That's right. Looking at narratives. They read the tweet. Oh my God! I can't believe we're doing this. And they put it down. They're too busy. They're not doing deep dives. They're not too busy. It's not their perception. That too. Running a beautiful show. Us them filters. That's yes, I can tell you it's very fine people. Obama said that what he said at the campaign. Now it's crazy. That was his funny. You don't know that? You see that? Also, it's I have seen that might be real. I don't know how they pull that off. I'm not saying here's something else. I'm not saying it's I always think like, what steps would you take for this to be true? So you're going to keep this alive and keep space and known. How do you keep that guy up? Would be the question. Moving into plastic surgery. Yeah, look, Renee Zellweger looks different. And she's a fucking artist. She could have ruined her career by something pretty. Right? I think it's weird. Her eyes are small now. What did she's a puffy face. People said that Brown did something. Just pictures on maybe one day he was tired. One she Bradley Cooper looks exactly like Bradley Cooper to me. Like she's weird. She's cute. Like that. Look at her in 2009. She was so cute. There's that annoying lefty lady. The one who was a real housewife and now she's. Oh yeah. She's like she's great at that. Yeah. Everyone block him. Yeah. She's very angry. Other photos. Okay, on the far right. She's still pretty. Change in her face. Jennifer Grey's but after that nose job, can stop. Evans is worse than this. It's from the Terminator? I just Linda Terminator. Hamilton is awesome. What I mean yeah, but people don't know that. She doesn't look like she sued. She sued for plastic surgery. Look at that. Well, that's just see what the one right the red one. Let us see. Finding peace and happiness growth hold on to your expression. It looks like an old she's older. Maybe she had something first. You're saying that's not that shocking. It's just an older lady. It's quite shocking because I think that's the difference between 30-year-old look at that. That's the best example. So, Hunter reads the
I was looking at ChatGPT stuff, and that's
ChatGPT 5. I don't know. If you ask that question,
Chat.
no, there's it's called like correct. This was the concern was that eventually autonomous and would create itself, right, and it would do it very. I think getting is an indication that are deeply involved in this fucking stuff, power and stuff. Essentially, they don't have a job. They just kind of show up and does the work for them. That the general. So and getting better all the time. Comes in with some handler. Humorous. Rock. This person. What are they bringing to the table? The artist. Right. Better every single day. It's like you're gonna have a certain number. Great idea. There's so much door. No, they just fucking just Hollywood, and they did like that clip. Realistic looking. Time we're all. All right. Holy God. Great Cybertruck. When it does that, it makes a weird humming noise. We have her.
Oh my god. I don't like that.
I don't think this sound. But
Point being, casually be footage shot. Like I'm not a, there's a lot of much on these, and it's just like we're not having conversation. We're getting young people like here. See anything wrong?
well,
I don't think that's. I don't think to that level. I think at a certain point, 24/7, people kill.
what we for this.
We're not even talking about the kind of.
You and Jamie.
I'm talking about. You can.
right, don't have those of infants. I just, well, it's not just here, it's here in Kuwait, good, strong, time, we're all just pointing towards, and what's going to happen when this starts? With psychedelics. When this sources come, everything. That's government. Is that the guy? Is that documented? He's an actor. His point. I don't that guy. Get it? Well, his concern is Google search. So, like, if you search Trump, stories, if you search Facebook stuff, you're promoting it, and you have this group touch it. And Benito. For whatever reason. That during the pandemic, there was a story about a Florida stroke. About it. And I tried to find and someone one different firms said that it was Russian news information, right? Not curated in the sense of a personalized filter. Sourcing. That's the things that provide teams like personalization, non-personalized searches. So curated by rank. There was a difference. I think it's interesting. It's larger. But being Trump is 9% or something crazy like that. I don't think going forward. It doesn't look good for the midterms, right? This high stuff is doing a great job for that. There's a lot of people look towards matches, perception. It's like people don't voters can have voters different perspectives. People want to get rid of aliens, like don't force them out. It's like you send this from a letter. Well, I think one problem is they're not willing to address the fact that these are being protests and agitators. Sure. And that these people, it's not. This is not an organic. yelling. Protesters. Providing protesters with these decibel meters for them to get paid. They had to be yelling at certain decibels, like this sound, like this information. That sounds like a percentage of those things. How much is a fucking decibel meter? It sounds like very, like, a problem. So it's really hard. So I had that in front of me. Right? I have thousands of people you're providing them with these decibels. That was right. Yeah, that sounded like horseshit. But there's a lot of horseshit out there. There's a lot of people that do it, so they just make up fake stuff just for like it's there, like part of price, but it's right. Yeah, like if that's your argument, that was fine. It's just like, it's not a technical situation. So none of us right, what are you gonna do? Like, I don't know, there's a guy who's money in the garage for like it's gonna bring up that level. Like it's overstorm, right? He's like just Bob, that's a good one. Blah blah blah. It's just like how I like understand that's your argument. Literally how you I'm not saying I'm for it or against it, I'm just saying what is your plan? It's not easy to promise. Make sure I'm staying, especially have these, boyfriends from different countries that with 30 whatever, girls and whatever. And I see someone posted the receipt of the pieces, some girls and children, and in file, school bags, like, someone said everything's fine, like, what do you think about this stuff? And I'm like, that's was the thing, and everything else is just like, these were torture games. Lots of like people, I guess, and then they got to talk about it probably in 7th grade and start to worry about it. But like, where's it all going? I don't know if people understand, like, here's an opportunity to keep brothers in trouble for and stuff like this. That's how they were working on it. Free. Like some of these guys have prison sentences, but they're not anyway. Or shit, why is this not DK? I just don't understand. I just don't understand. What's the end? Structure enough and understand that's true. That's true. If that isn't happening, that's true. But if you were trying to destroy the UK, that's how you get that piece of violent violence. Let them do violent violence. Don't prosecute. Prosecute people for online. So, it's I thought I was the way that like it's not simple. I was just there. It's as bad as people think. It's even worse. Really. There was a theater a block away from the house in Burlington. And I had theater shows today. That's not for little. This is educational. She played here. That really should be so. Going to the and it's only getting worse. So it's I don't that's not gonna matter. If you want all these illegal immigrants, you're right. Because if you do what you're doing is watch. Alternative states have something great. But there's plenty of people who would like so understand it. I'm not America go back to right. I found a video just protesters with the that's not ridiculous. It's giant. And because I was like, there's no way they get them protest meters. What would you do? It's a good question. The real problem is that they let 10 million people us in over the last 4 years. And that's the thing that so the only reason we're there is the problem is because we've been talking for 4 years with Epstein's version and they let in a bunch of criminals in who have been killed and have been children have been killed. And they want to hide that data. They don't want to be held responsible for what they did whatsoever. But that kind of outrageous that ICE protesters shooting a guy whose arm what's going on. The how that got out of like before it's like, are you crazy? Right. But that guy, so they disarmed him. He was carrying a SIG P320. SIG P320s were notorious for accidentally discharging. The peers, these videos that I've seen, and some people seem to verify this, that as one of the officers pulls the gun from him and walks away with it and accidentally discharges him. They think this guy has a gun. They just pulled the gun. The gun went off. They're running to the fight. Everything's happening in a split second. Yeah. Two guys that killed him. Right. They just crazy. They're just natural faces. Yeah, yeah. What's crazy is how many Latinos are in this. Why is that crazy? Well, it's not just that. It's like it's a really big job. They can get a big bonus to sign. I think it's the bonus when you sign for ICE. I think it's like a great. Right, if there's a nurse who's killing patients, which happens like what let's say shut down the hospital or stop the so I think this was a Supreme Court, let's assume this thing was an issue about look at this signing bonus $50,000, $60,000 in loan repayment, up to 25% premium pay. By overtime. Premium pay, 25%. Just the $50,000 bonus. How many people will want to take that check just for that? And $60,000 you get your student loan paid off and for $1,000 bonus. Holy shit. You get a lot of people to do that in child security. Yeah. Wear masks. For work, if you can't find work, but also this is like a financial problem. Yeah, a lot of people are going to do it. So, but again, when you're also you're trained, like you only train for 7 people, right? Yeah, that's the answer. No one has it. Right. That's funny because there are a lot of criminals in this country that did it in the last 4 years. Do need. So what are you going to do? What do you do? Well, it was an interesting statistic. I think I said a team game where they were saying only 14% of these people that they've arrested are violent criminals. That's what they didn't say. It's 60% of the people that they're arrested have criminal history. When you say non-violent, meaning what? Not from one robbery. Guy pulls a gun at you. How do you cause non-violence? I bet it's not. You cause violence. If you do not cause violence, you're categorizing it as violence. Like if you do not shoot someone, stab someone, beat someone, so you're not violent. It's my victim of robbery because they're doing everything in their power to gun violence numbers as high as possible. So there's an opportunity where gun is involved. Perhaps you could rob them with a knife. Does that count? And you rob them. There's like something. I'm wondering, but either way, the misleading aspect of the airport was not only 14% were violent criminals, but it's the other fucking 56% are breaking into people's houses, cars. I don't know that. But the 40%, that's the question, right? Right. So what are you going to do? Right. Okay. So here it is. 400,000 ICE arrests in the first year. About 60% with some, however, only 14% violent crime records, including as homicide, 2,100 arrests, 12,400 robbery, 2,700. So robbery, 40% lacked any team for immigration violations. This is for nonviolent issues like DUI. I'm sorry, DUI should be deported. It's a violent crime. Well, you definitely destruction. Drugs, 22,000, 30,000, outnumbers crimes. Yeah, but those are fucking crimes. I don't think it kind of is a distraction from people. They're all house. Are you comfortable with them? I don't think most people are. No. What do you do? Rand Paul thinks that you should allow them to stay, but not give them citizenship. See, birthright citizenship went away. A lot of this. Right. Like you can't be not eligible for welfare, for Medicaid, for taxes and income. Especially if you were illegal, and then you come here specifically for a baby, and your baby could stay too. That's crazy. That's a crazy. It's the only country that happens. That's true. North Korea maybe, but yeah. So it's a problem that doesn't have a solution that would make both sides. Well, I don't think one side is against it. Republicans think it's kind of overturn their whole society. I mean, if we had right, it makes no sense. Right. We're supposed to 10 million Canadians that could be criminals. Open door. You're smiling. Maple syrup. My no. This. There are this exact 41 million Canadians. Okay? Right. So if I rent $35,000, brand new truck, $10,000. That's reparations. How can you have reparations for something as horrific as slavery? It's not going to do it. Money, right? Well, you know what? You are right. That they don't want their country. Million African Americans. So the South was a lot the opposite. Slavery in the North would be better. You invade and enslave, nationally enslave Canada. African Americans, and that's reparations. I have to hear about the big names. So it got sad. He's African. I think that's real. He's out. Reparations. Right. Right. Show them. So she gets. Sorry. I'm not kidding. It was all. Trump room. When you say our 51st date, they like he let's stop America in terms of Greenland. Okay, because in the first the Prime Minister Mark Trump's like for this Twitter goes so the Prime Minister doesn't know our plan. We're gonna have to what? What I did for the there. We need they don't know how to make someone the spectrum has this kind of organization. What do you think of this whole group? I can't understand it. You know they offered this group about the 1920s. Right, okay, yeah. Was it 220 or something? It's crazy. So Denmark on the green was closer. Denmark getting closer. We should have it. I should. No, fuck them. This is what it's right now. The United States in the 1920s was expressing interest in acquiring or leasing in Greenland and taking no formal offer. Denmark, I thought there was negotiation. Yeah. For the U.S. Virgin Islands, 25 million. U.S. bought the Danish West Indies news for 25 million. What a deal! But from Danish sovereignty, 1920s U.S. Army General advocated American air bases on Greenland, power, strategically vital, advancing technology, and purchase or succession offer from Denmark to U.S. interests in military advocacy without diplomatic action. But we just got to get this spot. You get what we go. So 1947, President Truman proposed 100 gold for Greenland, rejected by Denmark, who made gold more intentions. It's deemed defense rights in 1945, World War II occupation. How interesting is that? I'm interested in forever. That's everything. Fascinating. Well, yeah, some of the yeah, they already say don't care. Like we're happy to use it. That's kind of crazy. It's like why? I can see out of his head. This is so I think it's just because it's like what this Greenland would own every like basis on it. Last years when I was in office, we were trying to talk about Russian stuff, all that stuff. It's kind of crazy. So now I think he's on a victory. But he also wants to get a lot of stuff done because he knows he only has one. And I think I understand the strategic implications why you want that, but I don't understand why you wouldn't just look at bases there. You can't the other one that I don't go to basically teleport information and it's crazy. In change the government, but they got government that was resistance. A lot of people like what's going to happen is during the trial, they're going to feel that majority is involved in the 2020 election. Yes, because there is some sort of connection with Venezuela and the 2020 election and the voting machines. Okay, I heard I would. That is I said I don't see any route where the economic trial to release this sort of information. Right, I agree. And having even verified kidnapped, killed all your cards. I think I if I could get him, I heard courage. I bet I'd be surprised. That they took him either to jail with us, that would make more sense. Over there, sound weapon, like capacity to run in, went and executed them all. U.S. soldier was shot. Everybody was down. Like the people that were talking about, they were on the ground. It was crazy. Shut off all the windows, shut off all the windows. systems, and then all of a sudden, fucking helicopter, drones, everything was there. Some weapon was used, everybody was incapacitated. He came in, gunned down. How many people did he kill? I forget it. It was 100. Killed a lot of people with no resistance. I thought it was very clear that we had no. I'm sure probably that as well. It's like working with us in terms of where he is. I'm sure there was that as well. Arrested. I thought it was AI because it looks so crazy ridiculous. Their government's like Trump's the president. It's just like I don't know. It's real. Five. DOJ investigating unfounded claims as well as still 2020 election. What's the This is how these fuckers. Guardians. Yeah, they're gross. Shit pack up. I don't doubt it. Sure, you didn't see it. Little dab of makeup. Okay. This one could believe it's not my very strong. What do you say? Another I don't understand. A lot of people correctly should be doing regime change. The regime, right? We just got rid of one guy, right? But like, if you get rid of Trump, it's because he's president. So what are we doing here? I don't know. Democracy about how Maduro is Venezuela's vote. That is very right. Now it's like the same. Yeah. So it's like start looking around every day. He's trying to like live a normal life, which is what everybody wants from doing that. Constant assault by information that scares the shit. Thanks for us to right. You go. Maybe you kill a lot of people. Like blood bath. Like we're just getting. God, he's the president. Everything will go back. That's really what we think. I think I share that most of it is going on. But I like it's best. Oh, it wasn't this great. This first term. No. Yes, this is Venezuela border. Yes. Chip to its first last boy. I'm just like that. Well, right. Well, that was it. Oil to Israel. Venezuela plans in its first 17 years part of exports falling. Euro. I don't. processed with all these chemicals. It's apparently like the consistency of asphalt. It has to be broken down. It's very expensive. This is why, was it as the CEO of Exxon, one of the companies said that it would never work. The infrastructure's not in place. And Trump was upset at him. And yes, I really, something very scary. Yeah. Always turns bad. Like, yeah. So it's just like never good. And at the same time, what do you get? I mean, what's he doing? Here's the administration officials of the team control Venezuela. Secretary of State Marco Rubio claiming that Venezuelan active government body LC Rodriguez needs to submit a budget request for accessing the country's oil proceeds. So we just took over Venezuela, essentially. We just took over their oil. And also the country. It's like the chaos coming to press this out. Yeah, like the government, essentially. It's like we're I tell them what they can and can't do. I think that's the thing. There's still. It's just the oil. Can I talk about something? I work at the 20. So, we're already I can buy blood country. There was not this conversation that we got. And it's different. This prototype. Just scared. And I met them. They were not. This is from the 80s. They signed the same day. Rothschild. So I wrote a screenplay because it's final text for this down the stage on the box. There jokes like, hey, I'm exhausted, right? Exhausted, blah, blah, blah. They'll tell her first day, but yeah, she kept doing it. Right, so it's completely for B car. 2006. So glad yes, yeah. Right. He started the idea of writing online in the 70s. Just simply when here comes the audience going, what's our title? And he's like, not exactly very splendid. He was a kind of his person. He hated it much. And amazingly, he was so like 2001. He flew back to New York and he produced a demo. He sent an email that said, do you want to hang out with him? And I go there. Spoiler alert, he died, which was not as funny. Anyway, yeah, he's got this feeling of talking. I'm going to find out. Now it's everything is like not a wide release. We came up with find out. It was like, it's not that. And that was the weekend. Live with no electricity. So he wrote a book about me, and that screenplay fell on. But because it's fun, you know, it's a fun story about you're young. He's stupid. It's something exciting to try. 45 years to pay my rent. Today, it's easier. It's a big audience. It's very fun. True. All right. Just thank you. It's cool. And the possibility of happening next day. Yeah, another thing too. Yeah, but I think they have better get rich. That stuff. It's better. They can't. Do you remember what happened? Went to jail. Seismologists because the company in the country didn't understand the ability to detect it. And so they blamed these geologists or seismologists because eventually the science would reveal like fucking way really tell. But these guys out, they blame these guys on not being able to detect it. Man. Well, I mean, 72. Yeah. I down like after I saw one of the sections of the highway that had collapsed on the other one. I remember trying. Like, I was just you meant it. Like, I know I don't like to tell the story of what happened. It's not bullshit. Literally, I got my apartment across the balcony and watched it happen. I watched it outside. It's like bullshit. Literally, all I know is wake up. It's like, oh shit, I gotta find the car to get me back in that. The next thing you know, the lights go out. Just everything is black. So I was thinking the buildings were then I get the story from everybody else that experienced it. Said that the first thing that happened was when the police showed up, the lights went out. Well, I was outside watching. So outside, when it happened, like I came up, I thought it was going to be like some shock or something. No, it was really. You have to be part of it. You know, it's like, you I heard the door slide, and that was in the next thing you know, everything shook. She was trapped in there. You know, there was a closet door that trapped. So I know she couldn't get in. I ran out on the earth like this. How? What did it like? I don't know what the hell that was. I don't even like telling this because you know, it really happened that way. And the guard, I talked to the guard. When the lights go on, oh, it's shooting the lights. So it happened before it happened. Some kind of weird stuff. You have to talk about time. How they had that tsunami. I was ran onto the ice of the island. It's like they just knew instinctively. I don't know. Nothing like that. I gotta say this man. Just tuned into your body. You're not gonna get caught slipping. Like you probably got something and your spidey sense went off. Yeah, I growing up, since I was 14. And that's the type of shit. Yeah, and I was always hey, listen, yeah. And then, hey man, this is I get the predators. So I grew up. You for yourself. Yeah, I mean, I'm always the junior. Like I said, I've been around since I was 14. Since I was 14, on asking in tournaments, had like, fight heavyweight at that time. I was always older people. You know, I got wave. Taking a class, doing in the hood from Brooklyn to right? It was a lot of people don't know. We had the top rate. Yes. I was constantly. There's a something that was like my head. I was practice. Like, you know, and so winning competitions, whatever. So people, well,
Oh, that's hilarious.
So under the table, basically, like 15 seconds. Yeah, so, it was kind of trip, which is, you know, and, was like crushing on his. That was like, kind of like early on. So, there's because they think it was Stephanie's. You're a vampire. And so there's some people I had to. So yeah, really just having to actually. And so with everything else, I just really dug into it. Style after style, and this I also like worship styles like and everything else. Actually, somewhere in Apollo has to find this video. There's a video of us working out together where talking about hockey sidekick, and you threw out there was a chain, but regardless, you threw a hockey sidekick on that chain, and the chain snapped and line. And everyone was like, "What the fuck?" It's a funny video, man. Right, yeah. I know it. I'll probably text it back to this and try to see if you can put it up on his Instagram. So, yeah. Training wasn't even I see you in the gym all the time. Yeah. Well, it was 29 years ago, by the time you interviewed me. That's right. That took me off and right. Guest upstairs. And at that time, you were already. Yeah. I ended up training with Maurice Smith, every Seattle. We trained together. Like, our martial arts wasn't popular. No. To see you all the time. It was another place. It was Legends and another place. Well, yes. First went to Legends and I moved to the other place that was like in East LA. So I would, yeah. One time, Frankie Lyons. Wow. Right. He was like, my best friend was amazing people. Ray and all. Box. Oh, yeah. Like he analyzes everything. He's pulling in your elbow. Oh, yeah. Tightening this. He's moving. He's like he's showing like various basic tiny details that make all the difference. Yeah. He was my personal boxing coach. But Frankie, he kind of a lot of it. I started teaching him stuff. And he like that stuff. You would have me Sugar Ray. Like, explain this. What? Sugar Ray smells right? But it was like this. I'm very analytical, and I love technique. And so I would just try to figure things out. My whole thing was always to pressure test things. You know, so tool or it's not even if I tell you. It's a thing about no telegraph wall. It's so to teach people that because especially if you have the stick it put up on it. The first one you teach most like said great guy. Whatever. So that's what we'll see what human being. But like a lot of people, like almost like street basketball, as opposed to you miss certain techniques. Trying to like, well, Kimbo, and so when we shoot, and we had a cameraman that did not. So I just had to do everything. I just wanted to make everything very realistic. So had this, like, try your best. And so he tried. As soon as he would move, see, I have, but he was later, not nervous. Why are and like this? You beforehand. Please, wouldn't do that. So it's kind of I'm gonna do it. Is just like and how it's about just right, like kind of like jamming on getting better. But we see different styles. So we're seeing that now. Really, martial artists that are entering into MMA are being techniques that people haven't seen before. And a lot of people dismiss that you're finding are very effective. You don't know what they do. So you have like, it's like, I'm sure you see guys loading up. You don't see. Right. You, you're not going to, right, because you're taking a millisecond that you take. This episode is brought to you by Here's the Truth. Reacting to cyber attacks isn't need control from this blocker comes with zero trust. You're blocking everything else by default. You control what runs, when, where, ransomware, exploits, and now with AI, increasing the speed fast enough. .com/more. There's a move that people are doing effectively up because you can see the load up, and it's just a jam. Just lifting it up. And it's super effective in doing it. Everybody's fast, you know. Everybody technique, but that jam of just lifting it hard, just it fucks people up. I don't see anybody.
There's always from the Eagles a lot of times. Like it's hard to shoe against guys half my size. It's a performance. Hard techniques of like, man, I gotta get down to the floor and at my size, I'm better. I'm gonna kick you in the background. Because it's you know, body's never to the right. And so that ain't it's like it's hard as hell to play with that. But body heavyweight put them stuff together. Would be a better fight.
100%. Ukrainian dance. It goes down. Ukrainian dance. But
exactly. Man, just
when I was young, I was pretty. Then as I got older,
life.
my life. That's all.
Errol Smith has I have to think this is such rights and everything. I look at everything. Just like everything has something. It's like idiot. Everybody's going to have emotions. And they don't see the 80%. You know what I mean? It's like things up, man. You and your work people, and that's what a great just please tightly perspectives. Like, I gotta say, I'm so proud of you because I know.
Yeah, I've learned a lot. I didn't expect to. When I first started doing this, it was just for fun. But just
One that I think it was that. No. I wrote which is like
especially you can see the stuff get a little clunky here. It's just that you can make instead of playing the things you enjoy. So that's why I'm so proud of you see what you do. A part of the promise. It's not promise. Like, like Dana White always says this. The UFC, like, this one is amazing. Kudos. For me, I'm sure for you as well. There was always a question: what is the best style? Is it kill shit? Is it judo? What is it? It's the best style. And no one really did. You read the Jet Pop, a bunch of those rules fights early on, but they never really took off. There wasn't a lot of those. You know what I mean? He was a very special fighter. I trained at his gym. He was on the podcast. I came to the comedy store. I was there in 94 because earthquake. So, so yeah. Yeah. That's great times. Many started when the last boxing in the especially in the 90s that was he had just I was wondering like what is the style with this style and then the UFC came on. They did it, they figured it out, and for one nobody understood jiu-jitsu and was gracious. Well, it was a little set up. He had some challenges. He's a really good fighter. He can slice. Slice up. Fucking. He was a 100-pound sandwich. 100 pounds. Right people. Big head. There was killers out there. Yeah, they definitely said that, especially their ones. But it's also like, that was a for us to see what God was jacked. So that's the guy who weighed 175 pounds. He was strangling it. It was wild to see. Against 260 pounds. It's tapped on his head. So, after the war, guys, I just didn't understand what's going on. How is this happening? Like Paulo was the WEC World Champion. He was he won the announced league. He won the championships. It's true. I can't believe it. It was crazy. And that was probably like, just dominating the guys on the mat. But it was just crazy. But for technique, basics, yeah, the mat's very basic. Yeah, it's like there's none of them. Nothing crazy. Everything he did was like jujitsu 101, like masterful. And I'm telling people that, anybody know before, you guys don't know who this big brother is. It's right here. I'm saying that my brother's dead to his best brother. Yeah. That martial art was right lost because of the business. With their black notes. Right. And it's just one it's a English word. Martial arts, other jiu-jitsu is what you're starting to control. A lot of our products, you start control. A lot of times when those arts are control. But jiu-jitsu, the beautiful thing about grappling is you know everybody is because they all sort of and essentially full blast going down. And so there's no more basically one. Yeah, I just killed you. Wow, that's true because it's like it actually works out better. It's a time because you work out, you go to sleep, but you're just don't get it okay. Yeah, you're done. Yeah. That was shocking to me because I had all when I first started training. It was like, I wrestled in high school, fast. I didn't know how to fight. I just got out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, the kudos. They going. She got your back. Everything will continue. Learn fighting. Because I'm like Tommy, wrestle against like pieces, like several of those. Wrestling, I'm like, that's not martial art. Wrestling, that's what it is. Get up. I'm strong. I thought I could move. I thought I'll be able to get out of the way. I think I'm good. It wasn't even a great wrestler, just an easy wrestler. Just complicated. But so the certain wrestling. Whatever. I thought I'm really the type of girl. I was competing at a national level. I won a state championship 4 years ago. I was competing. And then I remember the first time I boxed a really good boxer. I was like, oh, I was at the gym. On this kid, his name's Andrew Rothschild. He beat Vinny Pazian. Beat Howard Davis Jr. as professional. He was pretty good boxer. was like, oh no, I'm like, I'm actually, so I had gone through that. Okay, well, never mind this whole kickboxing. I met a dude who went to Thailand. I was straight Muay Thai and fighting over there. And then I started in leg kicks. I'm like, well, oh, good. My legs? I didn't even think of that. I started really paying attention to WK. The old Dennis Lex. On there, leg kicks, everything. Oh my goodness. And then I'm like, okay, well, now I got a solid foundation. I understand how to fight. And there's just like, oh no, back to square one. Great. Oh, man. But I got so many times and restarted so many times. That's now. That's what I'm saying. Everything has something to teach. The martial art is fantasy, which is hilarious. There's this. Sometimes what I see is like martial arts Kruger in the richest way possible with everybody out there has an opinion of martial arts. Very few look at the movies and people are playing that make it will be able to be a champion. They think that about me, but I'm comfortable fighting anybody. But you've had actually it's like a lot of competition. My best against champions, their place. And it's not an ego thing. It's just I love to test myself. And I mean, and so the whole thing about about me is like making me better by fighting the obstacle. And the higher the person, the better I can become 100%. It's love this. Years, oh God, sucks. I consider myself just martial arts because I get to train with so many people. Sometimes former champions, granted, he was a champion. And honestly, like things I get, because that's what my philosophy is. I love to be one. Absolutely. So, it's topics for you know, the fight. And so, like, yeah, this goes around to whatever. I got so second round. I'm like, just I'm feeling so like players actually. Oh shit, yes, he was. The cardio. We spent the whole day on a yacht the day before. He was drinking. I'm a non-drinker, right? I'm like, just take it easy on him. Fight is one of the best motherfuckers that ever fought. That's what I say about him. No matter what you think about watching this fight, you have to understand not only did he accomplish so much, he accomplished a lot of it with one eye. He had 11 fights in the UFC with a winning record with one eye. Yes, yeah, that's man. So that when they come like he can be. Oh yeah, yeah. How fucking crazy is that? I was trying to get that. Honestly, man, I remember fighters and MMA guys as our modern day heroes. They were gladiators. And so I always like to put them in and try to expose them to another. You know, some, it breaks my heart that sometimes that's by the win, but just by the fans.
Yeah.
I just
Lose a few.
my third with Rothschild. We just finished a little. Yeah.
That's a good real transition.
And I'm more confident. He did a West. I apologize. I wrote direct. I had Randy.
Wow. Randy's done an amazing job. Expendables. Yeah, the great person. Very calm. One time was fighting for the came out there, smiled on his face, looked up, and went, Mike, this motherfucker's so relaxed. Fight, but he had an amazing perspective. He said the people love him. I said, what's the worst thing? He goes, it's no big deal.
Spanking.
Randy was an animal. That's crazy.
Back he choked himself. Yeah. Talk about American hero, man.
I was there for his first fight. 1997. First fight.
Oh, shoot.
Beat the shit out of him. Why? It's the time where wrestlers first started cracking this code. There was this code of people that thought jiu-jitsu was still then the elite wrestlers got and they realized like, I can just take it down. Tom, there's not a lot about it.
Right.
You realize like, boy, that is the corner. That's the of martial arts.
Yeah.
You take a guy down. The hardest sport in the world, the best sport in the world, too, young age, and the rest of their life.
College. Yeah, that's the thing.
High school, high school, martial arts, but I was like, I can't carry my Taekwondo career. So like, I'm not trained like these guys. I started learning, I started adding all these things that I wasn't doing before. I started doing a lot more calisthenics, a lot more different things. Like, I'm doing something if you're not training, you're sparring hard rounds. It's not the same as what we're wrestling. No one trains hard
That
wrestling.
anaerobic stuff. I got the when I was in high school. The football coach was college. 2 years in a row. My junior year and my senior. At the end of the year, we wrestle. We just go. Like I said, I was, but I ended up. I wasn't. I ended up.
Oh no.
I had the worst temper anybody I've ever seen. I was I was so angry early on, man. It's like, man. Like It's probably yeah, it's very harsh. And I didn't know I was. I was a. You didn't see growing up where I am. So, which always like I was to play and if you you know the expressions you in the safe from the safe. It's, I grew up completely different. So for me, just I'm just volatile. Martial arts, my focus into. Like I said, like I was like Mike Tyson. I understand what deal. You know, you take this monster, only that with time, and what you see, if anybody's a million like Mike Tyson, and you go in the same person, right? And that's what I was growing up. I don't know. I was just, I was like, yeah, so I was doing a lot of do that. Whenever I go into the day, something like that. And so I'm confident that if because like I said, through some crazy stuff. A buddy of mine, a close friend of mine, like 30 years. Found me I went back. Yeah, people who hasn't had business as an everything. I'm a job, and we were sitting there. Some of you like third or fourth, like Matt Ford days, of whatever. Right in the middle of this story, I was, kind of getting myself to kind of stand up straight because I don't know if you want to call this, but I won't lie. I refuse to lie. I even my mission. Um, I was getting set to tell, dude, man, you gotta stop embellishing all these stories because you were locked up. Stories sound bigger than life. Yo, you making that. Listen to it. I go, holy shit, he's telling the truth. I started remembering what he's telling me. And now I'm since not only was that story true, but the other one too. And like I swear, I think this, I got these goosebumps. And I don't realize to be where he is or being on this planet. But like, I better my time into helping. Hell no. Hell no. Now, I accept that. Even if I'm in some projects supposed to be, I should I accept that. Because, dude, abundantly lucky. It doesn't mean throwing away our lucky. I can remember crazy stories. I think one that made me dramatic. Wow. That speaks to your character. Not playing up lines so much that you thought it was exaggerating. That's what things are right. on a Wednesday. That I went tripping. I had this guy go because so and it's like and so I just I just watched and we're in this you're here to serve. In my opinion, that's what we're all here for. You know, it's great to we like to do. That's definitely a lot of it, right? I've been able to experience so many different ways of thinking, so much information, paths. I can't tell you whatever discipline I'm doing right now. Shall decide until so, you know, and like, that was I'd seen it too many times, but I hadn't seen it when I was that close with it. And I was like, I have to stop because now they're not going to you're going to get 3 or 4 next couple of years. I don't know those. So, because it's really, I think, it's been safe. Right. So, I mean, that as a podcast, out silly, China silly, like so much money was doing really well. So, what was my what is that get to keep us wrapped up when it comes to the UFC way? But though that time had passed, I saw it and one foot out. And as soon as it goes one foot out there, so fucking sad. You gotta wake up on a stretcher. You're on the way to the hospital. What happened? And you remember the fight. And then forget these things. The same story over and over again. Struggle to put sentences together. When you start seeing whatever it was, sacrifice all these years for free that we achieved anyway because you're not on that path anymore. For people to abandon it. That's the worst thing they find. She's you come back and you see them. If anybody, because I really become a thing. I swear, I just I feel like this guy can be doing stuff right now. Living like when he's like fucking eight. But not now. I go, this is not enough. This is not. This is not what I wanted. And it's just I'm sick of that. I much rather be skillful. Teach myself in a skillful way. And I'd much rather not kill your head. But show my good. That's to show him comedy. But it's nothing. It just something is rubbing. Just time I would do and I come to shows and what you know, it's just something sour. I always thought that with the women called out. That way I thought I might think it's kind of like wait. Hey, I keep listening. Quite a while. Yeah, it's always easy. That's my job. Pounds. Serious. He opened a lot of money to that point. It was in the club, really. You know, I don't understand that was 2000. I want to say 5 or 6. It was in the middle of that. He was in trouble. It was serious. And he, you know, obviously eventually wanted to go to jail. Yeah, yeah. So they was like, going for it. It was the first fight. Kevin McClellan, UFC was like, but Trump's on that. You know, fights on so we said, we contact Joe Rogan. Oh, he said, that was like, come on. What is this? So I said, let me think about it. I thought about it. Yeah, I was training with Rothschild. I trained once a day for 6 months. I was always tired. You know, always tired. I was like, fuck, man, being like that. I was it was a artist, he had good technique. I'm not training for wrestling. You know, artist, good, and also artist, I was instructor. That's, I believe that that's the only thing that I know wrestling sense. Wrestling. Also, from me, I just didn't think was I couldn't imagine I was I thought I was like it was not the idea of Wesley thought that I was just a grappler. Either just to keep moving. And so Wesley was talking to him, he was not going to take it down, he's gonna catch it. Now I'm gonna stand up there. I'm way better than that. Yeah, I was I didn't serious. It was serious. It went on for it was a lot of I even talked about it. I definitely go out to the spots. Come on, let's sign the contract. I took that to heart. So I had a story about it. So I mean, always just reflect on that. Talk to them. I know. I wish you the best. I want to start thinking that I would love this to happen. This boy. Yeah. Yeah, he can do it. Yeah. Fuck, it's good. Yeah. That's that. That's one of the best scenes in any time. It's that party and the shows up. Yeah, man. What really gets on my nerves is that that movie was very interesting. They were like in trouble to that. Biggest fucking movies in Hollywood. When they have big budget superhero movies or like the whole movie, that you can hundreds of millions of dollars to shoot get like the box office. Avengers or Spider-Man or Superman or what the fuck it was. Was the only kind of movie that Hollywood's like, yeah, okay, throw 500 million. Yeah, it's I'm not a big fan of those things. I know it's not they didn't design it for me like right. So it's like full families. And to me, it's like they tip and melt into each other. It's a tell a story. So I still interested. Yeah, I like believe. Yeah, it's like with actors that are work. Yeah, I really had somebody. It's release. It's not great. There's no great films. Right. Yeah, she's 90 pounds. Okay. Yeah. Like Charlie's 8. Somebody lands in his looks up. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, stop, just stop. But, when people love those things, I'm like, I don't know why they have so much appeal, especially in the American market. That is one of the movies that you can make that people need to be huge. That's it. Nobody knew it. That was just the first year. So I'm asking them, I like to see more. That kind of thing. Not just some motherfuckers that right. That one. The title of that movie was so unique. It's like comic history. Yeah. I got some things. Oh man, and some things that I'm doing. I'm things I want to sing and so have their body out, but a little bit of something to say. What's that? A lot of people, yeah, hear about it. Hey, yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. People didn't see it first. Adaptation. I saw it before. But Bob liked the just the to just add whatever director was effects. So I started special effects in there. Really, kind of put me on the wall because like see my character wanted to get back to because it was special effects. I'm like, they were fine because it was the character. But for me, it was like the story. But like but of it, it was time. But it's a long version that means you care about it. I understand, but I care about it. I felt like I don't understand how Spawn sort of this cycles. You never hear about Spawn. There's all these superhero films, these different things about Spawn. And it was really hard. Yeah, if I always said it, just make it hard on more non. I mean, like the two was PG-13. Yeah, it's like breakfast cereal, like one of something like no, it's so hard, like six. Like, I feel like no, kind of weird. You should talk to me about it. It was good. What year was it? 7. Why? Yeah. Fuck. That is just as remember it. Cinema presents. That was a great movie. Dude, just one. Just cartoon first. That's right. Yeah, it was kind of HBO. Yeah, yeah. They, this is one. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that was a big hit. So, yeah, it was funny back. Yeah. Now, people got excited about it, especially people like me that like the yeah. But it's weird that even the Spawn doesn't get. Every now and then, like I'm off doing a movie, whatever, or and I just start signing. So there's still stuff there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, I mean, there's still more about that. Timing. So he's talked about doing another Spawn. 5 years. It was huge. But it's like, I wish. But he, we talked about doing another Spawn. He haven't done it. Like, it's just like you and Tommy Fowler talking about doing another Spawn, but that would be the first time that I know of, right? Because you know how he's going to do. So, let's see, let's see what Jane Croc, and he's this concept that's you wouldn't see it like Jaws. You never around, but just people, like a police would come in there, destroy it. Good luck with that. I don't know, but he's been for a while. People say, "Oh, I'm sorry that you're not the next one." And Jake was like, going to practice. He's been saying that for a long time. Hey, maybe somebody do a movie when he never directed. Right. Thing. because he created directing a movie is completely like, all power to you if that's it's like a lot of people like it's a lot I don't especially that large budget. Yeah. But it's yeah, but I got fun with it because they always have their say. Man, it's a miracle that a movie gets done the way it's intended. Yeah. Like, a lot of times when a movie works, I go, wow, I fucked this movie up. I'm always like, oh, guys, I feel a few Tarantinos out there. Just let them go. Yeah. Try to find in Hollywood and you find a successful director. You just have ideas. Come on, fuck that. People in Lee, I've been directing and they go, okay, you got this. Okay, like I said, I can be about it. Now, if I can put stuff in it, it's come on. Fox, Tyson. That's been weird for a decade. That's another thing. Jamie Foxx wants to do it in the school, but it's like, I don't take it. Yeah, I think that was a very good impression of Mike Tyson. Right, and then it's kind of but then, yeah, just Tyson, like, something very, right, and so, story do you have to do? I'm trying to be a hater. I'm just curious. Interesting. Like Jamie do it. See, see him pull it off. That would be the first opinion. I don't think that's enough. Yeah, you gotta see so Titanic, you know how yeah, you got it. You can sing, you can act, you can stand up, you can do all kinds of different characters. I mean, he's so capable and so different. What I was was fucking great. I was the greatest like, it would take that and Ray to completely different. Like, yes. You know, those people keep it as good as he can say. Let's say Ray Charles was insane. It's one of the best performances ever. But so it's collateral. He really played that in collateral. And fucking Tom Cruise. Oh my God. Tom Cruise is something. I never think I would ever hear of Tom Light and how convincing you. He's a bad motherfucker. Yes, he's crazy as magic. But he's a motherfucker. How to be that crazy stuff that guy does. Yes, 16 years old. Yeah, it's just like Johnny thing. Like I'm like black man. I'm like, oh, there's a scene in collateral tactical instructions. Yes, the scene tactical. See, it's so fast. It's so speaking of scene, Jamie. It's a scene where they're trying to take time. He's a briefcase. He's in the alleyway. Ooh. I believe that amount of times that he must have come out there. Most of the gun, get it out, the other dude so smooth, and the way he did it, so professional. It looks like a shit. Absolutely. That character Why? What? Son. I should have fixed it. Shooting. And that's it. They were shooting something. Tom Cruise's head. And he had 8 angles. Just like I don't know the video village or he made sure they had a choice of whatever they would want. It was the craziest thing in my life. It was Michael Mann. Known for like shooting a lot. It was like 8. He's just behind the dude. Yeah. So, like, yeah, it was crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, the fact that he's got that much range that he can do this. Terrified, doesn't know what the fuck's going on. He's just in a car. With him, and then he gets popped. Yeah, I do something else like that. I mean, something like that requires what. That's one of the things that's out there. Sometimes, so, he's been doing things that certain parts, but like to where he was lateral and that stuff. You gotta be hard to find those right, and when you find those roles, like 6, 7, 8, this dude, whatnot, I try to figure out. You got it. Put it this way, like dynamite. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was always, I was fascinated about it. So a lot of things has a right separate from that, and so just all together. Right. You just like say, okay, for the next 6 weeks, I'm going to sit down and do myself to this. Sometimes I will see the entire movie. I did not know what I do. I was trying to and listening to around Superbad. I started thinking about laughing. I'm in the back of this car. He's a driver. What the hell's going on with me? I'm seeing the whole goddamn, including a nunchuck fight scene where Richard makes it. And I'm laughing. Because I was I just like, I'm like drawing flying and all that. It's just like that. And I'm going, those are pigs. There's something wrong with that. So maybe think about it. And I'm like, and Fred Williams is like 60 people. And it's okay. They have a club and all these women, it's a pretty real thing. It's like that depicted it. Thinking about this, one of the biggest movies that they do. I don't know if you remember that. Jim Brown, Fred Williams, and Jim Kelly. So, he's a hard way. He's about the three predominant stars, right? was about a who had these leaders of he was on the systems in LA, Chicago, that were going to kill all the black people. It's not comedy. That's the movie? It's not. It's like telling to all the black people. Now, I'm a black man for a long time. It is really funny. Conspiracy is a big thing, right? So conspiracy only trying to get you. Was that? This, well, there was so much evidence that those conspiracies were real. Like, but people, that's something that's like, see, don't be right. Come on. That's not comedy. That was a serious movie. When you look at it, it's absolutely hilarious to think that you could do a movie about it. I thought it really talked about that. Where he was in this overcorrection. So everything that this is they were like, others and beings. But now, this overcorrection has then it just right? And that makes them look at it as like with somebody else doing it too. Yeah, man. So it as well. It just occurred to me that it was someone. Yeah. Something I don't have just came. Yeah. I mean, just like all the whole movie thing would be right. Is that normal for ideas, or do you sometimes sit down and say, like, I want to write tonight? Sometimes like that. I the next book I'm going to do a sequel to that's an idea. That's with my brother. He to Mexico started and we just fell over Mexico. Basically, got to and spent confidence in Mexico. This is like killing. Um, that just came to me. I wrote production 2 months later. And actually, got the movie. How did you get it? So quick. I mean, they responded to the script. Like a grown up. Right. So I can work on construction in Mexico. And he was young dummy. Backyard. Kid who's trying to avoid friends. And he teaches this unique martial art. And so now it's good at it. They trace this style back to Mike. And bad guys are trying to kill me. So what we're doing, in a couple of weeks, was weird. Like, wait, faster than the person here. If I imagine, the technique's not going. If we don't have that same technique, that's what you should. Right? Yeah, so if you're faster and stronger than another person, there it is. What do we do? I mean, I think on the street, but things like, you get the, this is very hard to do. It's very hard to make it. It's really hard to do. Yeah, like what's the video turned out? Blood bone. Chocolate. No, you do. Because what you're doing, this could not be, you know, there's going to be a chocolate setting, so you can decide to do it. So they got kind of easy. They're over the top now. The chocolate one was completely unrealistic. It's so fun. Yeah, well, I got something that's good in that thing that I just not everybody can have a lot of QB. I've been studying it for a while. CQB, close quarter combat. Of course, close quarter combat. I've been doing like, you know, a lot of like tactical training. Trying to get myself I made at some point. Yeah. I'm pretty into it. But a lot of places I train with a guy time to grade. Of course. I'm not a lot of special work. Like, you know, special forces. Military. Oh, yeah. I had military quite a bit. That's the best. Yeah, he's you want to talk about someone who's like, oh my God, he's from the hip, like better than anybody in Hollywood. Nobody's no, just forget the posture. It's on the sides. You know, he doesn't eat to the dots, but you know, prefers eyes. It's like he never fails, he never go wrong. And he's so crazy. You think about like how fast just take out everybody. It's kind of cosmic. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's so calm about it too. Yeah, almost like on instant. We look at anything. Yeah, like what the fuck? I've gone to spring. Yeah, people go to the mention. We're doing this. Okay, so do that, but this or do that. Yeah. It's crazy. You're like, what the fuck did I just watch? It's crazy. You see how many times he's won the championship? Oh, yeah. And like, there's only a few people that won second years. And he's got like 70 wrong with that. So just shows it's like, so, he was out to expect got his place in he's got more personally than everything else you can imagine. But like he's like something else. He got he's a guy something director. First thing he's doing this for years. And I read it out of my friends. There's a lot of brother. He just retired from Secret Service. And getting this so we were not in classical music, but he's gotten into like shooting these videos. And I'm actually flexible. You know, like a lot of the guys are getting that stuff. So we, you know, set up once you start training, you realize like how difficult it is and how know, so karate, jiu-jitsu, there's levels, levels and levels and levels. You know, you see people competing. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yes. This is the Colorado Reds we go through sometimes. It's awesome. They have much different setups out there that town, much different targets set up, doorway to doorway. And John Jones is scary. You guys think he's fucking Dutch. Just, you know, brings the Belgian out everywhere he goes. Yeah. I know. Josh Burnett. There's not many things that he doesn't know. He's amazing. I watch you guys on the show. I was very excited. Mentioned, we started talking about was inspired by his life, and got me real choked up. Yeah, I was like, man, yeah. Incidentally, my wife is somebody that you last on the Luxury. Oh, wow. That's easy. Yep. I'm Fairfax. Sliding down the Luxury. That's the word. That's great. Went right into my. That's awesome. Got one left. Got two left. Now, copy now. That's awesome. That's just, yeah, man. Okay. A lot of all these things it is out there. Josh is one of the, he's like one of the best to me. I think of Marshall Mercer being the cage from UFC heavyweight champion. You think about oh god, some conversation with him. You realize the depth of his intellect, the depth of his knowledge. Like how much Nietzsche, oh my god, he's so well read. He's so whiskey. Yeah, you know, like he's a very interesting guy. Yeah, what a renaissance guy. He's a real renaissance. We have the same birthday, so sometimes we throw parties together. Yeah, when he's into it, and he's all over the place. He's really big. And again, one of the best examples when people have a stereotype of what they think cage fighter is. And Josh was the youngest ever UFC heavyweight champion. Yeah, and that's probably like I trained with him and so many people like that. And he was just a great friendship, inspirational. Yeah, and you know, he back down. He was great. Yeah. So like, constantly. But Ty, he had his style, his strength in his movement. Around, you know, they go not straight, right, you know, the quickest. 2 points. It's not a whole lot of they can do it on Washington. And I was thinking about toughness. The thing, but it's kind of they're busted up. Very, very young. But it's also led to that training from college. Yeah, training. Yeah, that's what a lot of them do. Place yeah. And the place allows them to not get beat up by the time they get Saturday because a lot of them are fighting every week. So they do touch. You know, say, oh, you can touch more. You certainly can. You absolutely, especially when you're fighting every weekend. That's probably the best way because you're just working on pattern recognition, just getting you just reps. It's just like with jiu-jitsu. Of course, we don't muscle things. When the technique, you let the technique do it. That's so much better. Yeah, maintain so much better as well. Right? And I think that's it's like Chai. Chai is that guy funny, but you look at him very unassuming. He's not ripped. He's a guy, but he's charming. The way he moves, very playful. Just fucking up. I missed time. I actually we did our work with him. Wow. You know who was who shared part of the Buddhist part of my wedding. He did also staying at the yeah. It's like yes, yeah. One of the greatest martial arts that was. Yeah, pretty much like that. That was like one of the first real I was super high level. Yeah, I'm telling you, my God, like he would do these incredible in front. Just we can do a spinning somersault. He turned the shoulder and just like with his just that much. He was sickly. Using the C word. I just found out I knew he got dinner. He's a legend. Yeah. So it's so fascinating how different parts of the world, different style of martial arts, Thailand in particular, because the fact that there's so much gambling, there were so many fighters, and they developed this very clenched elbow style. This is very different than a lot of the other styles. And for a long time, it was really dominating boxing. But then you started to see other styles, particularly Kyokushin. Yeah, specifically out of Japan. Yeah, Kyokushin. Dominating people. Fights very different. He's fucking up a lot of Thai guys with curve kicks. Oh my God. I just appreciate it. Yesterday, I was something back 2 days ago. Yeah, I'm still in the show. You know, since I was a kid. We have to find like 100,000. Yeah. It was the toughest. Listen, it was the toughest thing I had to really finish. Because you come to a point where you want to give up. And you have to just, kind of walk the burning sands. I mean, I remember the first time I did it. I had several knees on my legs. So because they destroy your legs so bad. Right? I did it 20 years at a time. And I made the mistake of having energy drink. Which is stupid because now my heart is racing higher than normal. So it made it even harder. But somewhere around, like, I never get to a place where I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you here? But you have to dig deep. Yeah. So I'm like, such a style. Yeah, but man, this is something about getting, because you're going to be faced with yourself. You want to quit, and you just get down and there's nothing like it. Accomplishment. Because and most of the time you tell yourself how valuable this is to know that about yourself. Yeah. And you can't, there's no substitute for that. And it's something that you just benefit. It's not you got to train on. Usually these things are in Japan, and they come and drink 8 hours a day. And they live breaks through. Like, the last one, like 5, 6 years ago, I challenged myself. Myself. Keep myself, but it's like, yeah, it's like, we have a training day, it's down, yo, but then they take pictures of me, and I was the last guy to get to the lunch day, and it's like, oh shit, I got 10 minutes to I gotta get back to the next training session. So, yeah, and then, like, it kind of something I told myself something. I said, 3 hours in, I tell myself, I just got it. And whatever. It's you're just fighting down to the last person. It's like you get their eye on you. It's like, I got the book. But the great thing is, like I said, you're in the lot. I've worked with Frank. Not video kids. It's so and it's myself to because I had starting late. I just had a broken leg or whatever. But it's like training just the Japanese. I had to try to come at life. Coddle life I'm living. I don't get a chance to test myself. Right? You know, listen to my own get through it. Yeah, it's not fair because everybody's taking pictures and doing this and honest. No, through it. And I'm so glad to do that. I was like, I like to play with champions. It's not because, you should have, if I had if I was my own moves to just go, what do you that meant? Go through the right path. You gotta know how to protect yourself and your family. Your loved ones. That to me is paramount. Yep. Find out is to test. Because otherwise you get just talk about why they do that because they want to scare people. Right? Because they don't know what they're capable of. Right? For yourself. And then myself. I'm like, no. There's no substitute. Uh, that's the thing that I love fighters so much. You're basically making to work. You have to take that on. You have to overcome it. That's why I love them so much because they're live vicariously through it. And that's why I'm a little dogged about actors receiving those accolades where they haven't done it. Self included. I don't care if somebody says, well, he's not a fighter, he was an actor. I'm never fine. You should think that. Right. But personally, it's something for myself. One person I think I has I've seen you in and glory, you don't anything like that. That's what your biggest obstacle in the world is yourself. My very told me that martial arts potential. Exactly. It's so hard. Yeah, something. Uh, oh, well, that I had to. You know, somebody told me, what? Is it AI? What? Because the voice, and I bet you would agree with it before. Yes, yes. You know, because let's pretend it's not AI. Or it may be one of AI's greatest contributions. Absolutely. Coming to every minute. Such a great rant. Here it is. Such a fucking great. Sorry. But you might breaks motivation without something to say. Wrong. This is life. Respect. Discipline. No shortcut. Only not many things. One every day. That's how he lives. So it is God. That part of the world, Pakistan, you were talking about that part of the world, some of the baddest motherfuckers, even in Muay Thai. This is out of Muay Thai in Pakistan right now. Rasulullah Imam Ghazalida. He is fucking Pakistani fighting style. He's just calm, lanky, one of the most terrifying strikers alive. I think he's the best striker alive. And I think he's 22. 22 or 23 years old. He's just fucking everybody. He fights with one FC. He had a highlight reel of this kid. But that's the best technical striker in the world. That's it. Click on that. You see yourself. Strike. This they're talking with the beard. Also do my cousin. Watch this fucker. Let's spray up his ass. It's just this cool, like, perfect timing and measurement. And he just starts piecing dudes up. Yeah, well, I don't think so. He fucks this guy up like when I got seen this fight. This guy, he catches with one shot, but sometimes not so lucky. That was one shot. But then next fight, he just starts lighting guys off like cutting ties. And they what the fuck is going on? Because he fights different than them. It's a Muay Thai fight. And that's if they got some techniques that are cool, a lot of front kicks up the middle, especially. But also, it's speed attacks. He's got wicked spinning attacks, man. And also, he cuts off angle a lot. His head's never on the center line. Super fucking technical. But just lighting dudes on fire. And just an attack. Always attack. That has the benefit of that range. It's got a long range. And dudes. Good. And 22 years old. So he's combining like taekwondo techniques, karate techniques, and precision work. I mean, it's not violent. So he's doing a really good job of highlighting a lot of fighters, but they have Colin Chai over there, Senchai, and all these like high level guys, but America, this, for whatever reason, has not gone along. And the only way this guy's going to get the kind of attention that he deserves if he gets in that thing. But yeah, look at an axe kick, and his practice. Oh, man. It's great, right? No joke. Easily. He's so focused. He's so good. So good. So now because of convenience. This is the path great. So there's even that can be at the line. So these guys have 10, 7 days. So it's like guys coming out. Some of these young guys that are coming up. But they're so good. But I see it was adapted this style. Something that's different. Again, like you were saying, a lot of straight especially when you're a guy like 45. That time, like 145, like shots down the right. See, looks to his coming around the guard, like, it's precise, his accuracy is spectacular. I love students. I can't watch. I watch jiu-jitsu matches. I watch it all. I'm always fascinated by these cats that stand out. This guy just stands out. No, the Joker's something totally different. This guy's doing his shit without getting tight on guys and kicking the fuck out of there in the thigh, out of camp, Lord, like he's chopping them. Even the guys to do because they're not used to guys have this guy. Joker's and he was around by these Thai guys. I can walk, right? My calves don't. So the calf can just really kind of revolutionize MMA. Because one of the two hard calf kicks, you'll compromise your ability. Punching powers, SBT, those are guys like, you know, I get this. Especially for the this guy Russian style boxing. He's got Russian style boxing. They really there's a bunch of fights coming to and first round, Tiger's doing the thing. Looks, like a normal fight, but just starts chopping at those calves. It's like multiple kicks to the ground. What is it? You see guys it's not working. Fine. It is always how much these utilize like all the karate techniques, but also tight just destroys guys' legs. You're also spinning backflips, all that other shit. But boxing is people look at it. It's constantly keeping the inside of the leg of your committing to kicks. Yeah. Shots. Exactly. This dude, one of my favorite guys to watch right now. Thai guy, man, he's just destroying their legs, man. Man. Comes out of Japan, that's pretty much a lot of Masaki Mori, another guy who's like that, another guy, Albert Chavez. These guys are just destroying people's legs. They're utilizing a lot of markets, a lot of stuff that evolved from shit. Boxing, also then yeah, see, that's it. It's like every something kick leg and that's it. Yeah, right. He's a Superman punch. Yeah. So it's that are like that's the rest. time they're that's figuring them out, man. It's really watch. Doing my fair. Nice. I do like to over there, meet and greet and stuff like that. But some fighters out there. Yeah. Great fighters. Oh yeah. Not a hotbed. Fighters. Absolutely. We're here in history. Like, yeah, there's a couple. Yeah, easy go. You have like that. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing is sad about the United States. When they sneak out. Yeah. Right. That Australia. Rarely. It's like such a trip, man. Steve and I, some strange reason. Wrong. School teacher. He was for like everybody gets a trophy, dishonesty, protect. Come on, taking away competition. Yeah, that just is so beginning. And it's so bad. Kids don't know how to do it. Loss or anything. Support. You want to get better or lose. Medicine. You lose. I don't think it's nation. All the things that you compromise on. They do differently. Never happens. Those are the two options. Either sometimes you don't learn. You go, well, I'm doing the right thing. I'm developing confidence. That's good. Sometimes a loss is the best medicine. I realized something when I was, you know, with some I did one thing that got me in college. Actually, I had a jumped into passes I was on the track team, beat him, right? And that was just so the track team saw that. It's like, oh, God, ready for this moment. Like, okay, I was like, just like I didn't have anybody, any kind of hooked up to the liking. And I good. Now, it's me to follow smart because nowhere is there a benefit like cutting like I was fighting against people that were ginormous and stick in there. Well, I had to power for and it, all that running, of course, should your emotions fighting. And that's what to where really helped. Right? And so one thing with like kind of you know, but like yeah, was I did I was in a way like the Bo Jacksons or the Herschel. And so when I would fight, that was fat. That was kind of rare. So fighting was easy. I was a fighter. That was less of a good martial artist because then I kind of would like I didn't try as hard as other people. That's the other thing. Really, he said about those people did the best. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I took that, that same. You're, you're, I guess that philosophy of just keep showing this 40 pounds and speed and it takes 120. And I he is he's pushing you to his comfort zone. So first, what is into it? That's what bothers me with the country that I don't have. I'm looking at it like, here, I just think that's what I was when I started, when I compared myself to, that was a wrong thing. So I said, no, Sean, I want to train. I am good. I am good. As far as why I put myself to these things, and what the martial arts really teaches is, yeah, I have these gifts, but if I use those gifts as a crutch, where it's too easy for the gifted guys. So they comes right. Yeah, so that's what I was doing. They also comfortable. Being comfortable with struggle is very important. Yeah, yeah. It's a big thing because we start to admire the we as celebrate and kind of the thing where do these things is that of what I find someone else with. You can do this and that. That's kind of, it's not really the crux of it. It's really about yeah, there's going to be people that sort of raised what you do physically. But is that I realized there was a point where I was retorting but really could be mentally. But you also have a responsibility to those kids. Yeah. Right? Athletic. But have a responsibility to achieve their full potential because you've been given this thing. Like genetics, my life, my God, this thing. You master quicker, you can work so how to harness that gift and help them to reach its potential. Right. When you do that, then you get a Mike Tyson. You have Michael Jordan. You got them get the elite. You got David Goggins, who's like to call uncommon amongst uncommon men. Right. That's the like really gifted guys like Jim, they always kind of keep off and disappear. And when they're in a fight or another gifted guy that you could try to go with them, he's got a little bit of experience. And I like that. I like that. I like beating up guys that Jim. That person, yeah, that's not hard for guys. Yeah, that one day that the nail. You see guys dominating at one day, fucked up. Oftentimes, you see the guy who gets fucked up a bunch of times, you're showing up, learning, and then you realize, like, oh, this guy's that for you. And those are the two heroes to rise, and this is why sometimes you get I always say somebody is you, but like you see it, having that really over and like it's hard, right, and then it's like there's a talk about even Tyson. It's just spectator. You go, there was a guy there was a knockhead hard. You didn't see him take it down. That, so a lot of times when I got contact power, so that's something, not to disparage him, but it just has to people looking at life. Say, oh, what that means to that's something that like special occasion because I think he had the elite coaching because that when Cuss died, he was kind of was amazing. He that he developed when he was young, not the elite coaching. Like so if Mike had left, Customato died, like to a first or if he had nothing and back to an elite boxing coach and someone analyzes that absolutely he can still beat that same level of discipline when you're dominating. My God, too much pressure. So it's interesting. Oh my God, like everybody was always looking. Yes. It's not even Customato dressed like Customato. I think Jim James. Marriage became important. Don King. Every third word out of his mouth, very much like Don King. He's got two father figures in the house. He's got Mark Asher. And then like speech matters. Looked at it, well, here's a guy that I felt like I could identify with. But yeah, it's interesting because I think people don't know how much because really was the singer in that situation. What it really explained to me directly that he said to me, Mike, please, please apologize because I mean, Mike was married. I mean, him. Listen, was really I was trying to we're all looking at you. He's the youngest ever average in the world. He's no fan. Not just training that, but also advertising him. He's got Jim Jacobs and I don't know all the great fighters of the whole time. He's watching. Okay. Yeah, it's an extraordinary story because it's unlike anyone else's. The environment that he was in, they do respect his eye. It was unlike any in his going to the harvest range, right? He's like the scariest motherfucker that ever stepped out. Right? That's the first harvest range. It was just undeniable. It was undeniable. That pressure, the pressure that it's like he's going for it. So it's not his name. So like, who was going to tell him? Yes, there's no one like him. Probably a few other guys. Or thought we started to look back. Out there, this world of superstardom, we can everywhere, screaming and cheering. He's knocking everybody out. On that. We're like, I was like, you know, was his group. He's got to fight this guy. And then no cops. I mean, heard this time everybody starts so just come out of this. Yeah. And it's like I've done all of this. Was now tell someone at the end. I felt like that's not a thought. And then, you know, wars. Yeah, wars right there. The first war, why Muhammad that fight this way. Oh my God! Yeah, that fight, like it was a clap. Yeah, I would like to about me, but that's like never got it. Yeah, yeah. That's what it like for that dude. It's terrifying. You're trying to get in that head. It's like there's not gonna be that out. I look at it. You know, I tell you, first one, he's a counter fighter. Fake him. Let him throw that counter. Yeah. I was thinking, I think normally, right? Then like he's like, to think that Mike Tyson, right? Psychological. Switch from the and he wasn't trained at that time. It wasn't. It was insane. He was trained by his model. It was insane. Yeah, but Phil with the body shot. Yeah. It's just like it's what you so see. Just like specific. And holy look like it's like how about holy rebound fights nice. And almost everything he's thought I was about to see that thing. And I'm like, what the what? I remember what? Hey, maybe I'm wrong. I swear I saw that. And I we're going, what's going on? Why is he not jumping? That's interesting. Is it psychology plays a big role? But the opponent essentially allows you to look at yourself. He's going to have himself as I think that's the way I thought of it. But he might do it. Because like broken mentally. Right. If you try to win physically, I was like, oh god, how much do I have left in the tank? Yeah. How many shots can I take? It's different if somebody like 20. Manufactured like right. When it's just like started with noise because it's like that's I like that. It's like you can just drill yourself. I can't like fast. Came out of that pool. And I look like he's just sipping a cup. Yeah. He's like that. One of the most news. I one of the greatest heavyweight matchups of all time. They never figured out how to play against this person. Man, anyone that's the scariest person I've ever seen. Like, if there was one guy that like I find myself out here. He had cardio every marathon. Did 200 pounds technique. Yeah, and I think that Junior Dos Santos. Yes. I think certainly ruined Junior. Especially the first fight Junior caught. The first fight he should have King's got to take that fight because it was on the box. It's a big deal. It was the main event of the box, the response card, and King was out. So look at that. Where he brings his knees are fucked up. His meniscus was all fucked up. He couldn't go on it. He couldn't really post on it. He couldn't get out of the way. Junior caught him with the and cracked, dropped him, stopped. And then he comes back here. It's said, right? The thing about it, Vader, is that I was always there for these kind of fights. But when I don't know where I am, I was there. Something about seeing that, I felt like something to think about. I think because the band rebounded, remember the street. Sure. That's truly of wars. That's truly what it is. It's one of the fact that there was, I feel like there was an opportunity. There was a very enticing situation. Just Tyson anymore. It's time. Remember when Tyson was conversations in the experiment doesn't sure types of person all remarkable. This was on ABC. Sports. How scary dude, man. Might be late. That's so easy. 3 years. He never fought like this. When he fought, he could take out like this. Okay. There's just no one back there. But think about Rocky Marciano. He was only 85. Yeah, people don't realize because he's fighting like a man. You guys, especially you just coming in. 12 is small. This is how Mike was when Mike was in his prime. 15. It's interesting because Michael just had that's what it is now. They would go for it. And these are the guys after this really trained. He wants when he comes back after the come on. Yeah, it was that's the thing. You thought this was the thing is like I have a big commonality actually was. Foreman, you his legs were bigger than George Foreman. You know where the power is. Like right so fight that right. Listen, it's interesting. There's the guy's same size. Holy most of the remember. You know, I don't know what I'm saying. He's big. He's close. It's like George Foreman of that time of Cleveland, the anomaly that kind of lives in stuff outside, and Ollie was just a party swinging. He was like a whale. So different. But 3 years, when he had he didn't train at all. He fighting at least it's full of the same tiny stuff, a ton of rainbow stuff. It just didn't look the same. And I think that 3 is been from them. They made him a true hero because he wasn't one of the three. It's not. He's just not the same guy. He's fast. Jericho was just a good line. Ali didn't have endurance. We don't have endurance. He's just not a shadow. But he still went on. I know, still went on. I always wonder what he did 3 years with us from US. Yeah. You know, it's interesting. Trying to find right. Yes. Like he, it'd be interesting. Make it 10. That's true. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. That's why Xbox, of course, he's the greatest human beings. Right. Like just stuff he talk about out there. Anybody. So very truculent. Very truculent. It's good on that. I mean, it's just a different thing with you. You want to talk? Wow. Yeah. What's my name? What's my name? Yeah. Yeah. He was, and he was shortly because at the time, or was torn like the fucking Vietnam. This one guy says, "I'm not." Yeah. Persecuted, watching, and eventually realized that just because he wasn't a hero, real hero. And like again, a cultural icon, just a different kind that inspired outside of fight. My parents were hippies. My parents wanted to watch the Leon Space rematch. I remember being a little kid going, to something to the their sense of myth. I people think like what he's did. He could have that's a job. Yeah, I did move this year. I experience that. Dude. Or just so Jack, I didn't know. I don't think it was cultural. Whatever. God is just because people never it's crazy. Yeah, it's not fair. It didn't make sense. Probably trying to beat it. Everybody, even wasn't right. Probably never that kind of person. That's the best job. He was popping with it done in his prime. So prime. Still don't think prime Tyson. No. Tyson is going to a bigger miss. Pay for it. Yeah. But way. Because when he's yes. He's just trained by the same guy. Music. Footwork. Russian style. You know, Russian style. Obviously. All has it. So, human beings that have their life and their health can see sort of character. Yeah, just wait. Football. It's Deontay. Deontay was our last Arsenal champion. Talking about technique. Yeah, I went to place like a racer. Mistakes in the world. You know, that one. There's existed. He just put backwards. We think 209. 209. Yeah. Yeah. Really nice guy. Yeah. I love talking. Yeah. So, because he was like 39 knockouts. Yeah. It's like, no. No matter what. You should have been sloppy. I still have. I still do. Yeah. I think after the cars, so he was knocked unconscious in the car. Yeah. And basketball is fun. No, that's the last thing he needed is the brain down. And also, he's still great friends. It's got to be just crazy. I think you, yeah, what would your friends want you to do? see him get his due. WWE Super Bowl champ for 5 years. But there's no one there for you. And the lives went to this college. It was horrible watching. Just the deterioration of the damage. Generate. Like it's if you right now, which some treatments now generate competition. But my son says he's been winning goals since like and I have stuff and he's look at he's actually on right? Kind of interesting kind of experiment. He's turning around. It kind of was like I enjoy it. It's but he's got the Rabbi's actually seen her around. I don't know, I can't remember. It's this it's stimulating and it kind of requires, you know. Yeah, so there's he runs conglomerate of doctors all over the world that's to pharmaceutical dedicated to the stores. And it's been going on for a while. But they to these ones that what's nigger they deal. I've actually tried to get my Diaz up. You know, in their role, it's, it's an interesting thing for him to do a lot of lectures. It's just, it's kind of huge. It's a great time to be once. You know, they have to believe that, but help. They really believe it. It's really possible. That's awesome. Yeah, you were just it's like, hey, so,
show. Experience.
In any form, you know, I know it's burger. It's steak. Steak is, I don't know, my digestive system just like too old. I'm 58, right? I'm 58. I eat mostly meat. I don't think it's an age. What you eating it with? Cheetos, vodka, can't, right? No, it's David. And I watch those because it's really simple. H2 until I do it. Cheetos, tonic, I need to oh my God. I need this to be in love because I need to be with somebody that understands how to be big. Like this is what smash the red turn these take the ears off. When you about to be don't do that. But I'm shoot something. That's red meat. I'm so if you eat like a whole pasta, potatoes, no problem. I'm interested. But definitely she does to what go for it. Yeah. Does data really good. Is there any particular is there doing Black History? No, asked to come on. But reached out. I didn't. He reached out to me in July. I was like, yes. No, but take yes. You, I don't know if you said you called me on a Monday. I don't know. Somebody that my wife. So it's probably because I feel like it's time. Come on in. That's true. Stuff. Something. Yeah, you just should go to a doctor. Find do something. Might just be what you're eating with the red meat. The red meat itself. That's what I would imagine. Imagine it's not actually red meat. I would imagine it's what you're eating with it. And I'm going to because it's I have so doing something. Push it. That's strong. Get to it. Start looking at your history. Damn. Like right now, just give up. I give up. I wish you should. I'd rather. I Is it people that just look at the effects age with my holidays. Why don't you hire a treat? That's think that you right about 100%. Right. We'll say I'm still like see the Valentine's Day Christmas. Until you get sick. Yeah. To expect me to get my best just a regular Tuesday. Stay. I have a cook, drink, drink. What you said? Okay, drink. You was right away, but those were not good. There's last podcast. I freaking you explain what you cognitive. They are. It's a fact. Nicotine is a cognitive enhancer. There's no doubt about it. And it does things to your mind, stimulate your mind. Very fun. That's why a lot of the lecturers, a lot of professors use nicotine. A lot of academics use nicotine. A lot of people that rely on their brains. A lot of brain. There's different delivery methods, different effects. Unfortunately, because they're very potent. And that's what people like. When it comes to the cost, their wealth, repercussions. Well, yeah. And also, you're just there's a doctor on the other side is that cigarettes are really like American cigarettes are really bad for you. And it's not. It's American cigarettes. I'm not. But he's that's supposed to be the most natural. There's such as just tobacco. I don't know how it's lost to another. That's advertising. Oh, we did that. We did that. It's the website about the lost. What's the accusation? You can Austin questions natural claims. Actual American spirit cigarettes made by Santa Fe Natural Company, America, arguments. American spirits have been sold in the U.S. since 1985. Original American spirit, engineer, mechanic. Oh, fucks. Tobacco. Sue claims that marketing language is dear to American spirit cigarettes to American smokers. Natural tobacco makes them inconsiderable hunger. Cigarette sales declining 17% between 2009 and 2014. Sales have increased 86%. Same period. Regulatory filing on the Royal Tobacco website states American Spirit is the leading super premium cigarette brand that is a top 10 best-selling cigarette brand, priced higher than most other competitive brands. This differentiates from key competitors through its use of all natural additive-free tobacco, including styles made with organic tobacco. Words like all natural and additive-free on American Spirit's label says belies the fact that Santa Fe adds ammonia to cigarettes to maximize the amount of nicotine a smoker receives, with the result that American Spirits contains significantly more free-based nicotine than other major cigarette brands. So, 100% I get high because I don't smoke. So I don't smoke. If I smoke a couple cigarettes a week, it's a lot. And Newport's probably 10 times. It was Yeah, I was asking him like, you like mentors, and he's like, he was speaking on behalf of the community. He said, I believe that that's possible. I also believe that it's a problem. Like, just it was so brand content, so you can really so you get together. Yeah, which was a situation where it came out. Just um, so you know, I think even though I didn't take the board, I think it was something that was, that was like too price. You know, I think it's generation. And it's because like this because it's cheaper. I probably both. And what is the difference? That's what I'm saying. I feel like well, that's one of the reasons I had to do it. It's not the thing that I started with you. She probably still more than I think I believe there we go. Our sponsor, our sponsor, mental effect because it comes with a chemical menthol itself, which is flavored as sensory agent. Menthol is naturally found in peppermint and other plants. It comes to be synthetic. Menthol activates cold sensitive nerve receptors in the mouth, throat, and airways, creating a cool sensation. Pale smoke. So mild anesthetic, numbing effect reduces irritation on harsh cigarettes. Smoother menthol can suppress the cough reflex until early mornings. They are early warning signs of airway irritation, which make it easier to inhale more deeply and more often. Menthol reduces the harshness of nicotine and the mint taste and smell because the cooling feel acts as pleasant sensory cues that many smokers come to associate with satisfaction. Menthol can alter nicotine metabolism. Nicotine acts on brain receptors, which may increase nicotine's reinforcing addictive effects. In short, the menthol effect is not from nicotine, but from menthol, which cools and numbs the air from its maximum acid irritation and can make cigarettes feel smoother and more addictive, making them safer. So, menthol is appeal to white people because it's so cool. So, it's cool. So, because people just the calls exist. And I'm very stories. God, I got a it was cool story. This crazy. It's like the only drug you can get in prison. Yeah, and you know, in prison, the things that shit. And I heard candy bar. like what was never so complicated and it's like it was turning them over so people do studies when people to do um, you limit number lemon pepper lemon pepper that's interesting like how many people are associated with drinking bland foods. You know, macaroni, cheese, mashed potatoes, mayonnaise, because the ingredients macaroni and cheese, you never ever say, if you tell somebody to do this, you would be able to you know, like if you say, you guys to cut out, I'm bringing macaroni and cheese. You don't want to get anybody to cook out. What should I say? Mac and cheese. You can't say mac and cheese. Nobody ever does that. You would think it's look at it well, I'm a different type of white person because I'm Italian and you're associated with spicy. Right? Like the Italian. Like very big seed. You know that it's a big seed. Yeah, because there's different kinds of seed. You know, there's seed that you bake, seed that you just boil and put around aerosols. As much as you make money and their lack of seed, that so you look at somebody, uh, when they agree with that, everything that you taste, you know, just salt is a little off. It's okay. It's everybody feels a little off. It's darker, it's colder. You probably are giving up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get right again. It all starts with making small changes to your routine. One of those, it's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing you do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. It's done. AG1 can help support your energy, your good health, and support you through your darker days. Foundational support from morning to night all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, functional mushrooms to support your health and overall health. This is the time of the year when it can help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/broken and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus D2, and other gifts. You're welcome to get with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/salt essential mineral. You need salt to survive. Salt is not the problem. They associate salt with high blood pressure, salt with this, salt is not true. It's bullshit. What type of salt is it? Is it like, no, it's not. Salt's not bad for you. Well, first of all, there's iodine salt, which is actually good. It contains iodine and iodine to it, which is good for you. Salt is not a bad thing. You should have as much salt as you need enough salt. You cannot do this so years. So you can make total stock over. That's not. If you're getting diabetes, it's usually from sugar. Okay. You know, there's been a lot of misinformation that's spread because of the actual scientists that thrived by sugar industry. So the sugar industry, they paid a bunch of Harvard scientists. Literally, you would give them a lot of money. So this has all been out now. What they did was they tried to associate saturated fat and foods with saturated fat were responsible for heart disease. They did that to try to put the blame off of sugar. Because sugar is fucking terrible. It's terrible basically everywhere, especially after sugar. These are more have any luck. It's done. It's done. It's water. It's processed. It's processed food. It's diet. It's sugar. It's sugary drinks. It's the amount of sugar you can drink, like a 1 liter Pepsi. The amount of sugar that is now. Let's find out how much sugar is in 1 liter Pepsi. Oops. It's that really easy to it's more sugar than you're ever supposed to have. Oh, it could be Coca-Cola, it could be Pepsi, Mountain Dew. Here's one. Well, Pepsi's, I don't know if Pepsi is more sugar than Coca-Cola. I don't know. You know, Coca-Cola is one of the only things that's still flavored. Okay. Sugar content, 150 to 123 grams in a 1 liter bottle. It's a crazy amount of sugar. 25 teaspoons, 35 sugar cubes. That's 130%, 180% of the recommended daily consumption. That's where people are getting type 2 diabetes. They're getting it from excess sugar, specifically excess sugar. You know, like your body doesn't not know what the food to do with that. Nowhere in nature you get sugar in a liquid form like that. Even the orange juice, like people think orange juice is good for you. It's not. Like orange juice, you're going to get some vitamin. You're also going to get vitamin C, rather, but you're also going to get a gigantic dose of sugar that has no fiber in it, but it's straight sugar and fruit. And what you get fructose rather than high fructose corn syrup. Sugar is the best sugar for you because it's attached to fiber. That's a sweet sugar like you eat an apple. It's a natural way your body consumes sugar. But bad for you. Apple, because it's a fruit. Because it was the tree of knowledge, the tree of that. It was an apple. It wasn't an apple tree. But it was specifically the Bible referred to as Adam, religion. God. Adam told God not to eat fruit. There's nowhere in the Bible that say that Adam went. It's just why it start. I just shut women down to listen to it. It also Genesis not specifically specify whether what kind of fruit Adam ate, only that it calls it fruit, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, so it's not necessarily an apple. We call it an apple. The text never names the species, apple, fig, etc. The Hebrew word is very a general term and comes out of the text. Where the apple idea came from over time, Jewish and Christian interpreters proposed many candidates, including grape, pomegranate, citron, and others. Now, common ideas that an apple developed later in European tradition helped by wordplay in Latin and Old French, where the words evil and apple or fruit sounded or spelled similarly. So it's not necessarily an apple. I really don't know. Like whatever. I don't know if people understand. Well, the crazy thing is that, I've talked about this because I've actually read that there's no words whatsoever to Adam telling Eve you're not supposed to eat from the plant with the knowledge of good and evil. Yeah. It's just Adam. What happened was God created Adam. This is what Genesis says. God created Adam and then told Adam all the animals. Then, when he's done with that, Adam made Eve. But it never says in the Bible that Adam told Eve not to eat the apple. This is the revelation. For the Bible is, first of all, that there is a tradition for apple. So, tradition for was ever written down. And it was written down in a bunch of ancient languages. It was written down in ancient Hebrew, Aramaic, and then when you translate to Hebrew, first they translated to Latin, and they translated to Greek. All these other maybe converted. Translation is missing the language. It's all very complicated. Hebrew is a very complicated language. Hebrew is a tough language. Ancient Hebrew doesn't have a number of words happening here. What is it? So, bills of human beings. So it reinforced. It's also, there's a lot of religions that people believe in that don't have those aspects to them. People want to believe in things, even if you like Scientology. People deeply believe in Scientology. My side, it's a bad side. It's terrible. Like that guy just goes out, he never wrote shit. Everything was a first round. Just he wrote more fiction and lived. And they also wrote Scientology. People believe in God. I think people like this. They want to be so. This is going to get. There was like churches, something. This should be a thing. If I inspire my change your life, it's just okay, almost like get the word situation. This is so believe that's the case. Do I think they're preying on people. So I think they're very predatory. I think that's why they're private jets and drug mansions on giant rigs. And they're doing it all to people that that's a lot. I think if a just and righteous society, legal, you're taking it. No, but something that you're going to see the full world. Like I remember just watching this on TV, television. This guy was saying that if you get money to donate to the church, and fold, then God will pay you. And he had examples of people that did it and say, I was dead, and this was, and I donated it to you, and now this is so much. That's what people. Yeah, I want to $30 for a lot of you. That's an honest scale lottery. Not only you cost money to the lottery, say you $500, maybe $500, so it's $300. It's not even $300. So when you get the money over a long time, option, it's a you don't know. Like they came from West and you were playing in the town. So what are you saying? What I'm saying is Epstein won a lot of his companies trust won an $80 lottery. Then they took the payoff. You mean this company bought a ticket for the lottery? Yes, Trust, which is very just right after the arrested, the jail, having sex or whatever. So all that stuff, but it went. So then got the lottery money, the company pay the payoff $1 million payment. The $80 million jackpot was only $30 million. goes how much money you spend versus how much money you pay out. So with this avocados, right? They get so it's a whatever the not only that, you pay taxes on it. So say yes. So say if you take that $30 million payout, you don't make $30 million. Then you have to pay taxes on the $30 million. So they get money from that too. They can't fucking lose. But for a person that's never seen it, exactly. Exactly. And over time, most people are not going to win. So most people are putting money into it. There was a story of a young lady, I don't know exactly what it was. I think she won sometime. There were two options. A payout of $2 million, or give her, I think, for as long as she did this. People think this, but you can still that she was probably 20. She was like 32. That was just not understand that. That was a smart thing. I don't think it's for the rest of your life until it reaches that. I don't think they're going to give you money for the rest of your life. It's a different kind of lottery that I'm aware of. That sounds crazy. Yeah. All right, here. Typical Mega Millions usually several times the advertised jackpot. There's no single fixed average. Sales vary enormously with the jackpot size. Ballpark, so around 50% of ticket revenue goes into the overall prize pool. So, like 60% of dollar payout, $100 million. So that's $200 million. They made, they $100 million for everybody. On that prize pool, roughly 2/3 is allocated to the general market, with the rest funding low tier prizes. So that means even if there's $200 million, $100 million, only 2/3 of it goes into the jackpot. That means the jackpot is typically in the order of 1/3 of total ticket sales that run. And then out of that 1/3, so say if it's $100 million, or with this case it was $80 million, you took the payout, which was $30 million. So they be on top of that, and then on top of that, you pay taxes on that third. It's a crazy scale. I think that neighborhoods getting tickets to a neighborhood just it's ridiculous to keep putting this money. Well, it's supposed to be random. You know, I don't know how much oversight a guy like Jeffrey Epstein can win. I don't know how much I know back in Boston when I lived there, White Walter won. Seems it's true. I think that White Walter was in South Boston, not Boston. In the 1980s when I lived there. 1980s. Yeah, it's dangerous. He was the guy that Leonardo DiCaprio starred Jack. Is that movie? Remember that movie that was based on White Walter? Yeah, that was based on White Walter. He was a gangster. Oh, yeah. Terrible gangster. Yeah. This is nuts. He was actually a fucking FBI informant. Not only was he a gangster, he was working with the FBI. They were letting him get away with shit because he was going to the police. I think there's a different actually in Santa Monica. He didn't that way. He wanted to harass millions about that time. Yeah. Yeah, he wanted to fucking lottery, man. So, this is what it says here. What does it say? It was Bruce. He actually went, but minus prior were like 100. Yeah, 100% to get 100. So the way it would work was, like, say if you lived in the community and you bought the lottery ticket, either would give you money for your lottery ticket, and you would get it. And that way, it would show that this is where the guy's income from. Like these guys would own businesses. So they would own businesses so they could show why they drive a Cadillac, why they have a mansion, why they have this, because they have legitimate businesses. But really, these businesses are my father was my father was a big he was a heroin. It was a real estate, right? That's hilarious. So in order for the real winner to sign the ticket, Heidi and two associates paid $2.3 million in cash for 50% of the winnings. Vulture himself paid Michael Linsky $700,000. Although Linsky lost many of the deal, he really had no choice. It came down to $7 ticket originally his life. Yeah, so that's how it usually works. So he was a snitch. Yeah. Well, he got caught. Snitch or whistleblower? There's a snitch. Whistleblowers are people that snitch. He's just like America. I don't know. He wasn't a whistleblower. He was an actual snitch. He was turning other people in. Like he was a kingpin. Is this true? I don't think everything. That phrase, snitches, is just more privileged. Across the board. Like the community is famous for keeping their mouth shut. When someone gets shot, when someone does something, like the cops get shot. That's true anymore because not anymore. But that's the thing with the mom would never get out. Just go to jail. Because yeah, I see, like especially my kids, so many people like people are doing that. Now it feels like that model of being loyal is dead. Like people have they get shit. They're caught themselves on everything. There's no repercussions when they come home. It's hard because I don't see that as much. I see so many people they said nothing on you and they still out here just living their lives normally. Nothing from them. But with the mom, it was always like if you ran a mom, you were dead man. You were dead man. Your family was dead. They burn your house down and kept their mouth shut because of that. And so guys would go to jail all the time. They never opened their mouth and they would get a reward when they would get it. They'd have a party for them to celebrate. I think good fellas, you kept your mouth shut. Never said nothing. That was the thing. But the whole thing changed though, like with John Gotti. Like the government is send the goal and it was just them. Like there's everyone was snitching on everybody. It's like they got these guys. We had Donnie Brasco from that Johnny Depp movie. What's called Donnie Brasco? He was out with Donnie Brasco. So I'm not looking for Rothschild. That's not that's different. So Donnie Brasco was the guy who was an agent for and he got in with the mob for years. Yeah, with the mob. So everybody out. Went under. Yeah, I'm just so this culture, everything is this just I don't know. This just Camera is like the most interesting thing that South anybody wants to social media. And I don't understand why people are gravitating toward negativity more than anything. That's not why. But you know what? This is it's not good for that. No. When I go to these other platforms, I don't know. I just guys it's like, oh, what can I say to make people upset, get riled up, and then I take it. They're in a different game. Right? Their game is trying to engage people, talk. But it doesn't just drop after a while. Especially with the comedians. People used to be attacked. Like you said, a person with one podcast is interesting. They tell funny stories. Right. They crowd. It feels like all these people know that's just if I don't really listen, it's like the only way I can find myself interested is I share about. Motherfuckers are far away from people. because I told you, this somebody I'm exposed this person. I'm gonna tell this about what you didn't know. And the one thing that I want is she has to stand up and motherfuckers don't give a fuck about being those days over. No, those people do have almost always not very talented. Almost always. The only exception to that, the only exception to that is Cat. And what Cat was doing was different. Because what Cat was doing was exposed what he thought was saints and liars. Okay, okay, no, okay, okay. That's my question. Okay, that's my question. Okay. I'm gonna say this. This is what I tell you. Just expect you to get last year. Shane Sharp, second, he did not like it. Shane Sharp, but Shane Sharp likes that. And in his relationship, he likes a lot of his people. He find questions, attention, people, you have me do those truths. What do you do? We're talking about watched. I sat there and I watched it. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck do you out of that? As a result of that, you expose these people and say, well, Hollywood is never going to fucking change. You know what changes? What you do? I left fucking Hollywood. Hollywood. And I'm not saying I went to it, you know, but it's the purpose of exposing something. I don't think most people, what most people are doing when they're being negative is they are jealous of the person they're talking to. I see something that's to say that. Who's can win as an example. Someone who said Canada would have that was right for which is very that's a very funny guy. When he was doing it, I think he was very funny, which is different. LOL, because we this is what the cash app is like. They say there is a right. Definition of sin. And I'm sure you know there's just it's one of my heterosexual right? Yeah, it's trafficking and no, it's not actually this is my Jamie. So if you are dating a girl who lives in Minnesota, living in California, you fly her to California, sex traffic? I don't think that's true at all. I think that's just flying a girl that you have a relationship with. Yeah, but that's normal. Everybody does that. But that's the definition. Yeah, commercial sex act. Coercion. Coercion. Coercion's crazy. It's coercion. It's like, please, I'm not your back. That's so like if there's a girl like, what do you think you're like? Shoes. I got those shoes for you. That's kind of sex trafficking. That's coercion. I mean, like if a girl's thinking about coming out to visit you, and you go listen to some. Look, what do you want to buy? I got money. Come on, let's go shopping. That kind of would fall into that category. So we're getting off topic. Let's go back to the topic originally. So I need to. No. You're not going to get through sex trafficking. Bullshit. The reason why these communities is because they're never get the shit on. And one as a you know, that I hear that disturbs me. At some point in the career, they I hope yes, they had at some point they had as something they out of whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to call that, whatever. So they like everything they want everybody to do. All that's fucked up. Only way you can stop it because that's sexual manipulation. But it's not even it's not like they criticize the work of the person. That person ain't shit. That person sucks. Come on, you get this all the time. You ride with Dave's number one, right? You always get this label. You know, you're a great comic. You get this label of being a cocktail rocker. Right. And guess what? Everybody have to be your problem. And Robin, because Robin got the same amount of screen time as Batman. And the reason why I said this is what I get, and I'm telling you this, Joe, I was kicking it. This Joe, this pisses me up. And I'm gonna give you, I'm gonna tell you why. Greatest show of all time. Universe. There's a lot of life. Why you do that? You gotta pay attention to it. It's so hard. You know what happened to me if I paid attention to all the haters that I did? Yeah. I would go crazy. Do you think that you paid attention to those haters? You're in a position right now, you have certain do you feel like you had this thing saying starting did you engage in that? I engaged online with a lot of people in the early days because I didn't understand what you're doing. Engaging with people don't have happy lives. Negative. And there's some criticisms that are good for you. Some criticisms make you evaluate what you're doing and say, okay, what I need to do is be undeniable. So this creates me nothing. You can't. And the audience loves me. I'm selling out everywhere. I've doing great on stage. Yeah. But you know what? I will say this. I need to tell you. I'm so sure. You gotta be that show. You gotta love that show. Yeah. Did you walk on the show? You play it back? You're a little. I don't know. It's funny. See now? You know what you do? You're and I don't want to keep that's where I was wearing this shirt. I'll change this shirt. No, it's okay. Break it down, Joe. After you start this shit, I didn't have a passion. Definitely didn't have a great show, man. When you walk on, it's so good. I feel like Carrie. This for the last fucking time. This is what's so fucking about this situation. It's like a bad joke. I never wanted to do this. But you came back on you had a good show, right? This is what I and this is your change my shirt. Trainer said, Joe, it was to do your podcast. What are you doing? Look at take money, catch up. Straight, no goodness. I was right. I'm talking about the time when last time, Joe. Doesn't matter. This episode is brought to you by Black Coffee, the only coffee we drink here in the studio that I drink at home. You know, companies that stand for something from day one. This is deal because it counts. Black Rifle Coffee is one of those companies. America is turning 250. Black Rifle Coffee Company is headed into 2026. Making great coffee for people who get up to and still care about this country. Folks like Cactus Watch, Waking the Neighbors, and the Spirit of 76 are strong, straightforward, and non-charming delivery. So they have like really good packs that I love. If you want something quick and appealing, they have cool brew cans in just black and vanilla, clean for feelings. If you like energy drinks, check out GUINNESS, a great flavored energy drink, zero sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine, no nonsense. This isn't about hype. Solid American company making good products and backing the people we serve. Go to blackriflecoffee.com/Rabbi. Use the code for 30% off. You also find it at Walmart, Target, or your local Black Rifle Coffee shop. Founded American Black Rifle Coffee is America's coffee. So all of it's hard to be. Yes, please. No. I was sacrificed. They did. So, see, you said something. You know what I mean? Two different fucking comics on the fucking stage. I just want you and your Tony, keep going. Tony, down on it. And no, that's not what happened. Them common motherfuckers wasn't in my brains like that. Oh, okay. Keep back in the making. I'll show you something. I'm also I, you know what? I'll say red band together. Red band, red. I was in the room. Later on, there are demons there. No also already. Yes, changes. From a bucket of marriage to the bitter end. Well, maybe you don't. Jamie? This is Jamie. I know Jamie. This is Jamie Ice. Killed Tony after had a he doesn't even know. Wait. Your cousin, Joe, your cousin, Tyson. You might have had too many no breaks. Breaks. This button right here. Oh, right. Yeah. What time? Yes. You're right. And he just looked at me. What's up, Jamie? I knew. Them come back. Second episode. You can what? I'm trying to use the term. Funny as fuck. That's what this is. First episode was stop. This is what I think about the Tony audience like that. This I say before I went to listen to okay, last time, different, but you say that I was like, that's one thing. You had like I was because I had so much. But I was like trying to dress with it. It's not gonna make a difference. Last episode. But that's what I did understand. Watch it. Everything. I was. Oh, okay. Talk. I see. How important was to let those comments? I didn't. Sometimes criticism to hard people. If you watch this, I just about people in a harsh way. I knew it was up just because it was gimmick. I was like, oh man, like this one lady, she was a she's but I said, watch you. I see, she I see somebody that's wanted to later. I went to talk to thing. I those points, but I wasn't. And so, and I got caught up on one. So, one, you attraction that deal with your girls. Yeah. So, she came out the song. This praise you, praise you, praise right? And so, I was thinking, like, go. Really? Yeah, praise. So this is what happened. So I'm here to go to 25 Tito's. Look at that. With my so I don't want to get anybody upset. No, I'm not here to take shut the fuck up. the song.
Have you been like he's saying that because he doesn't?
No, wait a minute. It was funny. And I didn't take the funny thing about it was I didn't have to like I was in the Midwest and when I go to order, I know just like one thing. Sure. It's kind of like stretching, like one to two. And I went and just got the gun. But I come back to what I was saying about the kids. And people said that I'm sick. It was roses or whatever. First time watching it, you should. And I go like just I suppose right. Basically what you come from the shit that you right. It's not a question. It to me that was amazing. It was amazing. This is the thing, this is that place that a place for you to know. And I don't think about it, not to you about it. If Tony did the national convention, whatever, remember this, but this was a very intense right. I told God, you told me not to do the show, or not to do this is what this one. All I want where do you draw? Do you draw line what people think? Are you supposed to respond to something what loyalty to somebody and treat you like a big part of his community? And so we want to do this show and tell my culture is the first week to policies. This is a good idea. It's a nice adjustment for you to show people that know something that I'm saying. I didn't know. It's like somebody I was an experience of something. But even I was like, you know, his red Rod Snyder. In that moment, he did that because he tried to say something serious. Right? And he came away from my experience. You know, I had this moment. My friends were Rob, the woman was a fucking corny joke. And I didn't want to think about fuck out of here. Trying to talk about, I had this. You might have said, just some people away. And I use the example that I'm going to do. She don't understand this. I'm worrying about okay. This is the conflict. You can tell how you feel. Just speak yourself. Just say, oh, I don't care about right. Say that name or something. But right. Okay. Those ways we talk about some people have protection. I really believe in Kid Rock. Being headlines with people who are he's going to start to so in that moment what he was out here with that he says it's crazy well nobody would be united right now you know I do and some people think it's like a piece of nature I know I have to so people that are using I knew it. I knew it was it was a person. It wasn't going to be anything but I don't feel because then I blue flag of us. I said, Gunner, can you see? Yeah, shut it down. Attention. I want to be that last person got to stand in ovation. Which I sides to Donald crotch grab. No American flag. Another side. face that really looks like it was. Tony, a good friend. I would have that just say that for months. So, I went trying to solve I would say, apologize. Sometimes when she was struggling, that's what I was. And as much as I don't killed him, this I said, there's nothing that reminds me of the death of. I said that there was a plot. This character. It's such a but they was saying, Tony, look at you. Sorry, that's not about the show. Lights and so to kill I'm trying to be better than I got you know what? 2 or 3 minutes. I was not right. Yeah. So always people. So that that's the piece. I would be asked in the comments on not because I want to sell a trailer. Just every you just sit back and tell me what story. I was like, this is the best comments. That's what I got. It was a weird one. Trees and things. I'm very kids here. And it was black. Black people. Like it was it's about a distance. Like, I got past it. I just wanted to be. It's like, this is the comedy store, same thing. That part of it. Pretty hard. And I do for and so I appreciate it because we put the some praise and when you so I appreciate it. Sometimes you gotta ask yourself, based on the comments, I appreciate my audience. So I think it's a social media. I think it's not like presence on social media. Some of it become some of that. It's another thing that we in right now is like, this people we're seeing now, the most talented people don't know how to evolve. It's not even just that. It's like if you put out the make one of these students who's never read, never one of the best comics ever, comedy, and mostly films, and also theater and stuff like that. Usually just mostly does not promote us. It's not into something. Really fun other than specials. I think petrified. Probably late night. That's what they was doing. Late night, stuff like that. It's and some people like it's gonna make me stop. But I think it's a couple. So it's like not a club. It's a club. Best thing. People. He also he does like does arenas. He does arenas. He works arenas. I think the real thing with him is that he's just focused on his craft only, and thousand things like this is what really fuels. he carries a flip phone with him. He has an iPhone that he'll away. Sometimes he texts you on like doo doo. When you're the MC, he's only the MC because he's on a one now. You'll see it the seller. I think they tells me and fucking up. Shit on silent. Do you know how to do that? You know how to do that. Do not disturb. It's okay. So, some people think, I think come with something. I don't know. Turn it over to this this motherfucker is constantly like dude. So sometimes it's such a just different level. Just like you know, I can decide I can do something. It's not you know, it doesn't help. Like that, but I see him. I might see this one. That's only comics and science. So you ain't see him doing the same shit. That's why he gets so respected by so many people. Something really focused on social media. Doing a bunch of wild things, edits. Got his crew. To separate them, but it does get them attention. But when focus away from which is shit. What tell doesn't have any. That's it. Takes away from them. And so you know, right now, you know, how to go because it's knowing them. Shoes aren't special. So special. Special. Taylor Swift puts out a concert video. Musician puts out a video. We got to special. Um, special. Special is middle. It just right. It tells them stop listening. No. Until changing where to find it. All covered. Again, so this last some people and I look at it. 20 years. That was special game. Exactly. Only thing that time. You know what I mean? Right. But I another one that used to all people expected have to it's so so like that you can't really but that was the same thing like some shit just has to be exposed. We're around the store back then where he had that special or that show or concept basically he just sketches. And he was do you think a lot of shit was like the one where he dressed like white paint on his face. It's basically the same character that he was doing. It's comedy. He was the first person ever to dress himself up. Yeah, like it's afterwards. Is it? He never told a shit about nothing. That's what the fuck is doing my show. Dave doesn't talk shit about it. But that was real problems. Shit. It would flash the light bulbs in the rooms of comic book material, spectrum power. But what I wanted is what he ever used to do. Because he was famous at the time, and he was doing what I look at the coolest mate. I've been influenced around my age. I was famous. I was on fear factor. I was rich. There was an island going to be markets. Much of it is not back in the middle. It's like the common sense. To see that, is that he's an artist. They said, fuck it, I'm going to disappear. I'm like a legend. When I was getting stories about Dave doing shows where he would set up a speaker in Seattle in the park and just not going to stand up. But with the work, for no money, you put your show up and just do street performances. Counting I'm pretty sure that Charlie, 100%. That's what made Charlie come out on the show. I knew Charlie. Charlie was like, that would thought you were funny. Come on, Robert, got certain levels. Charlie Barnett. Right. But instead, I was Charlie Barnett to go to the park, go to the cinema for Christian Square Park, and gather around a bunch of people. That's really good. This is actually not only that, you got to hold their attention for one job, right? This audience, a lot of people don't know that it's happening. A lot of people, and they sort of and which he was so pissed to, like, I'm surprised because he was probably a bit. He would go to the Boston Comic Con. Oh, wait, man, I want my show in 5 minutes. Oh, fucking come on. That's how much power. There was sometimes that we come from some of our own places. So what is it? It's not what people talk shit about. Like Kevin Hart. You got funny. No. Funny is because he's funny. That's my whole soul. The talent of it's working at this. And how do you take a guy to the talent and you can't share to the talent? No, to me, it's everything. Probably could be saxophonist, whatever it did do. See that shit. But for some reason, it was more. And I want to talk to this says me the most. talk shit about people that was talking shit. I saw it's really it's not that funny. I'm like this motherfucker is they didn't know it. Next time to call this person, this person, just that's Jabari for passed away. When he was in a wheelchair, damn near out of space. I followed him for 6 weeks at the comedy store when he was like that. So people do not do this. This is what you should do. He's not just that's what I'm doing. He's another joke. But you know, this business can have a career. We have certain time for you to start. Start. One period of time, 5 7 years, it was just hard to implement. I think he's a good man. Like, how are you to judge? You ain't no shit. How are you to judge, motherfucker? I was coming up to black comic. Everybody would be else. Everybody would just get to it because they know that. So you judge, motherfucker. Right? Or go out, guess what? Why did I see you 45 minutes? See me because you're this. See this person. I'm putting on. I'm dead. Come on, you fucking talk shit about this. How dare you talk shit up? I'm fucking talk shit about Carolina. You talk shit about motherfucker that was fucking. They first. What? I remember with one of them doing those comment talks. All right. I'm doing this. First, I remember was like 20,000 people on Twitter. I see all that's just coming to fucking I'm doing all this shit. I'm just how does that happen? How do you on the biggest showcase comedy? You know what it is? Just Kevin Hart was a product of that. He was a product of that. Product of that. No, Kevin Hart was a product of this case. But after being on the show, with I don't care. Body is a comic. And that makes you like these things. Tell you gotta get out of it up. This I would call this. Psychology. Something like fine. Just just this was the real problem in this conversation was I know you. Comedians, actually, I did not know. Uh, it's, it's more rare. The ones who are usually failures. Example. idea, and then Marcus over by the door, and I'm cracking jokes with Bill and everything, and I felt something. My joke was right. Okay. Was my argument. Oh yeah, but you never do this podcast. It was like podcast. Like, you know, I don't even know. So the difference between white beef and else. That's one definition of slander, but I never knew that on occasion. This is an example. Mark Maron, at one point in time in his career, and now he's not. Mark Maron, and after a while, his podcast was top. Right. His career's he's doing a ring. He's killing. Mark's not. Mark finds reasons to criticize other people who are much better than him, and he focuses on that because he thinks he should. But do you think that's going back to being a I think it's going back to being a journalist, thinking about other people instead of thinking about himself. Why people don't want him anymore. He was upset when we left the grocery store because we took the food away. It's like, aren't you doing it? And I come to say, the reason why I don't see it is because you're not doing it. And your podcast was in the top. It's number one. But was it number one, by the way? This is what I would say about Mark. Mark was fun to hang out with. He was killing it because he was happy. Because he was getting validation. Because podcasts with friends. Like I did his podcast. We had a good time. Like when I see him, he was not going many times. His problem, his problem is when everybody else was really good and he started talking about it. That's what happened. Like his thing is that I'm just at the moment, like I was narcissist. He wants the moment to always be. He wants it to always be about. He wants to talk shit about them. And that's Bill has. Narcissist. Self-respect. And he. Yes, that's good. Making it all about you not being able to believe that because other people are doing well. Be inspired to do yourself. It's possible that these people you about them and you care about them. And if you're not why? It's not like you're not open, it's not like you're not trusting, it's not like you're not putting those credentials. Why you're more with happening. Be crazy. And he doesn't do that because instead, they're jealous and exhausted. Because that's about John Stewart. Interesting podcast. Aaron confronted John Stewart. That's a television show. He called it fucking Zach. John Stewart left the show. And they hired Aaron the same show. Same show. They call him John Stewart for himself. So how do you go from that to, okay, it's podcast. At some point in your career, just want to do podcast. The thing that killed Marin's podcast, my personal opinion, no, he has this point. This podcast is not it's good. It was long. It would just just don't think it was good. And I think one problem is also the problem is that we very confrontation styles specifically with some comedians that that's how it works. People don't want like on train wrecks. They want train wrecks for 15 seconds or 30 minutes, 30 second Instagram clips. They don't want train wrecks to be crime breaking news, traffic. But these podcasts now, like people go to these podcasts. Some of them, they're not that talented. Why? It's because that's the method of getting attention. They any interest in fascinating, then their podcast will be about that. That's all what you're trying to focus on. I try to focus on my podcast is who I want to talk to. Never have someone on and go, oh, this would be great, it'd be very controversial, people fucking hate them, real crazy, say, watch it, I feel like my podcast is only about who I want to talk to. That's what I know. A lot of people are interested because they're interested. I find them interesting. I find with a book they're interesting. Not that they're interesting. I find know something about them. I don't stimulate my curiosity. Do you think that there's going to be these that's so funny. It's funny about what you said. I was in this conversation with him. People are, I'm sorry. Your focus, your attention. Think if you have like 100 points a day spent on things, spend 30 of those points thinking about haters, 30% think about people, 30% thinking about doing better than you. That's 30% being robbed and be able to focus on. I have these. I have friends, I have loved ones, I have interests, I have hobbies. Comedy, podcasts, feelings, different things that I like to do. And I think about those things, like without negative, stupid things, with people that have minds that are concentrating on success. They try to take me down all the time because they try to tear me down all the time because they compare themselves to them and they don't like how they step out. Don't like the fact that the person's doing better. Like the fact that the person's been successful. So they try to take things either out of context, they try to misrepresent who that person is, they try to change public perception of that person, to try to drag that person down. And it's transparent. The reason why it doesn't work is because people inherently know what you're trying to do. Like people can fool people. Those are simple-minded people that you're always going to attract. You're not going to change them. It's a trap you're playing yourself. It's a waste of your precious resources. I have so much time. My time I spend on things that I think are interesting and beneficial, or things that excite my curiosity. And I think that is the way I like to live my life. Now, if you look at my life constantly needs to be anxiety and stress, you want to do that? Okay. Fine. You don't want to be a better person. Another life because you feel nervous. Well, I may change the college. Time when I was in college, I was interested, but I was doing that because I was like at the time, and I was trying to figure out how to manage my mind. So I was trying to figure out that something you can start doing. Okay, success or a person to well, it certainly helps. Right? You don't have to do it if you have enough money to like disappear off in the sunset. Because a lot of people are always worrying about money, and so you're always constantly in a state of anxiety trying to do all of that. That helps, but it's also like there's other things in life. I concentrate on my focus. I concentrate on my breaths. I concentrate on things I enjoy doing. I'm fun. This life is short. You and I are 15 years old, more than halfway dead. Why would you spend time concentrating on people you like? Like this one thing is enough for me. It's one thing if you find out you have a business partner who's been stealing money, or